Before a war becomes a collection of battles, it begins as a collection of people. Some arrive carrying rifles. Others arrive carrying notebooks, medical kits, typewriters, maps, or tools. Some travel willingly. Others arrive because circumstances leave little room for alternatives. Yet when historians look back across the decades, these countless individual journeys often disappear beneath larger events. Names of campaigns survive. Names of generals survive. Maps survive. Statistics survive. The quieter paths taken by ordinary people are more difficult to see. The Second World War drew millions of individuals into a conflict larger than anything many of them could have imagined. Across continents, oceans, cities, and rural communities, lives that once seemed separate became connected through a shared historical moment. People who had never met one another found themselves wearing uniforms issued by the same government, answering to the same institutions, and contributing to the same vast war effort. Yet they did not all enter that world through the same door. Some first encountered the war through hospitals. Long before a wounded soldier returned from overseas, preparations had already begun. Beds were assembled. Equipment was organized. Training intensified. Across military facilities, nurses and medical personnel prepared for a future that had not yet fully arrived. Their work often unfolded far from headlines and battle reports, yet armies could not function without them. Behind every operation stood an enormous system dedicated to preserving life whenever possible. Others entered through training grounds where the routines of military life slowly replaced the habits of civilian existence. New recruits learned unfamiliar procedures. They marched across dusty fields, cleaned equipment, memorized regulations, and adjusted to institutions far larger than themselves. For many, military service became a process of transformation. The individual gradually became part of something collective. The pace of daily life changed. Expectations changed. The future became uncertain. Still others entered through classrooms, offices, language schools, and intelligence centers. Wars are fought not only with weapons but also with information. Messages must be translated. Documents must be interpreted. Conversations must be understood. Entire branches of military organizations exist to make sense of information flowing across languages and cultures. Their contributions rarely receive the same attention as combat operations, yet decisions affecting thousands of lives often depend upon their work. As the war expanded, these different paths continued to converge. A nurse preparing a hospital ward, a marine beginning training, and an interpreter studying foreign documents might appear to have little in common. Their daily routines were different. Their responsibilities were different. Their environments were different. Yet all found themselves moving toward the same historical horizon. Each became part of a conflict whose scale exceeded any single role within it. History often remembers war through dramatic moments. The landing craft approaching a beach. The aircraft crossing a coastline. The tank advancing through a city street. Such images are powerful because they concentrate immense events into a single frame. But wars are sustained by countless quieter moments. A chart reviewed beneath hospital lighting. A recruit standing in formation before sunrise. A translator carefully studying a page whose meaning may influence future decisions. These moments rarely become famous. Yet without them, larger events cannot occur. Tonight's stories follow some of those quieter paths. They begin far from the familiar images that often define the Second World War. Instead, they focus on people whose experiences unfolded within institutions, routines, and responsibilities that operated behind the better-known narratives of combat. Their journeys reveal another dimension of wartime life, one measured not by dramatic victories or defeats, but by persistence, adaptation, and daily service. The roads that brought them into the war were different. The destinations were different as well. Yet all became part of the same immense story. If viewed from a sufficient distance, a war can appear simple. Arrows move across maps. Front lines advance and retreat. Nations rise and fall. Entire years become summarized in a few paragraphs. The complexity of individual experience disappears beneath the scale of events. Yet life inside a war rarely feels simple. For the people living through it, history arrives one day at a time. A letter received in the mail. A train departing a station. An assignment delivered by a superior officer. A new uniform folded across a bed. Most people who entered military service during the Second World War could not see the larger picture unfolding around them. They knew only the responsibilities immediately before them. Their attention focused on the next shift, the next training exercise, the next report, the next patient, or the next order. The future remained uncertain. The final outcome of the war remained unknown. In such circumstances, routine acquires unusual importance. The repetition of daily tasks provides structure within an unstable world. Beds are made. Equipment is inspected. Records are updated. Lessons are repeated. Procedures are followed. Through routine, large institutions transform uncertainty into something manageable. Individuals learn where they belong within systems too large to fully comprehend. The stories gathered in this compilation all emerge from that reality. They are connected less by geography than by experience. Each follows people navigating institutions that demanded discipline, patience, and commitment. Each reveals how service often consisted not of a single dramatic act but of thousands of smaller actions performed consistently over time. And each reminds us that history is shaped not only by famous leaders and celebrated units but also by individuals whose work unfolded far from public attention. There is another connection as well. All three stories explore what it meant to find a place within a wartime system that was itself changing under the pressures of global conflict. As demands increased, military organizations expanded rapidly. New opportunities emerged. New responsibilities appeared. Existing assumptions were challenged. The war required people with skills, determination, and willingness to serve, often in places where previous generations might not have expected to find them. The process was rarely smooth. Institutions adapt slowly. Traditions persist. Expectations developed over decades do not disappear overnight. Yet history frequently advances through practical necessity as much as deliberate design. Large organizations facing extraordinary circumstances often discover that old boundaries become difficult to maintain when confronted by new realities. The individuals whose stories follow lived within that process. They did not know how future generations would remember them. They could not see the documentaries, books, archives, or family histories that would one day preserve fragments of their experiences. They knew only the responsibilities placed before them and the choices available in the moment. Many years later, their stories still offer something valuable. Not because they provide easy lessons. Not because they fit neatly into a single theme. But because they remind us that wars are lived by people whose experiences rarely resemble the simplified versions that survive in popular memory. The Second World War contained countless paths. Some crossed oceans. Some crossed battlefields. Some led through hospitals, training camps, offices, classrooms, and intelligence centers. Each path belonged to someone. Each path formed part of a larger whole. And although history often shines its brightest light on a relatively small number of stories, many others remain waiting quietly in the background, still connected to the same conflict, still carrying their own weight of memory. Tonight we follow 3 of those paths. Different in origin, different in purpose, yet all moving toward the same war, and all becoming part of it. Part 1. The hospital path, the black nurses the army tried to hide. A single lamp burns above the nursing station. Beyond the windows, the night has settled fully across the hospital grounds. The buildings outside appear as dark shapes against a sky without stars. Somewhere in the distance, a train whistle drifts briefly through the darkness before fading away again. Inside the ward, the sounds are quieter. The turning of a patient in bed, the soft rustle of paper, the measured footsteps of someone moving carefully between rows of sleeping men. A nurse pauses beside a bed and studies a chart beneath the yellow glow of the lamp. The work is familiar. Temperature, pulse, respiration. Small details observed carefully because small details often determine whether recovery continues or falters. Around her, the hospital remains suspended between wakefulness and sleep. The war feels far away tonight. No artillery shakes the walls. No aircraft cross the sky overhead. No battlefield stretches beyond the windows. Yet the war is here all the same. It exists in the uniforms hanging neatly inside closets. It exists in the letters folded carefully inside drawers. It exists in the patients resting beneath white sheets and in the staff who move quietly through the darkness while the rest of the country sleeps. Outside, America is at war with a world it can barely see. Factories remain illuminated through the night. Trains carry troops between distant states. Newspapers arrive each morning with reports from places whose names have become familiar through repetition alone. North Africa, Sicily, Normandy, the Ardennes. Across oceans and continents, armies move, governments fall, and history changes shape. Yet here, inside this hospital, the war arrives differently. It arrives through paperwork, through admissions, through shortages, through long shifts that begin before sunrise, and through the presence of nurses whose own journey into military service has been shaped by a struggle few Americans fully understand. For years they waited, they trained, they qualified, they applied, and often they were told, politely and indirectly, that there was no place for them. Not because they lacked skill. Not because they lacked discipline. Not because the army lacked need. But because the doors remained only partially open. The contradiction hangs quietly over these years like distant weather. The nation asks for sacrifice while restricting who may offer it. Hospitals require personnel while qualified nurses wait for acceptance. A war fought against racial ideology unfolds within institutions still shaped by segregation. The tension does not always announce itself loudly. Often it appears through ordinary moments. A delayed application. An assignment denied. A uniform earned only after years of waiting. You can feel the weight of those moments even here, long after midnight, as the nurse returns the chart to its place and continues down the corridor. The lamp remains glowing behind her. The patients continue sleeping. And beyond the windows, the darkness stretches toward a country struggling to decide who belongs inside the story it is writing. Tonight, that story begins not on a battlefield, but in a hospital. And in the lives of women whose service would spend decades waiting to be fully seen. The story that follows is not a story of generals, campaigns, or famous victories. It unfolds instead through waiting rooms, hospital wards, military bases, prisoner of war camps, family photographs, and archives filled with records that sat quietly for years before someone finally opened the box and looked inside. It is a story shaped by repetition rather than spectacle, by professionalism rather than recognition, by women who entered a military reluctant to accept them and who nevertheless chose to serve. You will spend time in training schools where applications disappear into administrative silence. You will walk the corridors of segregated hospitals where competence and limitation exist side by side. You will return again and again to wards filled with patients whose care depends upon people often excluded from the recognition given to others. Later, the story will carry you into one of the strangest contradictions of wartime America, where Black Army nurses found themselves caring for captured German prisoners of war while remaining subject to segregation within the very institution they served. And after the war has ended, after the hospitals have quieted and the uniforms have been folded away, the story will continue into the long landscape of memory itself. Into archives, into museums, into family collections, into the fragile space between being forgotten and being remembered. This is not a story driven by a single hero, nor by a single moment. It is a story about endurance, about professional duty, about invisible labor, and about the quiet persistence required to continue serving when recognition arrives slowly, if it arrives at all. So tonight, allow the noise of the present to drift a little farther away. Let the hospital corridors grow quiet around you. Let the train whistles fade into the distance. Let the years roll backward toward a wartime America filled with contradictions, uncertainties, and people whose contributions remained hidden in plain sight. And if you find yourself enjoying these quiet journeys into the past, you might consider subscribing. But for now, simply listen. You're listening to Echoes of War. Waiting rooms and closed doors. Winter arrives gradually rather than suddenly. The first cold mornings carry a sharper edge in the air, and frost begins collecting along hospital windows before dawn. Streetcars move through pale light. Factory whistles sound across industrial districts. The war continues expanding in every direction, drawing more resources, more personnel, and more attention into its orbit. The women waiting notice something changing, though not yet enough to transform their circumstances. Articles begin appearing more frequently. Community leaders write letters. Advocacy organizations gather statistics and testimonies. Conversations that once occurred privately now move into public spaces. The issue remains far from national prominence, but it no longer exists entirely in the shadows. Pressure develops through accumulation. No single voice forces change. Hundreds of voices gradually make inaction more difficult. In churches across Black communities, congregations pray for sons serving overseas. They also pray for daughters whose service remains restricted at home. Family photographs occupy mantelpieces beside service flags. Military sacrifice becomes part of everyday life even for households that have never worn a uniform themselves. The contradiction feels increasingly personal. America is fighting a global war against systems built upon racial hierarchy while maintaining its own racial boundaries within military institutions. Few people inside these communities require lengthy explanations to recognize the irony. They live beside it every day. Yet frustration rarely appears as open anger alone. Often it appears as determination. The women who continue applying understand something important about nursing. The profession itself demands patience. Recovery cannot be forced. Healing rarely follows schedules. Progress often arrives slowly enough that it becomes visible only when viewed across months rather than days. That same patience begins shaping their response to exclusion. Applications continue. Training continues. Preparation continues. You observe a generation of nurses quietly refusing to disappear from consideration. Each completed course, each successful examination, each recommendation letter becomes a statement more durable than any speech. The argument is being made through competence. Across the country, military hospitals are expanding. Construction crews work through changing seasons. New wards appear. Additional beds are installed. Administrators attempt to anticipate future needs, though the war consistently grows faster than forecasts. Statistics begin exerting their own pressure. Casualty projections rise. Medical requirements increase. Personnel shortages become harder to ignore. Inside army offices, discussions that once seemed hypothetical acquire practical urgency. Policies created during peacetime must now confront wartime realities. Institutional preferences encounter operational necessities. The distance between ideology and logistics begins narrowing. Wars have a habit of exposing weaknesses hidden during calmer years. A shortage remains a shortage regardless of who identifies it. Meanwhile, daily life continues within hospitals already serving civilian communities. Long shifts remain common. Emergencies arrive without warning. Influenza outbreaks move through neighborhoods. Industrial accidents bring new patients through emergency entrances. The work provides constant reminders that nursing is not an abstract qualification but a practiced discipline. Every shift adds experience. Every patient teaches something. Every difficult night deepens professional confidence. The women waiting for military acceptance are becoming stronger nurses while they wait. That reality will matter later. The first black nurses eventually admitted into the Army Nurse Corps do not enter as symbolic figures. They arrive carrying years of training, clinical knowledge, and practical experience accumulated during the very period when the institution hesitated to accept them. The irony is almost quiet enough to miss. Exclusion inadvertently creates an even more seasoned group of professionals. As months pass, acceptance begins arriving in limited numbers. The doors do not swing open. They open cautiously, narrowly, and under restrictions. Quotas still exist. Opportunities remain constrained. The institution is adjusting under pressure rather than embracing transformation. Yet for the women receiving notification letters, the distinction may feel less important in the moment. An envelope arrives. A name appears on a list. A long period of uncertainty reaches its first conclusion. Some letters are opened at kitchen tables. Others are read beneath hospital lighting after shifts end. Family members gather nearby. News travels quickly through communities that have waited together for so long. Relief mingles with pride. Pride mingles with caution. Everyone understands that acceptance does not guarantee equality. It merely guarantees entry. The institution beyond the doorway remains largely unchanged. Spring returns. Snow retreats from roads and fields. Trees begin recovering their leaves. Across the country, newly accepted nurses prepare for military life. Uniforms are issued. Travel arrangements are made. Administrative procedures multiply. Familiar civilian routines slowly give way to unfamiliar military ones. The transition carries its own uncertainty. For years, the Army existed as an objective beyond reach. Now it becomes a physical destination. Training centers replace hometown hospitals. Military regulations replace civilian administration. New responsibilities wait ahead. Yet even amid anticipation, signs of limitation remain visible. Assignments are controlled carefully. Numbers remain small. Segregation has not vanished simply because acceptance has begun. The system has opened a door. It has not opened all of them. Still, movement changes perception. Standing outside an institution produces one kind of emotional landscape. Entering it creates another. Questions that once focused on access now shift toward experience. What will service actually look like? What roles will be permitted? What conditions will define daily life? The answers remain uncertain. For now, the nurses travel toward an institution they have fought simply to join. Train stations become temporary thresholds between old lives and new ones. Suitcases rest beside polished shoes. Families exchange farewells. Conductors call departures. Steam rises above platforms in the cool morning air. You watch these departures without knowing exactly where they lead. Neither do many of the women making them. The future remains partially obscured. Yet something fundamental has changed. The long season of waiting is ending. Another season is beginning. Beyond the train windows, towns and fields pass beneath changing skies. The country unfolds mile after mile, carrying these nurses toward military hospitals, army regulations, and responsibilities not yet fully imagined. Behind them remain the years of exclusion. Ahead of them waits a different challenge entirely. The tracks continue stretching toward the horizon as daylight slowly fades across the landscape. Inside the moving train, uniforms rest neatly beside luggage. Conversations quiet. Some passengers sleep. Others watch the passing countryside disappear into evening. The war is drawing them closer now. Not as observers. Not as applicants. But as nurses. And somewhere beyond the darkness ahead, the institution they fought to enter is preparing to reveal what entry truly means. Barracks, wards, and boundaries. The first mornings inside the army begin with familiar sounds arranged in unfamiliar ways. Footsteps move through corridors before sunrise. Doors open and close. Orders travel from room to room. Somewhere outside, vehicles start their engines in the darkness. The rhythms of military life are precise, repetitive, and carefully regulated. Yet beneath the structure there remains something recognizable. Hospitals still wake before the rest of the world. Illness still ignores schedules. Patients still require attention regardless of rank or routine. The nurses arrive carrying habits formed long before they entered uniform. They know how to move quietly through sleeping wards. They know how to recognize exhaustion behind composed expressions. They know how to continue working when shifts extend longer than expected. The army has accepted them, but it has not taught them nursing. That knowledge was earned elsewhere. You watch them step into military hospitals that seem at first glance similar to civilian institutions. Beds stand in orderly rows. Equipment occupies familiar positions. Supply rooms contain familiar tools. White sheets stretch across mattresses beneath the glow of overhead lights. Yet subtle differences appear almost immediately. Military hospitals exist inside larger systems of command. Every hallway connects to regulations. Every assignment reflects decisions made beyond the building itself. The work of healing remains personal, but the environment surrounding it belongs to an institution designed for war. The nurses learn these realities quickly. Forms require different signatures. Reports follow different procedures. Authority travels through different channels. The changes are not dramatic enough to dominate every moment, yet they shape daily life with quiet persistence. Outside the hospital windows, training fields spread across military installations. Trucks move between buildings. Soldiers march toward classrooms, firing ranges, and administrative offices. The war feels closer here, even when distant battlefields remain thousands of miles away. Its presence lingers in uniforms, in telegrams, in empty beds prepared for future arrivals. Many mornings begin before dawn. Lamps illuminate nursing stations while darkness still covers the grounds outside. Patients require medications. Charts require updating. New admissions arrive during the night. Routine establishes itself through repetition. Days become structured around care. Hours become structured around responsibility. The work itself offers little opportunity for abstraction. A patient in pain demands practical attention. An infection demands observation. Recovery demands patience. Nursing reduces even vast historical events into individual human needs. One bed at a time. One patient at a time. One shift at a time. For a while, the institution feels manageable when viewed through this lens. The nurses focus on their duties. Professional competence creates a sense of stability. The familiar discipline of caregiving provides orientation within unfamiliar surroundings. Yet boundaries remain visible. Some appear through policy. Others appear through custom. Many reveal themselves through patterns repeated often enough to seem ordinary. Separate accommodations become part of daily life. Certain assignments follow predictable lines. Social spaces carry invisible rules that require no formal announcement because everyone already understands them. The military has accepted black nurses, but acceptance exists within carefully controlled limits. The contradiction is rarely presented directly. Instead, it appears in small observations accumulated over time. A housing arrangement. A staffing decision. A conversation interrupted by discomfort. A rule that seems to apply differently depending on who encounters it. Each individual moment might appear insignificant in isolation. Together they create an atmosphere impossible to ignore. The nurses learn to navigate this landscape with the same professionalism they bring to patient care. Not because the system deserves accommodation. Because patients still require treatment regardless of the system's imperfections. That distinction becomes important. The women serving here are not passive observers of discrimination. Neither are they defined entirely by it. Their days remain full of work demanding concentration and skill. The reality of segregation exists alongside the reality of professional achievement. Both conditions occupy the same space. Both influence daily experience. Neither fully erases the other. Spring gradually gives way to summer. Heat settles across military bases. Hospital windows remain open when weather permits. Fans rotate slowly through warm afternoons. Outside, grass grows quickly beneath long hours of sunlight. The war continues expanding overseas. Inside the hospitals, its consequences arrive indirectly. Soldiers return from training accidents. Illness moves through barracks. Medical readiness remains a constant concern. Every patient represents part of a larger system preparing for conflict on a global scale. The nurses become increasingly familiar with military medicine. Procedures grow routine. Faces become recognizable. The uncertainty of arrival begins fading. A different condition takes its place. Normalization. You watch this transformation carefully because it occurs almost without notice. The extraordinary gradually becomes ordinary. Uniforms become clothing rather than symbols. Salutes become routine rather than remarkable. Hospital wards become workplaces rather than destinations achieved after years of waiting. This is one of the quiet truths of institutional life. Human beings adapt. Even environments shaped by contradiction eventually develop routines. The nurses learn which hallways remain busiest during certain hours. They learn which physicians prefer particular methods. They learn where sunlight enters wards during late afternoon. Familiarity grows through repetition. Competence grows alongside it. Patients recognize them. Colleagues rely upon them. Responsibilities increase. The institution that once questioned their presence begins depending upon their labor. Yet dependence does not automatically produce equality. That realization emerges gradually. The army needs nurses. The nurses prove their value repeatedly. The boundaries remain. Some evenings end after long shifts beneath fading summer light. Buildings cast long shadows across parade grounds. Distant sounds drift through warm air. The hospital quiets temporarily before the next cycle begins. In these quieter moments, the shape of military life becomes easier to observe. The institution functions because countless people perform ordinary tasks with extraordinary consistency. Drivers deliver supplies. Clerks maintain records. Orderlies move patients. Nurses sustain care. Most of this labor occurs far from public attention. History often remembers battles. Institutions are sustained by routines. The women serving here become part of those routines. Not fully accepted. Not fully excluded. Existing instead within a complicated middle ground that demands endurance as much as skill. As evening settles across the base, lights begin appearing one by one behind hospital windows. The wards continue operating through the darkness. Somewhere a nurse reviews charts beneath a desk lamp. Somewhere else a patient finally falls asleep after a difficult day. The work continues. And with each passing month, the nurses become more deeply woven into the institution that once struggled to admit them. As the months continue, the novelty of military service recedes further into the background. What remains is the texture of daily life. The army becomes less a destination and more an environment. The hospitals become less an achievement and more a workplace. The emotional energy once devoted to arrival gradually shifts toward endurance. This transformation is not unique to military nurses. It occurs within almost every institution that survives long enough. Human beings adapt to circumstances that once seemed extraordinary. Repetition smooths sharp edges. Familiarity reshapes perception. The unusual becomes ordinary not because conditions improve, but because the mind learns how to carry them. The nurses discover this truth during long sequences of nearly identical days. Morning rounds, medication schedules, patient observations, documentation, evening reports. Then the cycle begins again. You return repeatedly to the same wards because the nurses do as well. The same floors receive footsteps day after day. The same windows frame changing weather. The same corridors carry patients, physicians, orderlies, and administrators through an endless procession of small responsibilities. The environment remains stable. The internal condition changes. What began as entry gradually becomes occupation. The nurses are no longer proving they belong. They are simply doing the work. And doing it well. Supervisors notice reliability. Physicians notice competence. Patients notice professionalism. Trust develops through accumulation rather than declaration. Few institutions openly acknowledge change when it first occurs. Instead, confidence grows quietly until one day it feels natural. A nurse who once represented an exception becomes someone colleagues expect to see at the start of every shift. This form of acceptance carries its own complexity. Professional respect does not automatically dissolve structural barriers. Indeed, one of the defining tensions of these years emerges precisely because both realities exist simultaneously. A nurse may be trusted with lives yet denied equal treatment. She may receive responsibility without receiving full inclusion. She may become indispensable to daily operations while remaining confined by policies she cannot control. The contradiction settles into the background of military life much as distant machinery settles into the background of a factory. It never fully disappears. People simply learn to function around it. Summer deepens. Heat settles heavily over military installations. The smell of cut grass drifts through open windows. Fans hum above nursing stations. Outside, soldiers continue training beneath bright skies while overseas campaigns grow larger and more costly. The demands placed upon military medicine continue expanding. New facilities open. Existing facilities grow busier. Administrative planning becomes increasingly urgent. Across the broader Army medical system, personnel shortages remain a persistent concern. The war consumes manpower at a pace difficult to predict. Every new operation creates additional requirements. Every campaign produces fresh calculations. Medical administrators study staffing levels with growing concern. The nurses rarely witness these discussions directly. Instead, they experience the consequences. Assignments shift. Workloads increase. Requests arrive. Small victories acquire greater meaning when witnessed collectively. The nurses create stability for one another. Not through dramatic acts. Through presence. Through familiarity. Through the simple knowledge that someone else understands the same environment. Autumn eventually returns. Leaves gather along roads and sidewalks. Cooler air enters the wards through partially opened windows. The changing season provides a visible reminder that time is moving forward. The nurses themselves have changed as well. The uncertainty that accompanied arrival has largely disappeared. Military procedures no longer feel foreign. The geography of bases has become familiar. Daily responsibilities are understood instinctively. Experience has replaced anticipation. Yet another subtle transformation is occurring beneath the surface. The women are beginning to see the institution more clearly. New arrivals often focus on immediate adaptation. Experienced personnel notice patterns. After months of service, the boundaries shaping military life become easier to observe because they no longer compete with the distractions of adjustment. The nurses understand which opportunities remain limited. They understand which assignments remain unlikely. They understand where authority tends to concentrate. And they understand that competence alone does not always determine outcomes. Knowledge brings clarity. Clarity sometimes brings disappointment. Yet it also brings perspective. The women serving here have already endured years of exclusion before entering uniform. They have learned patience long before they learned military procedure. Many possess a resilience forged through experiences predating the war itself. The army is not the first institution they have had to navigate carefully. Nor will it be the last. You begin noticing a subtle shift in the emotional landscape. Earlier chapters of this story were defined by access. This phase is defined by adaptation. Soon, however, another condition will emerge. The contradiction at the heart of military segregation is about to become far more visible. Not because policies change dramatically, because assignments do. Elsewhere within the Army medical system, new decisions are being made. Administrative officials continue searching for ways to balance manpower requirements, public pressure, institutional preferences, and wartime necessity. Solutions are proposed. Facilities are designated. Personnel are reassigned. On paper, these decisions appear technical. In practice, they will reshape the daily reality of the nurses involved. For now, however, those future developments remain beyond the horizon. Evening settles across another military installation. Lights appear gradually throughout the hospital complex. The final warmth of autumn lingers in the air. Patients sleep. Nurses complete reports. Vehicles move quietly along darkened roads. The routines established during these months have become remarkably stable. Stable enough, perhaps, for deeper contradictions to reveal themselves. Stable enough for familiar environments to acquire entirely new meanings. Stable enough that when change finally arrives, it will be impossible to mistake it for mere routine. The hospital continues glowing softly against the darkness while the war moves onward across oceans and continents. And somewhere within the machinery of the army, decisions are already being made that will carry these nurses into the most complicated chapter of their service. The hospital behind the fence. The change does not arrive with ceremony. No grand announcement echoes through the wards. No newspaper headlines explain its significance. Like many decisions made within large institutions, it begins as paperwork. A reassignment order. A staffing adjustment. A practical solution to an administrative problem. Only later does its deeper meaning become visible. By the middle years of the war, the army faces a growing dilemma. Prisoners captured overseas continue arriving in the United States in large numbers. Transport ships cross the Atlantic carrying German soldiers taken during campaigns in North Africa, Italy, and later Western Europe. Camps expand across rural America. Barracks appear behind fences. Guard towers rise above open fields. The prisoners require food. They require housing. And eventually, they require medical care. Across the country, prisoner of war camps become part of the wartime landscape. Some occupy former military installations. Others emerge beside small towns whose residents never imagined that a global conflict would bring thousands of enemy soldiers into their communities. The camps often appear strangely quiet. The war exists inside them, but indirectly. The sounds are different from those found on battlefields. Instead of artillery, there are work details. Instead of aircraft engines, there are daily inspections. Instead of advancing armies, there are fences stretching across open ground. Yet the conflict remains present. Every prisoner represents a distant battlefield. Every camp represents part of a global war brought home. You observe these places from a distance at first. Roads approach through farmland. Watchtowers interrupt otherwise peaceful horizons. Guards move along familiar routes. Seasons pass over the fences exactly as they pass everywhere else. The landscape itself appears calm. The history contained within it is not. When medical facilities connected to prisoner populations require staffing, the army confronts a contradiction partly of its own creation. Qualified black nurses exist within the system. The army needs nursing personnel. Yet many military leaders remain unwilling to integrate large portions of the broader medical establishment. The solution they develop reveals much about the institution. Black nurses are increasingly assigned to facilities serving German prisoners of war. The decision is administrative. The consequences are human. At first, the nurses entering these assignments encounter environments that feel oddly familiar. Hospital wards remain hospital wards. Medical equipment remains medical equipment. Patients require treatment regardless of nationality. Professional responsibilities remain fundamentally unchanged. A fever must be managed. An infection must be treated. A wound must be monitored. The principles of nursing do not recognize borders. Yet the context surrounding those principles creates a profound tension. The patients occupying these beds wear German uniforms. Some were captured in North Africa, others in Italy, still others in campaigns stretching across Europe. Many are young. Many are tired. Some are severely ill. Some carry injuries acquired long before arriving on American soil. The nurses approach them as medical professionals because that is what nursing demands. The obligation to provide care does not disappear when a patient belongs to an enemy nation. In many ways, professional ethics become even more important under such circumstances. Care must remain care. Treatment must remain treatment. The discipline requires consistency. And yet the surrounding reality remains impossible to ignore. The women providing that care serve in a military still structured by segregation. They wear the uniform of the United States Army. They have fought for admission into the profession. They have endured limitations, quotas, and restrictions. Now they find themselves assigned to care for captured soldiers from a regime whose racial ideology helped define the war itself. The contradiction enters the room quietly. It remains there. You watch it emerge not through dramatic confrontation but through ordinary routine. A nurse checks a patient's temperature. A chart is updated. Medication is distributed. A recovery is monitored. The tasks themselves remain straightforward. Their larger context does not. Outside the hospital buildings, camp life follows predictable rhythms. Guards change shifts. Prisoners move between designated areas. Deliveries arrive. Administrative reports accumulate. The institution functions through countless ordinary procedures repeated day after day. The nurses become part of this routine. Morning rounds continue. Medical observations continue. Documentation continues. The work remains demanding enough that philosophical reflection cannot dominate every moment. Patients require attention regardless of historical irony. Professional responsibility creates its own gravity. Yet moments of awareness appear. A uniform noticed more carefully than before. A conversation recalled after a shift ends. A realization arriving unexpectedly during an otherwise ordinary day. These moments accumulate. The nurses understand exactly what the public narrative of the war says. Newspapers describe Nazi ideology. Radio broadcasts discuss racial doctrines emerging from Germany. Government statements frame the conflict in moral terms alongside military ones. Then the nurses report for work and encounter the practical reality of their assignments. The contrast requires no explanation. It explains itself. Autumn arrives once again. Cooler winds move across the camps. Leaves gather along fences and roadways. Prisoners pull coats tighter against the weather. Guards do the same. The seasonal changes affect everyone equally. Nature remains indifferent to categories created by institutions. Inside the hospital wards, routines continue deepening through repetition. Familiar faces appear regularly. Certain patients recover and depart. Others arrive in their place. Medical staff learn individual histories, symptoms, and personalities just as they would in any other hospital. The humanity of patients becomes increasingly visible. So does the humanity of the nurses caring for them. This reality introduces another layer to the contradiction. The war encourages nations to think in categories. Nursing encourages attention to individuals. The two perspectives coexist uneasily within the same space. The nurses navigate this tension every day. Not through speeches. Not through declarations. Through work. By evening, the hospital settles into quieter rhythms. Lamps illuminate nursing stations. Distant sounds drift across the campgrounds. Beyond the fences, darkness spreads across fields and forests. Inside the wards, a nurse adjusts a blanket. Another reviews medical notes. Another prepares for the long hours ahead. The routines appear ordinary. Yet beneath them lies one of the most remarkable contradictions of wartime America. And the women living inside that contradiction are only beginning to understand its full weight. The hospital behind the fence. As weeks become months, the initial strangeness of the assignment begins to soften, though it never entirely disappears. Human beings possess a remarkable capacity to normalize even the most unusual circumstances. What first appears extraordinary gradually settles into routine. The fences remain. The uniforms remain. The contradictions remain. Yet daily responsibilities continue arriving with such consistency that they demand attention before reflection. The nurses begin learning the rhythms of the camps just as they once learned the rhythms of military hospitals. Certain mornings bring predictable admissions. Certain seasons produce familiar illnesses. Supply deliveries arrive according to schedules. Administrative procedures repeat with comforting regularity. Life inside the institution develops patterns, and patterns create a sense of stability. You return repeatedly to these environments because the nurses do as well. The same roads lead toward the same gates. The same guards occupy familiar positions. The same hospital buildings stand beneath changing skies. What changes is not the geography but the emotional landscape surrounding it. At first, many of the patients appear primarily as representatives of a distant enemy. Such perceptions are hardly surprising. The war itself encourages abstraction. Entire nations become symbols. Millions of people become categories. Vast conflicts compress human complexity into maps, statistics, and headlines. Hospitals resist such simplifications. The closer one moves toward illness and recovery, the harder it becomes to sustain abstraction. Patients possess names. They experience pain. They worry about outcomes. They carry memories of home. They endure uncertainty regarding their futures. None of these realities erase responsibility for the war. None excuse ideology. Yet nursing rarely permits the luxury of treating human beings as symbols. A patient with pneumonia requires treatment regardless of nationality. A patient recovering from surgery requires observation regardless of politics. The nurses understand this instinctively because the profession itself is built upon such distinctions. Care focuses on need, not worthiness, not ideology. Need. This principle becomes increasingly important as familiarity grows. Some prisoners remain reserved. Others become talkative. Many learn enough English to communicate basic concerns. Medical encounters produce limited but meaningful interactions. Requests are made. Instructions are given. Recoveries are monitored. Most exchanges remain practical. Yet practical exchanges still create human recognition. The nurses learn who follows medical advice carefully and who ignores it. They learn which patients worry excessively and which conceal discomfort. They learn who recovers quickly and who struggles. The same observations occur in hospitals throughout the world. The setting remains unusual. The work remains familiar. Winter arrives and transforms the camps. Frost settles across open ground before sunrise. Bare trees stand against pale skies. Wind moves through fences with a low, steady sound. Snow occasionally softens the harsh geometry of guard towers and wire, covering military structures beneath a temporary layer of quiet. The visual contrast becomes striking. The landscape appears peaceful. The war remains present. Inside heated wards, nurses continue moving between beds while darkness still fills the windows. Patients sleep. Thermometers are checked. Records are updated beneath soft lighting. The routines of caregiving persist regardless of weather. Yet beneath this routine, a deeper awareness continues developing. The nurses understand that they occupy a position few people would have predicted before the war. They are black women serving in uniform within a segregated army. They are trained professionals entrusted with significant responsibility. They are caring for captured soldiers of a nation whose government has elevated racial hierarchy into state doctrine. The irony requires no dramatic interpretation. It exists plainly enough on its own. You observe it in moments of stillness. A nurse pauses beside a window at the end of a shift. Snow drifts across the camp beyond. A guard walks his route through the cold. Lights glow inside barracks occupied by German prisoners. The scene appears calm. The historical reality beneath it remains extraordinary. Some nurses later describe feelings of frustration. Others emphasize professionalism. Many appear capable of holding multiple truths simultaneously. They can recognize injustice while remaining committed to their responsibilities. They can understand contradiction without allowing it to define every interaction. This complexity deserves attention because it resists easy simplification. History often prefers clear categories. Heroes, villains, victims, victors. Daily life rarely conforms so neatly. The nurses are neither passive observers nor symbolic figures placed inside a historical lesson. They are professionals navigating a difficult environment while carrying responsibilities that cannot simply be postponed until society resolves its contradictions. Patients still require care. Shifts still begin before dawn. The work still matters. As the war progresses, another subtle transformation begins occurring within the camps. The prisoners themselves change. Early arrivals sometimes carried expectations shaped by propaganda and uncertainty. Years of captivity alter those expectations. Familiarity replaces speculation. The camps become less temporary than many originally imagined. Time reshapes perception for everyone. The nurses feel it. The guards feel it. The prisoners feel it. Long-term routine creates its own psychological condition. Days become easier to predict. Surprises become rarer. The extraordinary circumstances of war increasingly express themselves through repetition rather than crisis. This shift deepens the documentary's emotional atmosphere. The central tension no longer emerges solely from contradiction. It emerges from endurance. The nurses are not confronting a single moment of irony. They are living inside it day after day, morning after morning, season after season, year after year. The repetition gives weight to the condition. Spring eventually returns. Snow retreats. Grass emerges once more beyond the fences. Birds reappear in trees that seemed lifeless only months before. Nature resumes its familiar cycles without regard for military categories or political systems. The camps remain. The hospitals remain. The nurses remain. But rumors begin circulating through military channels. News from overseas suggests change. Allied armies advance. The strategic situation shifts. Reports arrive describing events unfolding across Europe with increasing speed. The war that created these camps is beginning to move toward a different phase. The nurses continue their duties because daily responsibilities allow little room for speculation. Yet even routine environments can sense approaching change. Administrative discussions become more frequent. Plans are reviewed. Expectations adjust. Something is evolving beyond the horizon. For now, however, the wards remain occupied. Charts require updating. Medications require distribution. The practical realities of care continue asserting themselves against larger historical movements. Evening settles once more over the camp. The fading sunlight casts long shadows across roads and fences. Hospital windows glow softly against the gathering darkness. Somewhere beyond the Atlantic, armies continue advancing toward the final chapters of the war. Here, inside a quiet hospital far from the front lines, a nurse completes another shift. The contradiction remains unresolved. The work remains necessary. And beyond both of them, history itself is beginning to change shape. Seasons of service. By the final years of the war, the routines have become so familiar that entire days can pass without anything appearing remarkable. That, perhaps, is one of the least understood realities of military service. History often remembers moments. The people living through history usually remember routines. The nurses rise before dawn. They prepare uniforms. They move through hallways illuminated by artificial light while the world outside remains dark. Reports are reviewed. Patients are examined. Temperatures are recorded. Small changes in condition are noted carefully because recovery often depends upon details that seem insignificant to everyone except those trained to recognize them. The work continues regardless of headlines. Across Europe, armies advance through ruined cities. Entire governments collapse. Front lines shift hundreds of miles. Newspapers fill with maps and dramatic developments. Radio broadcasters speak with increasing confidence about Allied success. Inside the hospitals, however, a patient recovering from infection still requires the same care he required yesterday. A fever still rises gradually. A wound still heals slowly. A body still follows its own timetable. You begin to notice how profoundly separate these two worlds can become. The war moves at one speed. Medical care moves at another. Military campaigns are measured in weeks and months. Recovery is measured in hours, observations, and small improvements almost invisible to outside observers. The nurses live inside the second rhythm. Their days are governed less by battlefield developments than by practical realities. Supplies must be inventoried. New admissions must be processed. Physicians must be updated. Families of military personnel continue writing letters that arrive weeks after being sent. The institution sustains itself through repetition. The nurses sustain the institution. Months of service have transformed them. The uncertainty that once accompanied every assignment has disappeared almost entirely. Confidence no longer requires demonstration. Professional identity has become settled and unquestioned. The women move through their responsibilities with the assurance that comes only from experience. The army may have debated their value before their arrival. The wards no longer do. Competence has a way of becoming visible over time. Patients notice it. Colleagues notice it. Administrators eventually notice it. Not always immediately. Not always willingly. But inevitably. The nurses are now woven deeply into the daily function of the medical system. Their labor has become part of the machinery through which the army cares for thousands of people. The work often remains invisible precisely because it is dependable. When something functions well, institutions frequently stop noticing it. The paradox of professional excellence is that success can disappear into routine. Summer arrives once more. Open windows admit warm air into the wards. Trees cast moving shadows across sidewalks. Insects gather around exterior lights after sunset. The visual language of wartime hospitals changes with the season, but the underlying responsibilities remain largely unchanged. The nurses continue moving through familiar spaces. The same nursing stations. The same supply rooms. The same wards. The same administrative offices. Yet the emotional atmosphere has shifted from adaptation to endurance. Earlier years focused on learning the institution. Now the institution itself feels predictable. The challenge is no longer adjustment. The challenge is persistence. You observe this condition carefully because it reveals something important about long service. Dramatic moments occupy surprisingly little time. Most of a career consists of returning to the same responsibilities repeatedly while maintaining the same standards despite fatigue, frustration, and repetition. The nurses perform this labor during a period when the broader society still struggles to recognize their presence fully. That reality has not disappeared. It has simply become familiar. Some evenings, after shifts conclude, conversations drift toward the future. What will happen when the war ends? Will opportunities expand? Will the changes forced by wartime necessity survive peacetime? Will military service translate into broader acceptance? Few people possess clear answers. The questions linger. The uncertainty lingers with them. Elsewhere in the country, debates continue regarding manpower, integration, and military policy. Newspapers occasionally acknowledge the contributions of black service members. Community organizations continue advocating for broader recognition. Progress occurs, though rarely at the pace desired by those waiting for it. The nurses observe these developments from within a system still shaped by contradiction. Their perspective remains uniquely positioned. They have seen the institution from outside. They have lived inside it. They understand both exclusion and service, both limitation and responsibility. This dual perspective gradually deepens their understanding of the war itself. The conflict is no longer merely a global struggle described in newspapers. It is also an experience filtered through daily life, institutional policy, and professional duty. The war exists simultaneously on battlefields and inside hospital corridors, inside political speeches and medical charts, inside ideals and realities. As another summer evening settles over the installation, long shadows stretch across the grounds. The day's heat slowly begins to fade. Somewhere beyond the hospital walls, soldiers gather outside barracks, writing letters home before darkness fully arrives. Inside, the nurses continue their work. Another shift is beginning. Another cycle is continuing. The extraordinary has become ordinary. And within that ordinary rhythm, the deeper meaning of their service continues taking shape. Time continues accumulating almost invisibly. A single shift feels manageable. A single week passes quickly. A single season seems temporary. Yet when years are measured through repetition rather than milestones, transformation often becomes visible only in retrospect. One day a nurse looks around a ward she has worked in countless times and realizes that nearly everything unfamiliar has become familiar. The hospital itself seems to age alongside those who serve within it. Paint wears thin along frequently used corridors. Equipment acquires small repairs and modifications. Filing systems expand. Procedures evolve. New personnel arrive while others transfer elsewhere. The institution changes gradually enough that few people notice it occurring. You return to these environments because they reveal a central truth of wartime service. History is often described through movement, but much of its weight is carried through continuity. The world changes because certain people continue performing necessary work day after day, long after novelty has disappeared. The nurses have reached that stage now. Their service is no longer defined by arrival, nor is it defined solely by contradiction. It is defined by consistency. Morning follows morning. Patients continue arriving. Administrative demands continue multiplying. Medical standards remain high because lives depend upon them. The nurses meet these expectations with a professionalism that has become almost routine. And routine, in this context, is a remarkable achievement. Institutions built upon uncertainty often rely upon individuals who create stability. The nurses become such individuals. Younger personnel seek guidance. Experienced physicians trust their observations. Hospital operations depend upon their presence in ways both obvious and invisible. Their contribution has moved beyond symbolism. It has become structural. Autumn returns again, carrying cooler temperatures and shorter days. Leaves collect along roads leading toward military installations. The war overseas appears increasingly likely to end, though nobody knows precisely when or how. Optimism grows cautiously. Rumors circulate more frequently. Headlines become more hopeful. Yet uncertainty remains. Wars possess a strange ability to feel endless until the moment they stop. Within the hospitals, preparations continue as though the conflict might last indefinitely. Medical planning cannot rely upon optimism. Supplies must remain available. Personnel must remain ready. Patients continue requiring treatment regardless of strategic forecasts. The nurses understand this instinctively. Hope exists. Duty continues. One does not replace the other. Some evenings are marked by unusual quiet. Patients sleep. Administrative tasks are complete. The wards settle into temporary stillness. During such moments, reflection becomes possible. The nurses think about the years behind them, about applications submitted, about waiting rooms, about training, about acceptance, about the countless ordinary days that followed. Few journeys appear coherent while they are being lived. Meaning often emerges later. At the time, life consists mostly of immediate responsibilities. Only after enough distance develops can broader patterns be recognized. The women serving in these hospitals stand at such a threshold. They cannot yet see the full historical significance of their service. They can see its reality. The reality is enough. Winter arrives once more. Snow gathers along roads and rooftops. Frost coats windows before sunrise. Hospital lights shine warmly against long hours of darkness. The familiar rhythms of medical care continue beneath changing weather. Yet the atmosphere feels different now. Not because daily routines have changed dramatically, because expectations have. The possibility of conclusion has entered the landscape. For years, the war provided the fixed horizon around which everything else was organized. Careers, assignments, opportunities, and limitations all existed within the context of global conflict. Now that horizon appears less permanent. Questions multiply. What happens after victory? What becomes of wartime policies? Will temporary changes endure? Will forgotten contributions remain forgotten? No one knows. The uncertainty surrounding peace begins replacing the uncertainty that once surrounded war. You notice how this alters perception. Familiar environments acquire a different emotional texture. The same wards feel more temporary. The same routines feel more finite. The same institutional structures appear less permanent than they once seemed. History is shifting again. The nurses sense it before they fully understand it. Then, gradually, the conflict begins ending. News arrives in stages rather than a single dramatic moment. Reports spread through military channels. Celebrations emerge unevenly. Confirmation follows rumor. Relief follows confirmation. The war that shaped these years is drawing to a close. Patients still require care. Hospitals still function. Yet the future suddenly feels larger than the present. Spring follows winter once again. Trees bloom. Grass returns. The natural world resumes its familiar cycles, indifferent to declarations of victory or defeat. Nature neither celebrates nor mourns. It simply continues. The nurses continue as well. For a time. Their assignments do not vanish overnight. Administrative systems require adjustment. Military institutions require reorganization. The transition from war to peace unfolds gradually, much like everything else in large organizations. But the emotional center of the story is beginning to move. The focus is no longer solely the work itself. The focus is becoming memory. As evening settles across the hospital grounds, soft light glows behind familiar windows. The wards remain occupied. The corridors remain active. The routines remain recognizable. Yet something fundamental has changed. The years of service are no longer stretching endlessly ahead. They are beginning to recede behind. And with that shift comes a new question, one that no chart or medical report can answer. Who will remember what happened here? Fading records and quiet legacies. The end of a war is rarely the end of a story. More often, it is the beginning of a different kind of silence. The guns fall quiet first. The troop movements slow. Headlines change. Governments shift their attention toward reconstruction, demobilization, elections, industry, and the complicated work of returning millions of people to civilian life. Public attention moves forward because societies cannot remain permanently suspended inside conflict. Yet many lives continue carrying the weight of war long after the fighting ends. The nurses discover this gradually. At first, there is simply work. Administrative transitions begin. Personnel are reassigned. Hospitals reduce wartime functions. Military systems reorganize themselves around peacetime realities. The routines that once seemed permanent start changing with surprising speed. Entire structures built for emergency begin shrinking. Some facilities close. Others are repurposed. Some disappear entirely. You watch the transformation unfold through ordinary details. Signs are removed. Offices become quieter. Filing cabinets are emptied. Equipment is transferred elsewhere. Buildings that once operated continuously begin standing partially vacant. The atmosphere feels different from wartime. Not better. Not worse. Simply different. The urgency that dominated previous years slowly drains away. For many nurses, military service comes to an end through paperwork rather than ceremony. There are forms to complete, uniforms to return, records to finalize, transportation arrangements to organize. The machinery of demobilization moves steadily, processing thousands of individual stories into administrative categories. One chapter closes. Another begins. The transition often feels surprisingly quiet. No audience gathers to witness it. No narrator announces significance. Most departures occur in the same practical manner that arrivals once occurred. A train ticket. A travel order. A final handshake. A last walk through a familiar corridor. Then someone leaves. And the institution continues. The women who served as army nurses return to communities that have changed during their absence. Families have aged. Children have grown. Neighborhoods have evolved. Wartime industries are adjusting to peacetime economies. The country itself is entering a new era. Yet another reality becomes visible almost immediately. Recognition does not arrive equally. Many veterans return carrying stories that fit comfortably within popular narratives of the war. Their experiences align with familiar images. Public memory already possesses places prepared for them. The black nurses often encounter something different. Their service existed within spaces many Americans never saw. Hospital wards, administrative systems, medical facilities, prisoner of war hospitals, segregated institutions. Much of their contribution occurred beyond the locations most commonly associated with wartime heroism. The work was essential. The visibility was limited. This distinction matters because public memory frequently favors dramatic events. Battles produce photographs. Military campaigns produce maps. Victories produce ceremonies. Routine professional labor often leaves fewer visible traces, even when its importance is undeniable. The nurses begin entering a landscape where memory itself is unevenly distributed. Some communities remember them clearly. Churches remember. Families remember. Local newspapers remember. Professional organizations remember. Yet beyond these circles, awareness often fades quickly. The reasons are numerous. Partly, wartime nursing generally receives less attention than combat service. Partly, segregation itself helped obscure the experiences of black personnel. Partly, societies tend to simplify complex histories into more convenient narratives. The result is not always deliberate erasure. Sometimes it is neglect. Sometimes omission. Sometimes simple unfamiliarity. Whatever form it takes, the outcome can appear remarkably similar. The years pass. Photographs are placed inside albums. Uniforms are stored carefully in closets and trunks. Letters are folded into boxes alongside certificates and military documents. Families preserve these items because they understand their value even when broader society does not. You begin noticing how memory survives through small acts of preservation. A daughter keeps a photograph. A church maintains a record. A veteran shares a story. A newspaper clipping remains tucked inside a family Bible. History often survives not because institutions protect it, but because ordinary people do. Meanwhile, the nurses continue living their lives. Many return to hospitals. Some pursue additional education. Others build families, careers, and community leadership roles. The war remains part of their story, but it is not the entirety of it. This fact is important. Historical figures are frequently frozen at the moment they enter public memory. Real people continue moving forward. The nurses grow older. They acquire new responsibilities. They experience the ordinary triumphs and disappointments of peacetime life. Years become decades. The world changes around them. New conflicts emerge. New generations come of age. The Second World War gradually shifts from current event to history. And as it does, another transformation occurs. The people who directly remember those years become fewer. Memory begins passing from experience into record, from conversation into archive, from living witness into historical preservation. Somewhere inside this transition, stories risk disappearing. Not because they lack significance, because significance alone does not guarantee remembrance. As another evening settles across post-war America, an aging nurse opens a drawer and encounters an old photograph. The image captures a younger version of herself standing in uniform beneath a wartime sky. For a moment, the years collapse. The hospital returns. The wards return. The routines return. Then the photograph is placed gently back into its envelope. The moment passes. The memory remains. And whether that memory survives may ultimately depend upon who is willing to search for it. The disappearance of a story rarely happens all at once. It occurs gradually, through the accumulation of small absences. A newspaper is discarded after being read. A filing cabinet is reorganized. A photograph loses the name written on its back. A family member remembers an event but cannot recall the year. A witness passes away before recording a memory that seemed too ordinary to preserve. Over time, these small losses begin collecting. You can observe this process in archives long before you encounter it in public memory. Rows of boxes sit quietly inside climate-controlled rooms. Shelves hold correspondence, reports, military records, and photographs. The materials survive, but survival is not the same as visibility. Most historical records spend far more time waiting than being read. The black nurses who served during the war eventually enter this waiting place as well. Their names remain scattered through personnel rosters, assignment records, medical reports, local newspapers, nursing journals, veterans organizations, church bulletins, and family collections. The evidence exists. What often remains missing is attention. For decades, many historians focus elsewhere. The great campaigns of the war continue attracting interest. Political leaders remain widely studied. Famous generals occupy shelves of biographies. Battles receive anniversaries. Museums expand exhibits devoted to military operations. These subjects deserve study. Yet attention directed toward one story often leaves less attention available for another. The nurses occupy one of those quieter historical spaces where significance and visibility fail to align. The imbalance is not unique to them. Many forms of service exist beneath the surface of public memory. Medical personnel, logistical workers, administrators, clerks, drivers, mechanics, and support staff often sustain events remembered primarily through combat. The nurses belong to this broader pattern, but they also occupy a more specific one. Their service existed at the intersection of race, gender, military policy, medicine, and wartime necessity. Such intersections often resist simple narratives. They require patience. They require context. They require a willingness to sit with contradiction rather than rushing toward resolution. For many years, relatively few people undertake that work. The decades pass quietly. The women grow older. Some continue speaking about their experiences when invited. Others rarely discuss them. This variation should not surprise us. Memory is deeply personal. Not every veteran becomes a storyteller. Not every witness seeks an audience. Many simply continue living. You watch the years accumulate through changing photographs. Faces age. Hairstyles change. Uniforms disappear from daily life. Children become adults. Grandchildren arrive. The war moves further into the distance with each passing decade. Yet distance produces an unexpected effect. Sometimes history becomes easier to examine once immediate emotions begin fading. Researchers begin asking different questions. Communities become interested in stories previously overlooked. Universities expand historical scholarship. Archives receive new donations. Oral history projects seek out surviving veterans before memories disappear entirely. The process is uneven. The progress is gradual. But movement begins. Somewhere, a historian opens a box that has remained untouched for years. Somewhere else, a family shares documents preserved across generations. A photograph once viewed only by relatives enters a public collection. A forgotten name appears in a research paper. A service record acquires context. The fragments begin finding one another. You notice how different this process feels from the earlier phases of the documentary. During the war, movement occurred through institutions. Policies changed. Assignments shifted. Personnel traveled. Now movement occurs through memory, through recovery, through recognition. The pace is slower. The stakes remain significant. What emerges from these efforts is not a dramatic revelation. The facts were never entirely hidden. Rather, they were dispersed, scattered across archives, communities, and personal collections. Historical recovery often involves gathering pieces already present and placing them into a clearer picture. The picture that emerges reveals women who entered a military reluctant to accept them, served within a segregated system, performed demanding professional work, cared for patients under difficult circumstances, and contributed to a wartime medical structure far larger than themselves. The story becomes visible because people choose to look. This distinction matters. History is not merely what survives. History is what societies decide to notice. By the late 20th century and into the early 21st, recognition begins expanding. Articles appear. Museums develop exhibits. Scholars publish research. Veterans receive attention that would have been difficult to imagine decades earlier. The process remains incomplete. Many names remain unfamiliar. Many records remain buried. Many contributions remain known primarily within families. Yet the silence is no longer absolute. The nurses are beginning to re-enter public memory. Not as symbols. Not as footnotes. As people. As professionals. As veterans. As individuals whose lives carried historical significance regardless of whether that significance was immediately acknowledged. Outside the archives, the natural world continues its own cycles. Seasons change. Trees grow and fall. Rivers follow familiar courses toward distant seas. The landscapes that witness the war transform slowly across generations. Hospitals are renovated. Military bases change purpose. Prisoner of war camps disappear. The physical environments of earlier chapters fade from view. Memory becomes the remaining landscape. As evening settles over an archive reading room, a researcher closes a file after hours of study. The room is quiet. Dust drifts through soft light. Outside, modern life continues unaware of the names resting inside the folders. For a moment, however, those names are no longer forgotten. For a moment, the distance between past and present narrows. And within that narrowing space, the voices of the nurses become audible once again. Not loudly, not dramatically, but clearly enough to remind the world that they were always there. The names returning to light. There is a particular kind of silence that exists inside museums before visitors arrive. The lights are already on. Floors have been cleaned. Exhibits wait patiently behind glass. Photographs hang in careful arrangements. Objects that once belonged to ordinary people now occupy carefully controlled environments designed to preserve them against time. The silence feels different from forgetting. Forgetting removes. Preservation waits. You stand within this quieter landscape as the story enters its final observational condition. The war has ended. The hospitals have closed or changed. The camps have vanished into memory. Many of the nurses themselves have completed lives that extended far beyond the years described in military records. What remains is the question that lingers after every generation passes. How does a society remember? The answer is rarely simple. Memory does not move forward in a straight line. It advances, recedes, and advances again. Stories disappear from public attention and later return. Historical significance and public awareness rarely travel together. Sometimes decades pass before they finally meet. The black nurses who served during the war enter this process gradually. A researcher publishes an article. A university expands a collection. A community organization hosts a commemorative event. A family donates photographs preserved for generations. Each action appears small in isolation. Together, they begin altering the historical landscape. You observe this transformation not through dramatic revelation but through accumulation. The same way exclusion once accumulated. The same way service accumulated. The same way memory survived through countless ordinary acts of preservation. Recognition develops through repetition. One name is recovered. Then another. One photograph receives identification. Then another. One story is documented. Then another. The process resembles nursing in unexpected ways. Both depend upon patience. Both require attention to detail. Both produce results that often appear gradual until viewed across a longer span of time. Inside archives and historical collections, the records remain remarkably ordinary. Personnel files, assignment documents, unit reports, newspaper clippings, letters, photographs. Nothing about the materials themselves announces extraordinary importance. History rarely arrives labeled. Meaning emerges through connection. A photograph gains significance when matched to a service record. A service record gains significance when placed within a larger institution. An institution gains significance when viewed within the broader history of the war. Piece by piece, the story becomes clearer. The women themselves begin returning to view. Not merely as members of a category, as individuals. A nurse standing proudly beside fellow officers. Another writing home from an unfamiliar assignment. Another posing for a photograph before departing for military service. Another remembered by children and grandchildren who refuse to let the story disappear. The distance between history and humanity narrows. This narrowing changes the emotional texture of remembrance. Earlier generations often encountered the Second World War through maps, battles, and political leaders. Those subjects remain important. Yet when attention expands to include nurses, drivers, mechanics, clerks, cooks, and countless others, the war becomes less abstract. It becomes inhabited. The black nurses contribute powerfully to that transformation because their story contains several truths at once. It is a story of professional excellence. It is a story of exclusion. It is a story of service. It is a story of contradiction. It is also a story of persistence. No single theme fully contains it. The complexity is part of its value. Outside the institutions preserving these memories, the world continues changing. New generations grow up in places far removed from wartime hospitals. The camps that once housed German prisoners have largely disappeared. Roads have been rerouted. Buildings have been demolished or repurposed. Entire landscapes have been transformed by decades of development. Physical evidence fades. Historical understanding becomes increasingly important. You notice how often memory depends upon people willing to ask questions. A student researching military nursing. A historian examining segregation within wartime institutions. A family member wondering about an old photograph found in a drawer. Curiosity becomes a form of preservation. Without it, records remain silent. With it, they begin speaking again. The recovery of these stories does not erase the years during which recognition remained limited. The lost decades cannot be recovered any more than lost time can be reclaimed. What can be recovered is visibility. The ability to see clearly what was always present. The ability to recognize contributions that never depended upon recognition to possess value. The nurses did not become important because historians later wrote about them. They were important when they entered the wards. They were important when they cared for patients. They were important when they navigated institutions that often failed to treat them fairly. Historical recognition changes awareness. It does not create significance. As afternoon light moves slowly across a museum exhibit, visitors pause before photographs taken more than 80 years earlier. Some read the captions carefully. Others linger longer than expected. Faces that once risked disappearing into obscurity now receive attention from strangers separated by generations. The exchange is quiet. No words are spoken between them. Yet something passes from past to present all the same. A name. A memory. A life briefly seen. And in that act of seeing, the long silence begins yielding to something gentler. Remembrance. Remembrance rarely arrives as a single moment. More often, it develops through repeated encounters. A visitor reads a caption and moves on. Another returns to the same exhibit months later. A student discovers a photograph while researching a different topic entirely. A grandchild asks a question that no one had asked for years. Each encounter appears small, yet together they gradually alter the shape of public memory. The nurses begin inhabiting that space. Not fully recovered. Not fully forgotten. Present once more. You watch this process unfold across places dedicated to preserving history. Museums create exhibits. Universities host lectures. Historical societies publish articles. Veterans organizations record testimonies. The work continues quietly, often far from national attention. That quietness feels appropriate. Much of the service being remembered occurred in quiet places. Hospital wards, administrative offices, training facilities, patient rooms, long corridors illuminated before dawn. The environments themselves seem to echo through the process of remembrance. The deeper researchers look, the more complexity emerges. The nurses were not identical. They came from different communities, different schools, different families, and different regions of the country. Some entered military service after overcoming extraordinary obstacles. Others arrived through pathways that appeared more straightforward. Some spoke openly about their experiences later in life. Others remained private. History sometimes compresses people into categories. Closer examination restores individuality. The restoration matters, because the goal of remembrance is not merely to preserve facts. It is to recover humanity. The women who served in these hospitals were not symbols moving through a historical lesson. They were people living ordinary lives under extraordinary circumstances. They experienced fatigue, ambition, frustration, pride, uncertainty, professional satisfaction, disappointment, hope. The full range of human experience traveled with them into uniform. It traveled with them afterward as well. You notice how this realization changes the emotional atmosphere of the documentary's final phase. Earlier chapters focused on institutions and conditions. Now attention settles more naturally upon continuity. The nurses are no longer defined primarily by what they confronted. They are also defined by what they carried forward. Care, discipline, professionalism, persistence. These qualities survived the war. They survived the decades that followed. In many cases, they continued shaping communities long after military service ended. Some nurses returned to hospitals where younger generations learned from their example. Others became civic leaders, mentors, educators, or advocates. Some simply lived quiet lives whose influence remained largely invisible outside family circles. History tends to reward visibility. Life often produces influence through entirely different means. The contrast is worth observing. Many of the women who helped sustain wartime medical care never expected monuments. They did not know researchers would one day search archives for their names. They could not predict how future generations would interpret their experiences. Most were focused on the responsibilities immediately before them. Patients needed treatment. Shifts needed coverage. Work needed completion. The significance came later, as it often does. Outside the institutions preserving these memories, nature continues its patient work. Trees grow where military buildings once stood. Birds nest near roads that did not exist during the war. Rivers flow past former camps and training grounds. Landscapes absorb history slowly, incorporating human events into longer cycles of change. The passage of time softens some things. Not all. Certain questions remain. Why were opportunities restricted so long? Why were contributions overlooked? Why did recognition arrive so slowly? The documentary does not require complete answers. Some historical questions resist neat resolution. What matters is the willingness to continue asking them. The willingness itself becomes part of remembrance. As evening approaches, museum visitors gradually depart. Reading rooms close. Archive boxes return to storage. Lights dim throughout buildings dedicated to preserving the past. The records remain where they have always been, waiting patiently for the next person willing to look. The waiting is different now. Earlier chapters were filled with waiting imposed by exclusion. This waiting belongs to memory. The records are no longer hidden. They are available. The names are no longer absent. They are present. Perhaps not as widely known as they deserve, but present. The distinction matters, because memory is rarely perfect. It does not restore every detail. It does not eliminate every omission. It cannot return lost years. What it can do is create space for recognition. A space where forgotten service becomes visible. A space where overlooked contributions acquire context. A space where lives once confined to scattered records begin forming a coherent story. The nurses enter that space gradually, and once they do, it becomes increasingly difficult to imagine the history of wartime military medicine without them. The story changes because the picture becomes more complete. Not transformed. Completed. As darkness settles beyond the museum windows, the photographs remain illuminated a little longer. Uniformed women gaze outward from another century. Their expressions are calm. Their futures remain unknown to the camera that captured them. The war still lies ahead in some images and behind them in others. Yet all of those moments now belong to history. And history, at its best, is an act of attention. An agreement between generations that certain lives deserve to be remembered. The women who once waited outside closed doors, who served inside segregated institutions, who cared for patients amid contradiction, and whose story survived through decades of quiet preservation, have become part of that agreement. Their names continue returning to light. One reader, one visitor, one researcher, one family, at a time. The war is gone now. The hospital wards have changed or disappeared. The camps have faded into fields, neighborhoods, industrial parks, and stretches of countryside where little remains to suggest what once stood there. The paperwork that governed assignments has been filed away. The uniforms have grown fragile with age. The voices that once filled those corridors have become increasingly rare. Yet some things endure longer than buildings. Some things endure longer than institutions. Some things endure longer even than memory itself. You find them in traces. In photographs preserved carefully inside family albums. In names written on service records. In newspaper clippings folded and unfolded across generations. In the quiet determination of descendants who refused to let a story disappear simply because it was overlooked. The women at the center of this story lived through a peculiar contradiction. They served a nation that needed them while often hesitating to acknowledge them fully. They entered an institution that placed limits around their opportunities while depending upon their labor. They cared for the sick and wounded inside systems shaped by inequality, and they did so with a professionalism that survived every limitation placed before them. What remains striking is not simply that they endured these contradictions. It is that they continued serving within them. Night after night, they walked hospital corridors. Morning after morning, they reviewed charts and monitored patients. Season after season, they performed work that rarely attracted public attention but remained essential to the functioning of wartime medicine. The tasks themselves were often ordinary. The consistency required to perform them was not. History frequently gravitates toward moments of decision. Battles, speeches, elections, treaties. Yet much of human experience unfolds elsewhere. It unfolds inside routines repeated so often that they become invisible. It unfolds inside responsibilities fulfilled without recognition. It unfolds inside institutions sustained by people whose names rarely appear in headlines. The nurses belonged to that quieter world. And perhaps that is why their story carries such weight. Because it reminds us that history is not only shaped by those who command armies or occupy public stages. It is also shaped by those who continue showing up. Those who continue caring. Those who continue doing necessary work even when acknowledgement remains uncertain. The years that followed the war brought change, though not always as quickly as hoped. New generations entered schools, hospitals, military institutions, and public life carrying expectations different from those that existed before. Barriers that once seemed permanent gradually weakened. Some disappeared. Others merely changed form. Progress moved unevenly, as it often does. Yet the lives of the nurses remained woven into that larger movement. Their service became part of the evidence that competence had never been the issue. Their records became part of the evidence that opportunity had been restricted unnecessarily. Their presence became part of the evidence that inclusion was not a future possibility but a reality already demonstrated. The significance was always there. Recognition simply arrived later. Outside the world of archives and museums, the natural cycles continue. Summer follows spring. Autumn follows summer. Winter settles over landscapes that once carried the machinery of war. Rain falls on former military roads. Wind moves through trees rooted where barracks once stood. Rivers continue their patient journeys toward distant seas. Nature remembers differently than people do. It carries no opinions. No judgments. No categories. Only continuity. Perhaps that continuity offers something worth considering. The nurses lived within a period defined by division, yet much of their work centered on connection. They cared for strangers. They eased suffering. They sustained life. The profession they practiced required attention to shared vulnerability rather than social distinction. Illness made few distinctions. Recovery made few distinctions. Human need made few distinctions. The lesson was present in every ward they entered, and it remains present now. As the years pass, more photographs will be discovered. More records will be catalogued. More names will be recovered from archives and family collections. Future generations will continue asking questions that earlier generations overlooked. The process will never be entirely complete because memory itself is never entirely complete. But completeness is not the goal. Attention is. To remember someone is, in a small way, to stand beside them across time. To acknowledge that their labor mattered. That their experiences formed part of the larger human story. That their lives deserve a place within the record of what came before. The black nurses of the Second World War asked for the opportunity to serve. They received less than full acceptance. They served anyway. They received less than full recognition. Their work mattered anyway. And perhaps that is the quiet truth left behind when the documents have been filed, the exhibits have closed for the evening, and the last visitors have gone home. Value does not depend upon visibility. Importance does not depend upon applause. Some of the most meaningful acts in history occur far from public attention, carried forward by individuals who simply continue doing what is necessary. The nurses understood that. Their lives demonstrated it. And now, as the light fades across the long landscape of memory, their story remains where it has always belonged, not hidden, not forgotten, but waiting patiently for those willing to look closely enough to see it. The stories of war are often arranged according to visibility. Certain moments naturally attract attention. A landing on a hostile shore. An aircraft crossing enemy territory. A battle whose outcome alters the course of a campaign. These events leave behind photographs, reports, and memories that become part of the public understanding of conflict. Yet every visible moment rests upon a much larger foundation. Before an army can move, it must be organized. Before a wounded soldier can recover, someone must prepare a place for recovery. Before operations can begin, countless smaller tasks must already have been completed. Much of wartime service unfolds in this quieter space between preparation and action, where success depends less on dramatic decisions than on sustained effort repeated day after day. The story we have just left behind followed people whose work centered on care. Hospital wards, medical records, treatment schedules, and long hours beside patients formed part of an enormous system dedicated to preserving life amid destruction. The work demanded skill, patience, discipline, and emotional endurance. Much of it occurred far from the locations that would later dominate history books. Yet military organizations depend upon many forms of service. A hospital cannot function without the larger institution surrounding it. Supplies must arrive. Personnel must be trained. Facilities must be maintained. Orders must move through chains of command. Entire systems operate simultaneously, each supporting the others in ways that are not always visible from the outside. For many individuals entering military service, daily life consisted not of combat but of preparation. The routines could seem repetitive. Mornings began early. Instructions were repeated. Equipment was cleaned and inspected. Standards were enforced. New recruits gradually learned how to function within organizations far larger than themselves. Through repetition, individual habits slowly gave way to collective discipline. From a distance, such routines may appear ordinary, but large institutions are built from ordinary actions performed consistently over time. A bed prepared correctly, a uniform maintained properly, a procedure followed exactly, a responsibility fulfilled without recognition. These tasks rarely attract attention on their own. Yet together they create the framework that allows larger operations to occur. The transition from hospitals to military training grounds may seem significant, but both environments share something important. In each, individuals entered systems that demanded reliability. Success depended not upon occasional moments of excellence but upon the ability to perform necessary work day after day, often without immediate reward or public acknowledgement. There is also another connection. Both stories unfold within institutions experiencing change under the pressures of war. As military demands expanded, organizations found themselves confronting challenges that could not always be addressed through established routines alone. The need for personnel increased. Expectations shifted. New opportunities emerged alongside new responsibilities. Individuals entering these environments often found themselves navigating both the demands of military service and the realities of institutions adapting to extraordinary circumstances. The next story follows one such path. The setting changes from hospital wards to military training camps. The daily routines become different. The responsibilities evolve. Yet the underlying themes remain familiar. Discipline, service, endurance, and adaptation continue to shape the experiences of those moving through a wartime world. The work may look different. The uniform may look different, but the commitment required remains much the same. And so, as one path through the war reaches its conclusion, another begins, carrying us from places dedicated to healing into places dedicated to preparing men for the responsibilities that lay ahead. Part 2. The Training Ground Path. The Black Marines who entered a silent institution. The building wakes before the sun does. Long fluorescent lights hum softly above narrow government hallways where the air still carries the coolness of the night. Somewhere beyond the frosted windows, trucks shift gears along distant streets while the city remains mostly asleep beneath the last dark stretch before dawn. Inside the recruiting office, chairs sit in neat rows against pale walls marked by years of cigarette smoke and damp winter coats brushing against the paint. Papers wait in careful stacks across metal desks. Ink bottles, rubber stamps, typed forms aligned with mechanical precision. Nothing here appears dramatic enough to belong to history. A janitor moves quietly through the corridor with slow, deliberate motions, his mop gliding across worn floor tiles that reflect the weak overhead light in long faded strips. Somewhere deeper in the building, a typewriter begins its steady rhythm long before the front doors officially open. Keys strike paper with clipped metallic certainty. Stop. Return. Strike again. The sound carries faintly through the empty hallway like machinery preparing itself for another day of sorting men into categories the institution already understands. You stand near the far end of the corridor where a bulletin board hangs beside the entrance to the recruiting office. Notices overlap one another in uneven layers. Enlistment quotas, ration announcements, transport schedules, casualty reports folded carefully beneath official seals. The war presses itself into the building through paperwork first. Columns of names. Numbers revised weekly. Requests for more men. More mechanics. More bodies capable of fitting themselves into systems already strained by expansion. Outside, dawn still hesitates. The windows hold only vague reflections for now. Desks, lamps, empty chairs repeated faintly against the glass while the city beyond remains hidden in darkness. A radiator knocks softly somewhere along the wall, struggling to push warmth into the cold administrative air. The building feels suspended between old habits and approaching change, though no one inside it would describe the sensation that way aloud. Then the front door opens. Cold air moves briefly through the hallway carrying traces of wet pavement, engine smoke, and the distant scent of coal burning somewhere beyond the station district. Alfred Masters steps inside holding his hat carefully beneath one arm. His coat still carries the chill of the morning outside. Water glistens faintly along the shoulders before disappearing beneath the hallway light. For a moment, very little happens. A clerk glances up from behind the reception desk, then down again toward the forms already spread before him. Another man farther back in the office pauses while removing a cigarette from a metal tin. The silence lasts only seconds. Yet the pause itself feels visible, as though the room is recalculating something quietly within its own routines. The Marine Corps has existed for generations with certain assumptions embedded so deeply inside it that most men no longer notice them. Traditions settle into institutions the way dust settles into floorboards, gradually, invisibly, until no one remembers when the surface first changed color. For decades, Black Marines have existed largely as absence inside the Corps. Not argument, not debate, simply omission reinforced through repetition until it began to resemble permanence. Now the war is changing the shape of permanence. Not quickly, not willingly, but steadily enough that offices like this one have begun encountering situations their procedures were never designed to accommodate comfortably. Alfred understands this before anyone explains it to him. You can see it in the stillness with which he removes his gloves, in the patience of his posture while waiting for the clerk to finally speak. The man behind the desk clears his throat softly. Name: Alfred Masters. The pen pauses briefly above the paper before continuing again. Nearby, another typewriter resumes its rhythm through the office. Keys striking harder now. Drawers opening. Forms sliding across desks beneath tired hands already preparing for another endless day of wartime processing. Yet beneath the ordinary movement of administration, something quieter presses against the structure of the room itself. History rarely announces its return when it first steps through the door. Usually, it waits silently while institutions decide whether they are prepared to recognize it. Before you continue deeper into the silence, routines, and long corridors ahead, take a moment to subscribe, but only if stories shaped by quiet endurance, institutional memory, and the slow movement of history feel like your kind of listening. And let us know where you're listening from, or which image stays with you the longest tonight. The office smells faintly of paper dust, tobacco, and radiator heat that never fully reaches the corners of the room. Morning gathers slowly beyond the windows now, not through sunlight but through visibility. Shapes begin emerging outside the glass. Telephone poles, narrow sidewalks slick from the night cold, delivery trucks idling beside the curb with steam curling from their exhaust into the pale blue hour before sunrise fully arrives. Inside the recruiting station, the machinery of enlistment settles into rhythm. Forms are stamped. Folders tied with string. Names entered into ledgers already thick with fingerprints and worn edges from constant handling. Alfred sits in a wooden chair positioned slightly apart from the others waiting along the wall. Most of the men inside the office avoid looking at one another directly this early in the morning. Some stare toward the floor while turning caps slowly between their hands. Others study recruitment posters mounted beside the windows. Clean uniforms, polished boots, broad promises printed beneath painted flags. A few speak quietly about transport schedules or relatives already overseas. Their voices remain low, shaped by fatigue and uncertainty rather than excitement. You watch Alfred remain almost completely still while the room moves around him. He is not the only man waiting to enter the corps that morning. But he is the only one whose presence subtly alters the atmosphere of the office itself. Clerks return to his paperwork more than once. An officer near the rear desk removes his glasses twice while rereading a line already understood perfectly well. No one openly challenges him. That would require clarity. The discomfort here feels procedural rather than theatrical, woven into pauses too small to formally acknowledge. The war has begun forcing old institutions into unfamiliar negotiations with themselves. Across the room, a Marine sergeant carrying a stack of files stops briefly beside the desk nearest the window. His uniform hangs sharply despite the early hour, collar stiff, boots polished to a dark shine beneath the fluorescent lights. He glances toward Alfred for only a moment before lowering his voice toward the clerk beside him. The words remain too quiet to fully hear from where you stand, but the effect travels visibly through the room anyway. Another pause. Another recalculation. Another brief silence settling over ordinary administrative movement. Then the work resumes. Because the war leaves very little time for institutions to linger inside uncertainty forever. The Marine Corps needs men now in ways it has not needed them before. Supply routes expand across oceans. Barracks fill faster than they can be built. Ships depart carrying replacements for casualties that arrive faster each month in folded telegrams and typed reports. Somewhere far beyond this office, entire systems already strain beneath the scale of mobilization. The pressure reaches this room indirectly through quotas, revised directives, and orders arriving from higher offices that carry the force of necessity even when tradition resists following them comfortably. A clock mounted along the wall clicks softly through the silence. 1 minute. Then another. Finally, the sergeant crosses the room toward Alfred with a file tucked beneath one arm. The floorboards creak beneath measured footsteps polished by years of military routine. He stops beside the chair without sitting down. "You understand," he says carefully. that things may be different. The sentence hangs unfinished between them. Not hostile. Not welcoming. Simply unfinished. Alfred lifts his eyes toward the man with calm steadiness. Different from what? For the first time that morning, the sergeant hesitates openly. The building itself seems to pause with him. Typewriters continue somewhere deeper in the office. Papers still shift across desks. A truck outside releases its brakes with a long hiss of compressed air drifting faintly through the windows. Yet the small space between these two men feels briefly separated from all of it, suspended inside a question the Corps has avoided confronting for generations. Finally, the sergeant exhales softly through his nose. Different from how things have usually been done. Alfred nods once. I figured that already. No confrontation follows. No speech. No dramatic declaration capable of fitting neatly into history books later on. Only recognition, quiet and restrained, that both men understand something larger has entered the room with them. Not resolution. Not progress completed. Simply movement beginning where stillness existed before. The sergeant places the file carefully onto the desk beside him. Training transport leaves tomorrow morning. Outside, dawn finally reaches the city in full. Light settles across the windows in pale grey layers while engines grow louder in the streets beyond the building. Somewhere nearby, a train horn echoes through the cold morning air before fading slowly into distance. Men continue entering the recruiting station carrying papers, cigarettes, folded newspapers, small suitcases. The war keeps moving forward through routine and repetition, pulling entire institutions behind it whether they are ready or not. And inside this narrow office smelling of ink and radiator heat, the Marine Corps begins, slowly, reluctantly, almost quietly enough to miss, reopening a door it had kept closed for generations. The closed door. The train station smells of coal smoke and damp will long before the first departures of the morning begin. Porters move slowly beneath hanging lamps that cast weak amber circles across the platform, their footsteps softened by soot gathered over years of steam and winter grime. Somewhere farther down the tracks, an engine exhales into the cold with a deep metallic sigh that rolls beneath the station roof before dissolving into the dark. Newspapers arrive bundled in rough twine beside crates marked for military transport. Uniformed men drift through the station carrying duffel bags and folded orders while the city beyond remains half asleep beneath the pale edge of dawn. You stand near the far end of the platform where the light weakens into shadow between iron columns blackened by decades of smoke. The station feels suspended between ordinary civilian movement and the expanding machinery of war. Families embrace briefly beside departing trains. Conductors check tickets beneath pocket watches held close to the light. Somewhere nearby, a woman folds a handkerchief carefully before placing it back inside her coat pocket without speaking. Alfred waits alone beside a narrow bench positioned near the boarding gate reserved for military transport. His suitcase rests upright beside his boots, worn at the corners from years of handling. A folded newspaper sits unopened beneath one arm while steam drifts past the platform in slow white currents each time another locomotive settles pressure along the tracks. Around him, soldiers heading toward training depots speak quietly in small groups about assignments, whether rumors carried between bases already overcrowded with wartime expansion. Their voices rise and fall beneath the station roof without urgency. No one seems entirely certain what shape the war will eventually take. Only that it continues widening. The Marine Corps widens with it, though less comfortably than other branches of service. The Army adapts through scale. The Navy through necessity. But the Marines have always treated themselves differently. Smaller, older, more tightly bound to tradition and identity. Certain assumptions settled deeply into the core over generations, reinforced through repetition until they hardened into something resembling permanence. Black Marines had once existed in American history. Then gradually they did not. Absence became policy so slowly that many inside the institution stopped recognizing it as policy at all. Now the war presses against that silence from every direction. You can feel it even here, inside a station filled with steam and low conversation. New directives move through the military faster than old certainties can comfortably absorb them. Recruitment offices adjust procedures. Barracks prepare separate accommodations. Officers receive instructions phrased carefully enough to sound administrative rather than transformative. The institution continues speaking in the language of routine while history rearranges itself quietly beneath the paperwork. A whistle cuts sharply through the platform. The transport train begins backing slowly into position beside the boarding area. Steel wheels grinding softly against wet rails beneath clouds of steam drifting upward toward the station roof. Men gather their bags instinctively. Conversations shorten. Porters step aside as military police move toward the platform entrance, checking papers beneath the weak station lamps. Alfred removes folded orders from inside his coat and studies them once more beneath the light. Montford Point. The words sit plainly on the page without explanation attached to them. A separate training facility. Newly established. Temporary, according to some reports. Necessary, according to others. The Corps avoids speaking openly about why the camp exists in the form it does. Official language prefers practical phrasing over uncomfortable honesty. Separate accommodations. Special training arrangements. Wartime adjustments. Bureaucracy has always possessed a talent for disguising emotional realities inside administrative terms. Nearby, two young Marines already assigned to another training depot glance briefly toward Alfred before lowering their voices. "You heard where they're sending them?" one asks quietly. The other shrugs beneath his heavy coat. "Heard it's down near Lejeune somewhere. They building a whole separate camp. So they say." The conversation ends there. Not hostile. Not curious enough to continue. Just another small fragment of institutional adjustment passing quietly through ordinary wartime movement. The train doors open with heavy metallic clanks along the platform. Steam drifts low around the wheels while conductors begin checking boarding assignments one passenger at a time. Alfred lifts his suitcase and steps forward with the others moving toward the cars. Boots strike damp concrete in steady rhythms beneath the station roof. Orders are handed over. Names checked against lists already smudged from repeated handling. The process moves efficiently now that the decisions have already been made somewhere far above the platform itself. Still, you notice the hesitation when Alfred's papers change hands. Not surprise anymore. Recognition. The conductor studies the assignment destination for half a second longer than necessary before returning the papers without comment. Another pause too brief to challenge directly, yet long enough to feel. Alfred accepts the documents calmly and boards the train without altering expression. Inside the car, the windows tremble faintly as the engine pressure builds outside. Rows of narrow seats stretch beneath dim overhead lights already dulled by tobacco smoke and long use. Men settle bags into overhead racks while the train releases another deep mechanical breath through the station. Somewhere near the rear compartment, laughter rises briefly before fading again beneath the low murmur of conversation and steam. Then, slowly, the train begins carrying them south toward a place the Marine Corps built because history had returned before the institution fully understood how to receive it. The countryside unfolds slowly beyond the train windows once the city disappears behind them. Factories give way to narrow fields silvered by early frost. Telephone poles pass in steady intervals beside the tracks, their wires rising and falling gently against a pale morning sky still carrying the last traces of dawn. Inside the carriage, the air grows warmer as coal heat spreads unevenly through the compartments. Condensation gathers faintly along the corners of the glass where cold air presses against the windows from outside. Most of the men settle quickly into silence after departure. Some sleep with caps lowered over their eyes while the motion of the train rocks gently beneath them. Others stare outward at passing farmland without really watching it, thoughts already drifting ahead toward camps they have never seen and routines they cannot yet imagine. Cigarette smoke hangs low beneath the ceiling lamps despite the occasional complaint from conductors moving through the aisles checking transport papers. Alfred sits near the center of the carriage with his suitcase tucked carefully beneath his knees. The rhythmic movement of the train travels continuously through the floorboards and into the seat frame beneath him. Metal wheels strike the rails with soft repetitive clacks that gradually flatten time into something measured less by hours than by distance covered. You watch him unfold the newspaper he carried onto the platform earlier that morning. Most of the headlines concern the war overseas now. Naval losses, production quotas, reports from the Pacific, recruitment drives expanding across nearly every branch of the military. The language of the articles feels urgent even when the tone remains controlled. Entire nations are reorganizing themselves around fuel, steel, movement, replacement. Somewhere inside that immense restructuring, old boundaries begin weakening under pressures larger than tradition alone can comfortably contain. Yet institutions rarely surrender those boundaries gracefully. Farther down the carriage, two Marines already in uniform discuss previous assignments in low voices roughened by cigarette smoke and lack of sleep. One mentions Camp Lejeune. The other laughs quietly about endless mud and mosquitoes thick enough to coat the air after sunset. Neither mentions Montford Point directly, though the silence surrounding the name itself feels noticeable now that Alfred has seen it written plainly on his orders. The train slows briefly while passing through a small junction town where freight cars loaded with military supplies sit waiting beside the tracks. Crates stamped with ammunition markings. Fuel drums secured beneath tarps. Flat cars carrying trucks still wrapped in protective canvas. Everywhere the war expresses itself through accumulation. You begin noticing how much of military life depends upon systems remaining invisible to the people they carry. Rail schedules, forms, barracks assignments, segregated facilities constructed quietly at the edges of larger bases. The Marine Corps has not reopened its doors all at once. It has done so administratively, cautiously, through paperwork that allows transformation to disguise itself as logistics. Official memoranda pass between offices using language stripped carefully of emotion. The institution avoids acknowledging the deeper significance of what it is doing even while actively doing it. And perhaps that is why the atmosphere around Alfred feels so restrained. No one inside this train behaves as though history is occurring nearby. The conductors punch tickets. The porters carry coffee through the aisles in metal containers that rattle softly whenever the train shifts direction. Men sleep, smoke, read, wait. Yet beneath the ordinary movement of transport, an older silence begins loosening itself from the structure of the core, one quiet decision at a time. By midday, the clouds thin slightly above the countryside. Sunlight finally reaches the windows in pale winter strips that slide slowly across the carriage floor with the motion of the train. Alfred closes the newspaper and rests it beside him while watching the landscape drift past beyond the glass. Pine forests replace open farmland now. Marsh water glints faintly between dark tree lines. Small stations appear and vanish almost immediately along the route south. At one stop, Several new passengers board carrying sea bags marked with marine insignia already faded from use. Their uniforms suggest prior service rather than fresh enlistment. One of them pauses briefly beside Alfred's seat while searching for space in the overhead rack. "You heading to Montford too?" the man asks. Alfred nods once. The Marine studies him for a moment, then glances toward the folded orders visible beside the window. "Heard they built the place fast," he says quietly. "Whole separate side of camp." Neither man answers immediately after that. The train continues forward beneath the long mechanical rhythm of steel against rails. Somewhere farther ahead, another whistle echoes through the forests before fading again into distance. The older Marine eventually secures his bag overhead and lowers himself into the seat across the aisle with the exhausted heaviness of someone already familiar with military movement. After several minutes, he speaks again without looking up. "War changes things." The sentence hangs loosely between them, unfinished in the same way so many wartime conversations seem unfinished now. Not optimistic. Not bitter. Merely observational. Alfred turns slightly toward the window again. "Sometimes," he says softly, "it only changes what people can no longer avoid." Outside, the train pushes deeper into the American South while afternoon light settles quietly across the passing forests. And somewhere beyond those trees, near the expanding coastline camps of the Marine Corps, a separate piece of the institution waits to receive men it had once trained itself not to see at all. Separate ground. The buses arrive before sunset. They wait beyond the small station in uneven rows coated with road dust and dried mud, engines idling heavily beneath the cooling evening air. Military police stand near the loading area checking names against transport lists while drivers smoke cigarettes beside the open doors, their uniforms carrying the faded exhaustion of men who have already repeated this route too many times to remember individual faces anymore. The station itself feels temporary, overwhelmed by the scale of wartime movement passing through it each day. You step down from the train platform into air warmer than the northern cities left behind that morning. The South carries a different texture even in winter. Pine resin drifts faintly through the breeze beyond the station yard. Moisture hangs low above the ground despite the cooling dusk. Somewhere beyond the trees, insects continue their steady evening rhythm while freight trains groan along distant tracks hidden behind warehouses and supply depots spreading outward from the coast. Alfred joins the line forming beside the nearest transport bus. Duffel bags rest near boots coated with cinders from the train platform. Men speak quietly now, fatigue settling heavily across the group after long hours confined inside the rail cars. Some stare toward the darkening highway ahead while others unfold transfer orders once more beneath the weak station lamps as though rereading the paperwork might somehow explain what waits for them beyond the next set of gates. Montford Point. The name still appears strangely temporary on the documents. Less like a historic installation than a solution assembled quickly beneath wartime pressure. And in many ways, that is exactly what it is. The Marine Corps did not spend decades preparing to reopen itself to black Marines. It arrived there reluctantly, through executive orders, labor shortages, political pressure, and the growing realities of global war. Even now, many officers continue treating the entire experiment as provisional, something to be managed administratively rather than embraced institutionally. The buses fill slowly. Canvas seats creak beneath shifting weight while windows rattle faintly each time another passenger climbs aboard. Alfred settles near the center beside the aisle, his duffel positioned carefully between his boots as the vehicle vibrates beneath the idle engine. Outside, the remaining daylight drains gradually from the station yard until only the lamps remain, casting pale circles across the pavement where diesel fumes drift through the cooling air. Finally, the convoy begins moving. The buses roll southward along narrow roads bordered by pine forests and stretches of marshland darkening beneath the evening sky. Headlights sweep across telephone poles and roadside ditches filled with stagnant water reflecting brief strips of light before vanishing again into darkness. Inside the bus, conversation fades almost completely. The long day has reduced most men into silence measured by engine vibration and passing miles. You watch Alfred study the road ahead through the dusty glass. Every few miles another military convoy passes in the opposite direction. Supply trucks, fuel transports, troop carriers moving beneath blackout restrictions that leave only narrow slits of light visible against the dark highway. The entire region feels consumed by expansion. Bases growing outward through forests. Roads widened for transport traffic. Barracks constructed faster than the land itself can comfortably absorb them. Then the first signs of Camp Lejeune begin appearing along the roadside. Fences, guard posts, warehouses rising behind tree lines. Floodlights illuminating muddy roads cut recently through the pine forests. The scale of the base reveals itself gradually rather than all at once, spreading across enormous stretches of coastal land reorganized entirely around the machinery of war. Trucks move continuously between depots. Searchlights drift across low clouds. Rows of barracks emerge beyond the trees beneath harsh electric lighting that makes the surrounding darkness feel even deeper. For a moment, some of the men aboard the bus lean slightly toward the windows. This is the Marine Corps they imagined. Large, established, certain of itself. Then the convoy turns away from the main road. The paved route narrows quickly into rougher ground where fresh construction cuts through mud and standing water at the edges of the forest. The buses jolt violently through deep ruts left by recent rain and heavy transport traffic. Floodlights grow fewer here. The roads less finished. Wooden signs appear beside intersections marked hastily with painted lettering already beginning to peel in the damp coastal air. Montford Point. The camp emerges slowly from the darkness. New barracks standing on uneven ground. Fresh lumber still pale beneath the floodlights. Drainage ditches filling with black water beside unfinished roads. Telephone lines sagging between poles planted too recently into soft soil. The place does not yet feel permanent. It feels assembled under pressure, built quickly enough to satisfy necessity while remaining emotionally separate from the institutions surrounding it. Inside the bus, no one speaks as the convoy rolls deeper into the camp. The Marines had reopened the door, but they had not yet decided how close that door should stand to the rest of the Corps. The buses stop beside a row of barracks lit by exposed flood lamps humming softly against the night. For several seconds, no one moves. The engines continue idling beneath the silence while warm diesel fumes drift through the open windows into the crowded interior. Outside, the camp feels unfinished in ways difficult to ignore. Mud spreads across nearly every visible surface beyond the gravel paths. Construction materials remain stacked beside half-cleared lots where more buildings will eventually stand. Somewhere farther off, hammers still strike wood despite the late hour, the sound carrying faintly through the damp coastal darkness. Then the doors fold open. Cold air mixed with marsh moisture enters the bus all at once. The men step down slowly onto ground softened by recent rain and weeks of heavy transport traffic. Boots sink slightly with each movement. Duffel bags shift against tired shoulders. Floodlights cast long shadows across the camp while generators rumble somewhere beyond the nearest rows of buildings. The atmosphere holds the strange tension of a place still becoming itself. You watch Alfred pause briefly after stepping onto the road. Not dramatically, just long enough to absorb the scale of what surrounds him. Montford Point is not hidden exactly. But neither is it fully integrated into the larger world expanding beyond the forests toward Camp Lejeune proper. Distance has been built deliberately into the geography itself. Separate roads, separate barracks, separate mess halls. The arrangement speaks quietly through logistics rather than declarations. The Marine Corps has allowed Black Marines to return, but carefully, at controlled distance. A corporal carrying a clipboard begins assigning barracks numbers beneath the floodlights. His voice remains brisk from exhaustion more than authority as names are checked against typed rosters dampened by the coastal air. Barracks C. Barracks D. Second platoon over there. The men disperse gradually into the night, carrying bags through mud that pulls against their boots with wet-sucking sounds. Nearby, trucks loaded with lumber crawl past toward another unfinished section of camp where work crews still move beneath portable lights. The entire installation feels temporary despite the military order imposed upon it. Structures built quickly enough to satisfy wartime demand, yet not slowly enough to suggest permanence or belonging. Alfred follows the line toward a long wooden barracks raised slightly above the ground on fresh supports already stained dark by moisture and mud. The boards creak beneath the weight of entering Marines while warm stale air spills outward through the open doorway carrying the mixed smell of wet canvas, soap, tobacco, and damp wool uniforms drying near portable heaters. Inside, rows of metal bunks stretch beneath low ceilings crossed by exposed beams still pale from recent construction. The room hums softly with exhaustion. Some men unpack quietly beside their assigned bunks while others sit motionless for a few moments before gathering the energy required to remove boots or loosen collars stiff from travel. Somewhere near the rear wall, laughter rises briefly before fading again into the steady rhythm of settling movement. Lockers opening, duffels dropped onto mattresses, springs creaking beneath shifting weight. Alfred places his belongings carefully onto the lower bunk nearest the center aisle. Across from him, another recruit studies the room with tired eyes while rolling a cigarette between rough fingers stained faintly with engine grease from civilian work left behind before enlistment. "Whole place smells like fresh lumber," the man mutters quietly. "And mud," someone farther down the row answers. A few tired chuckles move through the barracks before silence settles again. You notice how quickly routines begin forming even inside uncertainty. Wet coats hung near the same hooks. Boots aligned beneath bunks. Towels draped beside heaters where steam rises faintly into the dim overhead light. Military life reorganizes space almost immediately, imposing order before comfort has time to arrive. Yet beneath that growing rhythm, another awareness lingers constantly inside the room. Everyone here understands what this place represents. Not openly, perhaps. Few men possess the energy for speeches after transport days this long. But the knowledge remains present anyway, moving quietly beneath ordinary conversation. The camp exists because the Corps could no longer maintain absence completely, and because it could not fully accept integration either. So Montford Point becomes compromise made physical, a reopening contained within separation. Outside, the night deepens around the camp. Wind moves softly through the surrounding pines while distant generators continue their endless mechanical hum beyond the barracks walls. Somewhere farther away, almost too distant to hear clearly, another sound drifts faintly across the darkness. Artillery training from the larger marine installations beyond the forest. Low concussions rolling through the coastal air before fading again into silence. The rest of the Corps is out there. Larger, older, established. Here, at Montford Point, something newer and more uncertain struggles into existence beneath floodlights and unfinished roads. Alfred removes his jacket slowly and folds it with practiced care beside the bunk. Around him, the barracks continues settling towards sleep, one exhausted movement at a time. Boots removed. Lamps dimmed. Voices lowered until they become almost impossible to distinguish from the wind outside. Then, gradually, the room quiets completely. Only the sounds of breathing remain. And somewhere beyond the walls, construction continues through the night. The routine of separation. Morning begins at Montford Point through whistles and generator noise. The sound cuts across the barracks before daylight fully arrives, sharp enough to pull exhausted men upward from shallow sleep almost instantly. Blankets shift. Springs creak beneath hurried movement. Boots strike the wooden floor in uneven rhythms while cold air slips through the gaps around the windows, carrying the smell of wet earth and pine resin from outside. Somewhere beyond the walls, engines already idle in the darkness, preparing transport trucks for another day of movement across the expanding camp roads. You watch the room wake itself through routine rather than conversation. Most of the men move quietly at this hour, conserving energy for whatever waits beyond formation lines and training fields once the day fully begins. Towels hang damp beside portable heaters struggling against the coastal chill. Razors scrape softly over metal wash basins in the adjoining room while water pipes groan beneath the strain of too many barracks pulling from temporary systems installed faster than the camp itself can properly settle into the land. Alfred dresses beside his bunk beneath weak overhead lights that flatten every shadow inside the room. Uniform adjusted carefully. Boots laced tight against mud that will inevitably swallow them again before noon. Around him, the atmosphere already feels more organized than it had the night before. Men know where to stand now. Which aisles remain clear. Which lockers stick when opened too quickly. Military order spreads rapidly once repetition begins reinforcing itself. Outside, the camp emerges slowly from darkness. Floodlights still burn near the motor pools where mechanics move between trucks coated with layers of dried mud from previous days of transport work. Water gathers in long black strips along the roads, reflecting pale hints of dawn beginning to form behind the tree line. The barracks stand in disciplined rows against the soft marsh landscape, their fresh lumber already weathering beneath salt air and constant moisture. Then the formation whistle sounds again. The Marines step into the cold. Lines form across the muddy parade ground beneath a sky still suspended between night and morning. Breath hangs visible in the air while instructors move along the rows, correcting spacing with clipped efficiency. Somewhere beyond the camp perimeter, artillery practice from the larger Marine installations rolls faintly through the distance like approaching weather. The sound never fully disappears here. It simply rises and falls throughout the day, a constant reminder that Montford Point exists beside the Corps rather than fully within it. The drill instructor stops briefly in front of Alfred's row. His campaign hat casts a hard shadow across his face beneath the floodlights while damp air gathers along the collar of his coat. He studies the line carefully without speaking at first. Boots aligned. Shoulders squared. Eyes forward. "You are Marines now," he says eventually, voice carrying evenly across the formation. "But don't mistake that for ease." The words settle heavily into the cold morning air. No one moves. The instructor continues pacing slowly through the mud before turning back toward the assembled lines. The Corps expects discipline, precision, endurance. You will be watched closely. Some men are waiting for you to fail. Some are waiting to decide what you represent. None of that changes the standard. He pauses briefly beside another row where one recruit struggles to keep still against the cold. The standard remains the standard. You can feel the atmosphere tighten slightly around the formation after that. Not fear exactly. Awareness. The men here understand something larger sits behind every inspection and drill. Mistakes will not belong solely to individuals. Success may not fully belong to them either. That pressure becomes part of the routine almost immediately. The morning exercises begin beneath skies finally turning grey with dawn. Boots churn the parade ground into deeper mud as platoons move through synchronized drills repeated until movements lose individuality entirely. Left turn. Forward march. Halt. Repeat. Instructors correct posture, timing, spacing, tone. Precision matters here because the institution itself remains unconvinced enough to demand perfection before comfort. Alfred moves through the exercises with controlled steadiness. Not exceptional enough to draw unnecessary attention. Not uncertain enough to invite correction repeatedly. Around him, the camp settles deeper into the rhythm of separation disguised as military order. Mess halls. Training grounds. Barracks. Roads leading outward toward larger marine installations. Few men here will enter freely except through assigned duty. The Corps has reopened the door, but it still controls every hallway beyond it. By midday, the camp has already changed shape beneath the weight of repetition. The parade grounds dissolve into churned earth under hundreds of boots moving through synchronized drills hour after hour. Mud clings heavily to trouser cuffs and hardens along the seams of leather boots before softening again beneath standing water gathered in shallow depressions across the field. Instructors continue pacing through the formations with relentless attention to detail while the weak winter sun struggles to break through layers of low coastal cloud drifting inland from the Atlantic. You begin noticing how thoroughly military routine controls the body before it controls the mind. Meals arrive at fixed intervals. Marches begin and end according to whistles rather than fatigue. Beds must be aligned identically regardless of who sleeps in them. Every object inside the barracks occupies assigned space measured almost precisely enough to erase personality from the room itself. The Corps reduces uncertainty through repetition until movement becomes instinctive. And yet uncertainty remains everywhere beneath the surface. Alfred feels it most clearly during the transitions between routines. The pauses before entering mess halls. The silence when passing white Marines assigned to transport duty near the outer roads of camp. The careful neutrality maintained by officers visiting from the main installations beyond the forest. Montford Point exists inside the Marine Corps while remaining emotionally outside it. And everyone here understands the distinction even when no one speaks it aloud directly. The mess hall smells of coffee, boiled vegetables, damp wool, and wet timber swelling slightly beneath the coastal moisture. Long rows of tables stretch beneath exposed rafters darkened already by heat and steam rising from the kitchen. Tin trays scrape against counters while cooks move quickly through narrow aisles serving food with the mechanical rhythm wartime feeding requires. The room fills with noise once the platoons arrive. Boots against floorboards, chairs dragging across wood, dozens of conversations rising and falling beneath the constant hum of generators outside. Alfred sits near the center of one table beside several recruits from his platoon. Most of the conversation remains practical at first. Blisters. Rifle drills scheduled for the following morning. Rumors about additional construction farther south near the shoreline. One recruit complains quietly about the mud-swallowing boots faster than supply can replace them. Another laughs softly about a corporal who managed to slide face first into a drainage ditch during morning exercises. The laughter helps. Not because it erases the pressure surrounding the camp, but because it interrupts it briefly. Humor survives easily inside military environments where exhaustion leaves little room for formal tension to sustain itself continuously. Men begin learning one another through small habits before deeper trust fully forms. Who snores, who writes letters every evening, who hoards cigarettes, who keeps uniforms impossibly clean despite the mud coating everything else. Across the mess hall, a radio crackles faintly beside the kitchen entrance. News from overseas filters into the room between bursts of static. Naval movements in the Pacific. Bombing raids over Europe. Production targets exceeded in northern factories. The war feels impossibly large compared to the narrow routines of Montford Point. Yet every tray carried across this hall connects indirectly to those distant battlefields. Fuel. Training. Discipline. Preparation. Entire lives reorganized toward conflicts unfolding across oceans most men here have never seen. You watch Alfred listening quietly while the conversations around him drift between ordinary frustrations and larger uncertainties none of them fully understand yet. Some recruits speak optimistically about proving themselves worthy of the uniform. Others sound more cautious, already sensing that competence alone may not dissolve the barriers surrounding the camp. The atmosphere remains suspended somewhere between pride and guarded realism. Then the room quiets unexpectedly. Not completely. Just enough for attention to shift toward the entrance. Several white Marine officers have entered beside a logistics sergeant carrying folders beneath one arm. Their uniforms appear cleaner than most of the men seated inside the hall, their boots less marked by the camp roads outside. One officer glances slowly across the crowded room before speaking quietly to the kitchen supervisor near the serving line. The interaction lasts less than a minute. Yet the silence that follows it lingers longer. Conversations eventually resume, though softer now. A few men lower their eyes toward untouched food cooling on tin trays. Others continue eating without visible reaction at all. Alfred remains still beside the table, posture calm, expression unreadable beneath the weak overhead lights humming above the hall. The officers leave as quickly as they arrived. And somehow their brief presence says more about Montford Point than any speech could have managed. The Corps is watching, evaluating, measuring whether reopening the door will remain temporary wartime necessity or become something harder to close again once the war eventually ends. Outside, afternoon settles heavily across the camp. Trucks continue grinding through mud beyond the mess hall windows while construction crews hammer new barracks into existence beneath skies already darkening toward evening again. And across Montford Point, the routine of separation continues deepening into ordinary life one repeated day at a time. The edge of the base. The roads beyond Montford Point dry unevenly after several days without rain. Mud hardens first along the higher ground near the supply depots while the lower stretches remain soft beneath truck traffic heavy enough to carve permanent grooves into the earth. Dust begins replacing moisture across parts of the camp now, lifting into the air behind transport convoys and settling slowly over barracks roofs, laundry lines, and stacks of construction lumber waiting beside unfinished roads. Winter along the Carolina coast never fully commits itself to cold. The land hovers constantly between dampness and dust, between standing water and dry earth cracking beneath military weight. You stand near the transport yard just after dawn watching trucks prepare for movement toward the main installations beyond the forest. Engines idle heavily beneath pale morning light while drivers secure canvas coverings against cargo beds loaded with crates, fuel drums, replacement parts, and bundled supplies marked for distribution across the wider marine network spreading through Camp Lejeune. Mechanics move between the vehicles carrying clipboards already stained dark by grease and fingerprints. Somewhere nearby, a radio crackles through bursts of static before disappearing beneath engine noise again. Alfred waits beside one of the trucks with several other Marines assigned to temporary transport detail. The assignment feels small compared to the grand language often surrounding military service. No battle. No ceremony. Simply movement of supplies between sections of the base expanding too quickly for its own infrastructure to keep pace. Yet details like this matter deeply inside wartime institutions. Entire operations depend upon roads remaining open, fuel arriving on schedule, equipment repaired before failure spreads outward through the larger system. A corporal walks slowly along the line checking assignments. "You'll unload near Depot 6, he says without looking up from the clipboard. "Stay with your vehicle. No wandering around the main base unless instructed." The warning arrives casually. Too casually. No one responds. The Corps rarely states separation directly when implication accomplishes the same task more efficiently. The convoy departs shortly afterward beneath low skies streaked pale gold by the rising sun. Trucks grind through the outer roads of Montford Point before reaching the broader paved routes connecting the larger sections of Camp Lejeune beyond the trees. Dust lifts behind the convoy in long drifting clouds that settle slowly across the roadside pines once the vehicles pass. As the camp opens outward around them, the difference in scale becomes impossible to ignore. The main marine installations stretch across enormous sections of coastline and forest now transformed entirely by wartime expansion. Long rows of permanent barracks. Large parade grounds. Warehouses broad enough to swallow entire convoys beneath their steel roofs. Communication towers rising above the tree line. Rail spurs feeding directly into supply depots where cranes unload military freight day and night without pause. This is the Marine Corps as institution. Confident. Entrenched. Certain of its own continuity. Montford Point had felt provisional. This place feels permanent. You notice the silence among the men riding in the back of the truck as they pass through the larger base roads. White Marines move between buildings carrying rifles, toolkits, field packs. Some glance briefly toward the convoy before continuing on without expression. Others stare longer, curiosity restrained carefully behind military composure. The convoy itself continues forward without slowing. Alfred sits near the rear gate beside stacked supply crates while wind presses against his jacket collar. The separation surrounding Montford Point feels different out here. Less visible. More ambient. No fences announce it directly. No signs explain where boundaries begin. Yet everyone seems to understand them instinctively anyway. Where certain roads lead, which barracks belong to whom, which spaces permit presence and which merely tolerate it temporarily. The truck slows near a fuel depot surrounded by storage tanks painted dull grey against the pale winter sky. Marines begin unloading cargo in practiced rhythm. Crates passed hand to hand. Fuel manifests checked against delivery sheets clipped to metal boards. Forklifts rumble between the loading platforms while trains groan somewhere beyond the warehouses carrying more equipment inland from the ports. The war consumes material endlessly. Oil, rubber, steel, bodies, and institutions adapt around consumption faster than around equality. At one point, Alfred lifts a crate beside another marine mechanic working near the depot entrance. The man looks older than most of the recruits at Montford Point, his sleeves rolled high enough to reveal forearms darkened by engine grease worked deep into the skin over years of maintenance labor. "You from the point?" the mechanic asks quietly. Alfred nods once. The mechanic studies him briefly, then glances toward the surrounding depot activity before lowering his voice slightly. "Whole place got people talking." "About what?" The older Marine shrugs faintly. "About whether this is temporary." Nearby, a forklift backfires loudly enough to interrupt the conversation for several seconds. The mechanic wipes his hands against a rag hanging from his belt before speaking again. "War changes what people can afford to resist," he says. "Question is whether they change back afterward." Neither man answers immediately. Around them, the depot continues operating beneath the endless movement of wartime logistics. Trucks arriving, crates unloaded, papers signed, engines repaired. The core functions through systems too large to stop for reflection very often. Yet somewhere beneath all this movement, uncertainty still lingers quietly inside the institution itself. Not about whether Black Marines can serve. That question is already answering itself through routine. The deeper uncertainty is whether the Corps is prepared to live permanently with the answer once the war no longer forces the issue. The convoy remains at the depot until late afternoon. Hours pass through repetition rather than event. Crates unloaded from trucks. Fuel inventories checked and signed beneath clipboards dampened by coastal air. Replacement tires roll toward maintenance sheds where mechanics work beneath open steel roofs echoing with hammer strikes and engine noise. The war reveals itself differently here than it does at Montford Point. Less symbolic, more industrial. Entire systems moving continuously beneath schedules too large for any single man to fully see. You begin noticing how much the Marine Corps depends upon invisibility. The visible version of the institution lives in recruitment posters and parade grounds. Clean uniforms, sharpened discipline, flags lifting above orderly formations. But the Real Corps stretches outward through loading docks, fuel depots, rail schedules, repair yards, warehouses smelling of rope fiber and diesel smoke. Thousands of ordinary actions repeated correctly enough to keep larger operations functioning across oceans. Alfred works quietly beside the transport crew through the long afternoon. Wood splinters gather against his gloves from lifting supply crates marked for artillery training units farther inland. Dust settles across his sleeves whenever forklifts pass too quickly through the depot lanes. Nearby, mechanics crawl beneath transport trucks leaking oil onto concrete darkened already by years of repairs compressed into months of wartime expansion. No one here has much energy left for spectacle. That changes the atmosphere subtly. At Montford Point, every interaction often carries awareness beneath it. Observation, symbolic pressure, institutional caution. Here at the depot, exhaustion competes with prejudice constantly. Supplies still need unloading regardless of opinion. Engines still fail. Fuel still arrives late. The practical demands of war flatten certain distances, even if only temporarily. Toward evening, Alfred joins several Marines carrying inventory sheets toward the central receiving office near the rail spur. The building stands beside the tracks beneath tall floodlights already flickering awake against the approaching dusk. Freight trains move slowly through the depot yard, dragging long chains of cargo cars loaded with machinery, ammunition, and bundled steel covered beneath weatherproof tarps. Every surface smells faintly of iron dust, oil, and hot breaks cooling in the coastal air. Inside the office, clerks work beneath rows of hanging lamps while telephones ring continuously along crowded desks. Paperwork flows through the building with almost mechanical velocity. Manifests stamped. Deliveries logged. Routing changes approved and redirected toward new fronts overseas. The war expands faster than the bureaucracy can comfortably absorb it. Yet the bureaucracy continues adapting anyway through endless administrative motion. Alfred waits beside a narrow counter while one clerk reviews the transport forms handed over by the convoy corporal. The man barely looks up at first. Then his eyes pause. Not dramatically. Just long enough for recognition to surface beneath routine. "You're from Montford Point," the clerk says flatly. "Yes." The clerk studies the paperwork again before reaching for another stamp. "Heard they're building more barracks down there." "So they say." Another pause. The stamp comes down sharply against the paper. For a moment, it seems the conversation has ended. Then the clerk leans back slightly in his chair, exhaustion softening the edges of his expression. "My brother's with the raiders in the Pacific," he says quietly. Says after enough artillery starts falling, people stop caring much about who's standing beside them. The words drift into the office noise without emphasis. Telephones continue ringing. Typewriters strike paper in steady bursts. Somewhere near the rear loading doors, a forklift horn echoes briefly through the depot yard. The war keeps moving around them, indifferent to the weight carried inside small conversations like this one. Alfred accepts the stamped forms without answering immediately. Then finally, maybe the people near the artillery stop caring first. The clerk gives the faintest hint of a smile before lowering his eyes back toward the next stack of paperwork already waiting on the desk. Outside, evening settles fully across the depot. Floodlights reflect against rail tracks stretching into darkness beyond the warehouses, while cold air moves inland from the coast, carrying the distant sound of ship horns somewhere beyond the ports. The convoy prepares for departure under deepening blue skies streaked faintly with smoke from the rail engines idling nearby. As the trucks pull away from the larger base roads and begin returning toward Montford Point, Alfred watches the permanent structures of Camp Lejeune slowly recede behind the forests again. Concrete depots, established barracks, wide parade grounds, an institution certain of itself. Then gradually the roads narrow once more. Mud replaces pavement. Temporary buildings reappear beneath isolated floodlights. The separation returns almost invisibly, settling back around the convoy like familiar weather. And yet something has changed slightly during the day. Not policy, not structure, only perception. Small enough to deny if necessary, but present anyway. Because the Corps has begun discovering that proximity changes people unevenly, and that once certain assumptions are interrupted by ordinary human routine, they become harder to restore completely to their original form. The weight of observation. The inspection begins before sunrise. Floodlights burn above the parade ground while darkness still holds the edges of the camp beyond the barracks rows. Frost settles thinly across the higher patches of earth where the mud has finally hardened after several dry days, though moisture still gathers in the lower ditches beside the roads. Somewhere near the motor pool, generators hum beneath the cold air while Marines move quietly between buildings carrying rifles already cleaned twice the night before. Montford Point feels unusually still this morning. Even the barracks wake more carefully than usual. Boots are polished longer. Blankets folded tighter. Uniforms brushed repeatedly beneath weak overhead lights that flatten every wrinkle into visible offense. The men understand inspections are never solely about appearance here. They are evaluations layered inside evaluations, every detail carrying symbolic weight larger than itself. You watch Alfred standing beside his bunk while adjusting the collar of his dress uniform beneath the dim barracks lighting. Around him, other Marines move through the same rituals with controlled concentration. Dust brushed from sleeves. Brass checked against reflected light. Boots aligned precisely beneath bunks now stripped so tightly the mattresses resemble flat military surfaces rather than places human beings actually sleep. The room smells faintly of soap, shoe polish, and damp wool heated too quickly beside the portable stoves. No one speaks much. Outside, whistles cut sharply through the darkness. The platoons form along the parade ground beneath floodlights that cast long shadows across the frozen earth. Breath hangs visible in pale currents while instructors pace slowly between the lines inspecting posture before the formal inspection even begins. Somewhere far beyond the camp perimeter, artillery practice rolls faintly through the cold morning air from the larger marine installations beyond the forest. The rest of the Corps is awake too. That awareness settles heavily across the formation. A staff car arrives shortly afterward near the edge of the parade ground, tires crunching lightly against gravel hardened by the cold. Several officers step out beneath the floodlights, their coats dark against the pale morning frost. One carries a clipboard tucked beneath his arm while another studies the assembled formations in complete silence before beginning the slow walk along the rows. The inspection unfolds with exhausting precision. Boots, buttons, rifles, hands, posture. Every detail observed through prolonged silence that forces the men standing at attention to feel each passing second individually. The officers move carefully enough to suggest they are inspecting not merely Marines, but the legitimacy of the experiment surrounding them. Alfred keeps his eyes fixed forward while the inspection party approaches his section of the line. You can hear the faint crunch of frost beneath the officers' boots as they move closer. One officer pauses beside another recruit long enough to adjust the man's rifle sling personally before continuing without comment. Another stops near the end of the formation, questioning a corporal about barracks maintenance schedules and equipment shortages. Then they reach Alfred. The senior officer studies him for several silent moments beneath the floodlights. Not hostility. Not curiosity exactly. Assessment. The kind institutions perform when deciding whether reality still aligns with assumptions carried too long to surrender comfortably. You were assigned transport detail earlier this week, the officer says eventually. Yes, sir. At Depot 6. Yes, sir. The officer nods faintly while continuing to study the line. How was the assignment? The question arrives so unexpectedly that even the surrounding silence seems to tighten around it. Alfred answers carefully. Routine work, sir. The officer's eyes remain on him another second longer. Nothing unusual. No, sir. A pause. Then. That's good. The inspection continues, moving down the formation after that. Boots crunching softly through frost while clipboards fill with notes no one else will ever read. Yet something about the exchange lingers behind like breath still hanging in the cold air after speech has ended. Because the question had not truly concerned transport work at all. It concerned friction, reaction, containment. The Corps keeps searching for evidence that reopening the door might destabilize the institution surrounding it. And every ordinary interaction that fails to produce crisis quietly weakens the assumptions beneath that fear. The sun finally begins rising behind the forests east of camp. Light spreads slowly across the parade ground in pale winter strips while frost melts back into damp earth beneath hundreds of boots held perfectly still at attention. Around Montford Point, another day of routine begins assembling itself through whistles, generators, marching cadence, and paperwork moving between offices. But beneath the ordinary rhythm of military order, the pressure of observation continues settling over the camp like another layer of uniform itself. Worn constantly, impossible to remove completely, and heavy enough that men begin forgetting what movement feels like without it. The inspection ends, but the feeling of being inspected does not. By late morning, Montford Point has returned outwardly to its ordinary rhythm. Platoons move between drill fields carrying rifles darkened by fresh oil. Mess crews unload supplies behind the kitchens while trucks crawl through the camp roads raising pale dust where the ground has finally dried enough to break apart beneath tires instead of swallowing them whole. Somewhere near the shoreline training area, machine gun fire rattles in controlled bursts before falling silent again. Yet something settles differently across the camp after mornings like this. You can see it in the carefulness of movement. Beds remade tighter than necessary after barracks checks are already complete. Uniforms brushed repeatedly between assignments. Conversations lowered instinctively whenever officers pass nearby. Observation has become part of the atmosphere itself now, not occasional, but constant enough that men begin carrying it unconsciously inside their posture. Alfred feels it most strongly during the quieter hours between drills. That is when awareness has room to return. The rifle range stretches along the outer edge of camp beyond a series of low sandy embankments scarred black by repeated firing practice. Targets stand against the pale winter sky while instructors move behind the firing lines correcting grip, breathing, sight alignment. The air smells of burned powder and cold metal heated briefly by use before cooling again in the coastal wind. Prone positions in the sand. Commands repeated. Rifles cracking in synchronized rhythm. The work becomes almost meditative after enough repetition. Beside Alfred, another Marine reloads carefully before speaking without lifting his eyes from the rifle sights. You ever feel like they're waiting for confirmation? The question arrives quietly enough to blend almost into the sound of bolts sliding back into place along the line. Confirmation of what? Alfred asks. That this was a mistake. Several shots echo sharply across the range before either man speaks again. The instructor walks behind the firing position studying posture through narrowed eyes while wind carries powder smoke slowly toward the dunes near the camp perimeter. Beyond them lies the larger marine world surrounding Montford Point. Roads, depots, training grounds, barracks from which this separate installation remains deliberately apart. The recruit beside Alfred exhales slowly. My father worked rail yards, he says after a while. Whole life. Said some men don't need you to fail big. They just need enough small mistakes to feel justified. The sentence hangs quietly between firing commands. You notice how often conversations at Montford Point move this way now. Not openly political, not dramatic, but observational. Men studying the pressure surrounding them while trying to understand how to live inside it without allowing it to define every movement completely. Alfred adjusts his rifle slightly against the sand. Then you don't give them the mistakes, he says calmly. The recruit lets out a faint laugh through his nose. Seems simple when you say it. It isn't simple. Another firing command cuts across the range. Rifles rise. Shots crack outward toward the targets again. The day continues through repetition after that. Weapons cleaned beneath weak sunlight. Drill formations crossing the parade ground in measured cadence. Equipment inventories checked twice over by corporals carrying clipboards already curling at the edges from moisture and constant handling. Every part of the camp feels engaged in proving something larger than ordinary military competence alone. And perhaps that is what exhausts the men most. Not the labor itself. The awareness attached to it. At other Marine camps, mistakes remain individual. A missed step during drill. A poorly maintained rifle. An untidy barracks inspection. Here, errors feel collective before they even occur. The Marines of Montford Point carry the additional burden of symbolic consequence, whether they asked for it or not. By evening, the coastal wind grows colder. Laundry lines snap softly between the barracks while smoke rises from the mess hall chimneys into skies fading gradually toward blue-gray dusk. Alfred walks alone for a short distance along one of the outer roads after supper, boots crunching lightly over gravel hardened by the day's colder temperatures. From here, the camp looks almost peaceful. Floodlights glowing beside rows of barracks. Voices drifting faintly through open doors. Generators humming steadily somewhere beyond the motor pool. But the separation remains visible too. Beyond the trees, farther inland, the larger marine installations burn brighter against the darkening horizon. More buildings. More roads. More permanence. Montford Point sits at the edge of that world like a question the Corps still has not fully answered for itself. Alfred stops briefly beside the roadside fence where the pine forest begins swallowing the light. Wind moves softly through the branches overhead. Somewhere far away, a train horn echoes across the Carolina night before fading again into distance. The sound lingers longer than expected, a reminder that movement has already begun, and that institutions, once forced to change even slightly, rarely return completely to the shape they held before the door first opened. The camp becomes ordinary. Winter passes almost without announcement along the Carolina coast. The cold never fully disappears, but the sharpness softens gradually until mornings arrive damp instead of frozen. Frost vanishes from the parade grounds. The roads at Montford Point sink once more into mud beneath endless truck traffic and rising humidity drifting inland from the sea. Pine pollen begins coating windowsills and vehicle hoods in pale yellow dust while insects return to the marshes beyond the camp perimeter, their sound thickening slowly through the evenings. Time changes the camp more effectively than speeches ever could. Barracks that once smelled sharply of fresh lumber now carry the layered scent of long occupation, damp canvas, boot polish, tobacco smoke worked deep into the floorboards, soap heating beside crowded washrooms before dawn. Paths between buildings widen naturally through repetition as thousands of boots carve familiar routes into the earth. Men stop checking maps. Stop hesitating at intersections. The camp begins settling into routine hard enough to resemble permanence. You notice the shift most clearly during morning formation. The lines move more cleanly now across the parade ground. Rifles rise in near-perfect synchronization beneath skies turning pale with early spring light. Drill instructors shout less frequently because correction no longer needs constant reinforcement. The Marines of Montford Point have spent enough months beneath observation that military discipline has begun replacing uncertainty almost automatically. Yet observation itself has not disappeared. It has simply become quieter. Alfred senses it in the way visiting officers now study the camp with less visible tension than before. They no longer arrive expecting immediate disorder. Instead, they observe with the cautious interest institutions reserve for realities that have persisted longer than anticipated. The atmosphere surrounding Montford Point is changing from experiment to existence, and that transition unsettles certain assumptions inside the core more deeply than open conflict might have. The training grounds stretch wider now beyond the original camp roads. New rifle ranges, expanded obstacle courses, vehicle depots growing steadily toward the forests. Construction crews continue raising additional barracks along freshly cleared sections of land where tree stumps still protrude from the mud like broken posts after rainstorms. Every month brings more recruits arriving through the gates carrying duffel bags and uncertainty in equal measure. Alfred watches them during processing assignments, occasionally rotated through the administrative buildings near the entrance road. The new arrivals often carry the same guarded stillness he once carried himself during those first mornings inside the recruiting office months earlier. Some stare quietly at the camp as though measuring whether it feels temporary or permanent. Others arrive already exhausted from journeys through stations, buses, and offices where hesitation followed them silently from desk to desk. Now Alfred stands on the opposite side of that process. Not officer, not authority, simply someone who has remained long enough for the environment to stop feeling entirely unfamiliar. A young recruit from Chicago struggles with his paperwork one humid afternoon while ceiling fans rotate lazily overhead inside the processing office. "They send everybody here first?" the recruit asks quietly. "For now," Alfred answers. The recruit glances toward the open window where trucks pass slowly through the camp road outside. "You think it'll always stay separate?" The question hangs in the warm air between the turning fan blades. Outside, hammers strike rhythmically against new construction somewhere beyond the motor pool. The camp continues expanding even while uncertainty about its future remains unresolved. Separate infrastructure has a strange way of becoming normalized once enough money, labor, and routine settle into it. Alfred studies the paperwork before answering. I think the Corps is still trying to decide what this place means. The recruit nods slowly, as though the answer confirms something he already suspected. Across the room, another clerk stamps transport forms beside stacks of enlistment records already bending slightly from the humidity. More names arriving every week now. More Marines. More evidence accumulating quietly against the idea that absence can simply be restored once enough people have crossed the threshold. Outside the office, the camp moves steadily through another ordinary day. Laundry lines shifting in warm coastal wind. Truck engines rumbling past rows of barracks. Drill cadence echoing faintly across the parade grounds. The extraordinary has begun disguising itself as routine. And that may be the most powerful change of all. By summer, the heat settles heavily over Montford Point before sunrise even arrives. Air hangs thick inside the barracks through the night, trapping the smell of damp uniforms, floor polish, and sweat dried into canvas after long days on the training fields. Ceiling fans rotate slowly overhead without providing much relief. Men sleep with blankets kicked aside while insects tap endlessly against the screened windows beneath the weak glow of exterior floodlights. The camp no longer feels newly constructed. It feels occupied. Lived inside. Its roads remain rough, its drainage poor, its separation unmistakable. Yet routine has worn the sharpest edges off uncertainty. Men complain now about ordinary things: food, heat, blisters, inspections, assignments, with the familiarity of Marines who expect to remain rather than visitors waiting to see whether the institution will change its mind. You notice this most clearly in the evenings after drill hours end. The spaces between official routines have begun filling with habits that belong to settled communities rather than temporary wartime experiments. Card games near the barracks entrances. Radios balanced on windowsills playing faint music through static drifting across the warm night air. Letters written beneath dim lamps while trucks continue moving somewhere beyond the camp roads toward the larger installations inland. Alfred sits outside the barracks one evening beside several other Marines after mess call. The sky still holds traces of orange beyond the pine trees while mosquitoes drift lazily through the humid air above the drainage ditches. Nearby, laundry lines sway gently between wooden posts beneath the fading light. Somewhere down the road, laughter rises from another barracks before dissolving again into the low mechanical hum of generators. One of the older Marines lights a cigarette and leans back against the steps. "You realize something," he says quietly. No one answers immediately. The man exhales smoke slowly into the thick summer air. They expected this place to feel temporary forever. Several heads turn slightly toward him. He gestures vaguely toward the camp around them. But look at it now. And he is right. Montford Point has developed weight. Not prestige perhaps. Not equality. But presence. The camp now possesses its own rhythms, routines, memories, tensions, friendships, rivalries, exhaustion, discipline. Men arriving here no longer enter complete uncertainty. They enter a place shaped already by those who came before them. That alone changes the emotional structure of the institution surrounding it. Because absence can be erased quietly. Presence is harder to remove once it accumulates enough ordinary life around itself. Across the road, a transport convoy rumbles past toward the supply yards, raising dust into the warm evening light. The drivers barely glance toward the barracks now. Months earlier, many would have stared openly. Some still do occasionally. But repetition has begun dulling novelty. The existence of black Marines inside the Corps no longer produces immediate disruption everywhere it appears. And that normalization may frighten certain parts of the institution more than confrontation ever could. The following week, Alfred receives another temporary assignment near the larger base installations beyond the forest. This time the work involves supply accounting rather than transport detail. Long days spent moving between depot offices where clerks track shipments flowing continuously toward ports, training camps, and overseas staging grounds. The labor feels dull on the surface. Columns of numbers, inventory sheets, fuel reports. Yet dullness itself carries significance now. No speeches greet him. No dramatic resistance blocks his presence. Only ordinary work unfolding inside spaces where his presence once would have seemed impossible. You watch him moving through the depot offices beneath rotating ceiling fans while typewriters chatter endlessly along crowded desks. White Marines pass forms across counters without hesitation now, focused more on deadlines than symbolism. A corporal curses softly about missing fuel manifests. Another complains about delayed rail deliveries from northern factories. The war continues compressing priorities into practicality. Still, the separation never fully disappears. One afternoon, Alfred enters a crowded administrative office carrying revised inventory forms while several Marines stand near the rear wall discussing officer assignments. The conversation quiets briefly when he approaches. Not hostile. Reflexive. One of the men nods politely before stepping aside to clear space near the filing cabinets. Then the conversation resumes. Small moments like this happen constantly now. Not enough to stop movement. Not enough to reverse the process already underway. But enough to remind everyone that adaptation remains incomplete. The Corps is learning how to function beside black Marines before it has fully learned how to emotionally absorb them. And perhaps institutions always change this way, operationally first, psychologically much later. That evening, Alfred returns to Montford Point aboard a crowded transport truck rolling through humid darkness beneath blackout-restricted headlights. The larger Marine installations fade gradually behind the forests as the convoy approaches the separate roads leading back toward camp. Floodlights appear again through the trees. Barracks. Mud roads hardened now by months of traffic. Voices drifting through open windows into the summer night. Home. In a sense the Corps had never intended this place to become. And somewhere beneath the sound of engines and insects and distant artillery rolling across the Carolina coast, the impossible has already begun turning ordinary. The Corps adjusts quietly. The changes arrive slowly enough that most men notice them only after they have already become routine. A new transport route opened between Montford Point and one of the larger supply depots inland. Additional training schedules integrated with broader logistical operations across Camp Lejeune. More black Marines assigned to specialized duties once handled exclusively elsewhere inside the Corps. None of the adjustments arrive with ceremony. They appear through revised paperwork pinned to bulletin boards and new names added quietly to existing rosters. Institutions rarely announce the moment they begin adapting to realities they once resisted. Instead, they reorganize themselves administratively until the new arrangement starts resembling inevitability. Morning heat already presses heavily across the camp when Alfred reports for depot assignment shortly after dawn. The air smells faintly of pine sap warming beneath the rising sun and diesel drifting from transport trucks lined beside the motor pool. Insects move thickly through the drainage ditches while Marines cross the roads carrying rifles, clipboards, fuel manifests, steaming cups of coffee balanced carefully against the humidity. You watch the camp wake itself now with far less uncertainty than before. The younger recruits arriving at Montford Point no longer carry quite the same guarded stillness that defined the earlier months. They still understand the separation surrounding the camp. But many arrive already aware that Black Marines exist inside the Corps now in practical terms rather than theoretical ones. That distinction matters. The psychological burden of being first begins shifting subtly once enough others follow behind. Still, the pressure never disappears entirely. At the depot inland, Alfred spends most mornings moving between warehouse offices where supply clerks work beneath ceiling fans too weak to fully cut through the heat gathering inside the buildings by midday. The war in Europe expands relentlessly now. Pacific operations grow larger. Casualty reports increase. Every week the Corps requires more fuel, more parts, more trained men capable of keeping enormous military systems functioning across multiple continents. Necessity continues wearing away resistance faster than philosophy ever could. Inside one warehouse office, stacked manifests cover nearly every available surface. Boxes of carbines wait beside rail schedules. Spare engine parts lie sorted across work tables already stained black by oil and fingerprints. Telephones ring constantly beneath the slow-turning fans while clerks move through the rooms with the exhausted speed of men who have repeated the same tasks for too many months without pause. Alfred enters carrying revised inventory forms just as a heated argument breaks out near the rear loading doors. "You can't reroute half the shipment now," one sergeant snaps while jabbing a finger toward a clipboard. "The convoy's already scheduled." "The rail delay changed everything," another answers. "You want fuel sitting at the port another week." Nearby Marines glance briefly toward the exchange before returning immediately to their own work. The war has exhausted most people's appetite for drama unless absolutely necessary. Efficiency matters more than pride inside spaces like this. One of the senior clerks notices Alfred waiting beside the filing desk. "Hold on," he mutters distractedly while continuing to sort paperwork. The argument near the loading doors grows sharper for another minute before finally collapsing into resigned frustration. One sergeant storms outside into the heat while the other begins revising transport schedules with irritated movements sharp enough to bend the edges of the paper beneath his hands. Then the office settles again. Telephones resume ringing. Typewriters continue striking. The larger machinery of war absorbs the disruption and moves forward. The senior clerk finally reaches for Alfred's forms. "You from Montford?" he asks absently while scanning the paperwork. "Yes." The man nods without looking up. "My nephew's there now." The sentence arrives so casually that Alfred does not answer immediately. The clerk continues flipping through manifests. "Good kid. Says the drill instructors are harder on them than anybody." "They are." The clerk grunts softly, probably trying to prove something. Around them, the office continues moving through another ordinary wartime morning. Yet the exchange lingers quietly in the air afterward because of how unremarkable it had sounded. No hesitation. No visible discomfort. Only practical conversation between Marines discussing assignments and family. Small moments like this accumulate invisibly over time. And institutions change through accumulation long before they change officially. Outside, the summer heat deepens across the depot yards while trucks continue arriving beneath clouds of dust hanging above the roads. Forklifts rattle between warehouses. Freight trains groan slowly along overloaded rail spurs. The Marine Corps keeps expanding faster than its traditions can comfortably contain. And somewhere inside that expansion, the separate world of Montford Point has begun threading itself quietly into the larger bloodstream of the Corps itself. By late afternoon, the depot settles into the slow exhaustion that follows long hours of uninterrupted wartime routine. The heat lingers heavily inside the warehouses even after the sun begins lowering toward the pine forests beyond Camp Lejeune. Ceiling fans continue turning above crowded offices where clerks loosen collars and wipe sweat from their necks using handkerchiefs already stained with ink and dust. Outside, the roads shimmer faintly beneath layers of powdered dirt churned upward all day by transport convoys moving between depots, rail spurs, and staging grounds spreading endlessly across the coast. You begin noticing how fatigue alters behavior inside institutions. Exhaustion does not erase prejudice cleanly, but it changes priorities. Men carrying too much work for too many months start measuring one another differently. Reliability begins outweighing assumption. Competence becomes harder to ignore when entire systems depend upon it daily. Alfred spends the remainder of the afternoon helping reconcile delayed inventory shipments near the eastern freight sheds beside the rail yard. The work is tedious. Crates counted twice against manifests already revised 3 separate times since morning. Fuel drums redirected toward units preparing for overseas deployment. Engine parts unloaded beneath steel awnings that trap heat and diesel smoke together beneath the low roofs. The war consumes material at a scale almost impossible to fully imagine from inside any single depot. Nearby, a Marine corporal struggles with a damaged forklift stalled beside a loading platform stacked high with ration crates. The machine sputters weakly each time he attempts restarting it. "Damn thing's dead," the corporal mutters while slamming one palm against the steering column hard enough to rattle the frame. Several men glance briefly toward the sound before returning to their assignments. Delays happen constantly now. Engines fail. Tires split. Rail shipments arrive incomplete. Entire wartime systems operate in a permanent state between organization and collapse. Alfred pauses near the edge of the platform while watching the corporal continue fighting the ignition. "You flooding the engine?" he asks quietly. The corporal looks up sharply at first, irritation still visible across his face. Then exhaustion overtakes it. "Maybe," he says. "Or maybe the whole damn thing's finished." Alfred steps closer beneath the warehouse awning where heat hangs thick enough to blur the air above the concrete. "Try it again." The corporal hesitates only briefly before turning the ignition once more. The engine coughs violently, sputters, then stalls again beneath a burst of dark smoke. Alfred listens carefully for a few seconds. "Give it a minute before you restart. Let the fuel settle." The corporal studies him uncertainly, then shrugs. At this point in the war, practicality often outruns pride. Around them, depot workers continue unloading freight beneath fading sunlight while trains grind slowly through the yard carrying more cargo inland from the ports. Somewhere beyond the warehouses, a siren sounds briefly to signal another arriving convoy. After several minutes, the corporal tries again. This time the engine catches almost immediately. The forklift vibrates alive beneath a burst of diesel smoke before settling into steady idle. The corporal stares at the machine for half a second longer than necessary before looking back toward Alfred. "Well," he mutters, "guess it wasn't dead." Alfred allows himself the faintest trace of a smile. "No. Just overheated." The corporal nods slowly while adjusting the throttle. Then, almost casually, "You worked engines before the Corps?" "A little." "HM." The Marine shifts the forklift into gear before stopping again briefly. "My brother's shipping out next month," he says without looking directly at Alfred. "Europe. Probably." The statement arrives with the strange openness exhaustion sometimes creates between strangers. "Hope he comes back," Alfred answers. The corporal nods once. then drives the forklift back toward the loading platforms where waiting crews immediately begin securing the delayed cargo. No revelation follows the exchange. No sudden friendship. Only another ordinary interaction completed without friction severe enough to reinforce the older assumptions surrounding separation. And that is precisely what begins changing the institution. Not speeches. Not slogans. Routine contact surviving repetition. As evening approaches, the depot gradually empties beneath skies turning copper and grey above the rail yard. Trucks depart in long columns raising dust into the lowering sunlight while clerks close ledger books and secure office windows against the warm coastal night soon gathering beyond the warehouses. Alfred boards the returning transport convoy near dusk. The trucks roll back toward Montford Point through roads lined with pine forests glowing dark green beneath the fading light. Camp Lejeune passes around them once more. Parade grounds, warehouses, officer housing, endless rows of barracks carrying the accumulated certainty of a corps convinced of its own permanence. And somewhere inside that permanence now, however reluctantly, Black Marines have begun occupying ordinary space. Not fully accepted, not equal, but present enough that the institution can no longer honestly imagine itself without them. The war expands faster than tradition. Autumn returns quietly to the Carolina coast. The heat breaks first during the nights. Windows left open in the barracks no longer pull in thick humid air heavy with insects and marsh water. Instead, the wind arrives cooler now, carrying the dry scent of pine needles and distant wood smoke drifting across the camp after sunset. The roads harden temporarily beneath weeks without heavy rain, allowing transport convoys to move faster between Montford Point and the larger installations beyond the forest. The war has grown larger too. Every bulletin board inside the camp now carries maps marked with advancing fronts, island campaigns, casualty estimates, shipping losses. New recruits arrive continuously, some younger than the men already training them. Others carrying civilian skills the Corps suddenly values because the scale of conflict no longer permits rigid selectiveness in every area it once controlled so confidently. You stand near the edge of the parade ground before dawn watching another intake formation assemble beneath pale floodlights. The routine has become almost automatic now. Names checked. Assignments issued. Bunks filled. Uniforms distributed. The machinery of Montford Point no longer hesitates while processing Black Marines into the Corps. The camp functions too efficiently for uncertainty to interrupt it the way it once did. And perhaps that realization unsettles certain officers more deeply than open resistance ever could. Because temporary systems are not supposed to become stable. Yet stability has arrived anyway. Alfred notices it during drill instruction assignments increasingly rotated through experienced Marines rather than outside personnel. He spends several mornings each week now helping supervise field exercises for newer recruits crossing the same muddy training grounds he once entered carrying uncertainty inside every movement. The younger men study him differently than the earlier groups had studied one another. Not as impossibility. As precedent. That shift matters enormously even if few people say so aloud. The obstacle course stretches across low sandy ground near the edge of camp where pine roots push unevenly through the soil beneath ropes, climbing walls, and trenches dug deep enough to collect stagnant rainwater after storms. Recruits move through the course beneath shouted instructions while dust lifts around their boots in pale clouds glowing beneath the morning sun. One recruit struggles repeatedly at the rope wall near the center of the field. Each attempt ends with boots slipping back against the wood before he can pull himself fully over the top. Nearby instructors continue shouting corrections while the line behind him slows into visible frustration. Alfred steps toward the obstacle without raising his voice. Use your legs more than your arms. The recruit tries again. Fails again. Breathing hard now. "You're fighting the wall," Alfred says calmly. "Stop fighting it. Climb through the movement." The recruit stares at him uncertainly. "You make that sound easy." It isn't easy. Around them, the course continues moving through dust, sweat, shouted cadence, and repeated failure, slowly becoming discipline through exhaustion. The core trains by repetition because repetition strips hesitation from the body before the mind fully understands what changed. Alfred grips the rope himself briefly and demonstrates the movement slowly. Boot placement. Weight shift. Momentum. Nothing dramatic. Just technique refined through practice. The recruit studies him for another second before trying once more. This time he clears the wall. Not gracefully, but successfully. A few men behind him nod instinctively before continuing through the obstacle line. The moment passes almost immediately afterward. The drill resumes. Cadence returns. Dust rises beneath boots crossing the field. Yet you can feel another subtle shift settling into the atmosphere around the camp. Authority has begun transferring itself naturally. Not officially, perhaps, but operationally. The Corps now depends increasingly upon Black Marines to train, stabilize, and sustain the very system once constructed to exclude them. And institutions rarely know how to emotionally process that kind of contradiction while it is still happening. The afternoons grow quieter at Montford Point once the training cycles settle into established rhythm. Not silent. Never silent. Engines still move constantly along the roads. Construction crews continue hammering new barracks into existence near the southern perimeter of camp. Rifles crack across the distant ranges while cadence drifts through the trees from platoons marching somewhere beyond sight. Yet the emotional atmosphere has changed. Earlier months carried tension sharp enough to feel in every interaction. Now the pressure spreads more diffusely across routine itself. You begin noticing how normalization transforms environments before people fully realize it has happened. The mess hall remains crowded. The barracks still overcrowded in places. The separation from the larger marine installations remains physically obvious. But Montford Point no longer feels provisional in the way it once did. The camp has acquired institutional gravity through repetition alone. Men arrive here expecting it to exist. That changes everything. Late one afternoon, Alfred walks toward the shoreline training area beyond the outer roads where coastal wind cuts more sharply across the open ground. The Atlantic lies hidden beyond low dunes and marshland, though the smell of salt water reaches camp easily whenever the wind shifts inland. Training exercises continue near the beach under the supervision of several instructors rotating platoons through amphibious drills increasingly emphasized as Pacific operations expand overseas. The shoreline feels different from the interior sections of camp. Less enclosed. The horizon wider. Sky and water blending together beneath pale autumn light while transport craft sit pulled onto the sand farther down the beach like dark mechanical animals resting between movements. Marines move through surf carrying equipment overhead while instructors shout corrections half lost beneath wind and waves. Alfred pauses beside a supply truck parked near the dunes while recruits struggle through repeated landing exercises in the cold water. One instructor nearby lowers binoculars and wipes salt spray from the lenses using a cloth already damp from repeated use. "Pacific's changing everything," the man mutters without turning fully toward Alfred. The statement sounds less conversational than observational, as though spoken partly to the wind itself. "How so?" Alfred asks. The instructor studies the shoreline for a few moments before answering. "Corps can't afford old certainties anymore." Another wave crashes against the landing craft near shore while Marines drag equipment through knee-deep surf beneath shouted timing commands. The instructor continues quietly. Not enough men. Not enough ships. Not enough time. He pauses. War gets expensive. Tradition starts competing with necessity. The sentence settles heavily against the sound of the water. Nearby, one platoon finishes the exercise and begins jogging back toward the dunes soaked nearly to the waist, uniforms darkened by seawater and sand clinging heavily to their boots. Exhaustion strips away many forms of distance temporarily. Men focused on breathing, movement, survival rarely maintain perfect ideological clarity at the same time. You watch Alfred observing the recruits crossing the beach. Many are younger than him now. Some arrived at Montford Point already expecting Black Marines to exist inside the Corps because they had never known the institution before the reopening began. That realization carries strange emotional weight. Entire generations inside military systems can shift almost invisibly once enough routine accumulates around change. And perhaps that is what the Corps failed to anticipate most clearly. Not that Black Marines could serve, but that service, once normalized through repetition, would become increasingly difficult to emotionally isolate forever. Toward evening, Alfred returns inland along one of the outer camp roads where pine forests darken gradually beneath the lowering autumn sun. Trucks continue moving between depots, raising thin clouds of dust that drift slowly through the trees after the convoys pass. Somewhere beyond the forest, artillery practice echoes faintly across the coastline before dissolving into distance. Montford Point appears ahead through the fading light. Barracks. Floodlights flickering awake one by one. Laundry shifting in the evening wind. Smoke rising from the mess hall chimneys. The camp no longer resembles a question waiting to be answered. It resembles an institution already alive. And that changes the emotional balance surrounding the Marine Corps itself. Because once an institution adapts operationally long enough, memory begins adjusting around the adaptation whether leadership intends it or not. The impossible becomes unusual, then ordinary, then expected, and eventually, younger men struggle to imagine the older silence clearly enough to understand why it existed at all. The distance narrows. The winter winds arrive earlier that year. Cold air moves inland from the Atlantic carrying salt, rain, and the sharp metallic smell of approaching storms long before the clouds themselves reach the camp. Barracks windows rattle softly through the night while canvas coverings snap against transport trucks parked beside the motor pools. The roads at Montford Point sink once again beneath mud and standing water after weeks of rain rolling across the Carolina coast in slow gray waves. The camp keeps functioning anyway. It always does. You stand beneath the overhang outside the administrative barracks just before dawn watching headlights move through the rain along the outer roads. Convoys arrive earlier now. More recruits. More equipment. More fuel shipments redirected through Camp Lejeune as the war expands across oceans faster than military infrastructure can comfortably sustain it. The Marine Corps no longer possesses the luxury of controlled experimentation. Necessity has accelerated beyond caution. Inside the administrative office, typewriters already hammer steadily beneath weak yellow lamps. The room smells faintly of wet paper, coffee grounds, and damp wool coats hung beside the radiators struggling against the cold. Clerks move between desks carrying revised assignment sheets while rain taps continuously against the windows in soft, uneven rhythms. Alfred works near the rear records table reviewing transport rosters for incoming personnel transfers. The assignment would have seemed impossible only a short time earlier. Black Marines helping administer portions of the Corps' own expanding machinery. Yet no one inside the office reacts visibly to his presence now. They react to delays, to missing paperwork, to weather slowing convoys, to shortages spreading through supply lines strained by global war. Routine has begun eroding novelty, and novelty was always one of the strongest walls surrounding separation. A lieutenant enters the office carrying a stack of field reports dampened by rainwater. "Road south of Depot 4's flooding again," he mutters toward the nearest clerk. "Convoys delayed at least 3 hours." Another man groans quietly without looking up from his typewriter. "Everything's delayed." The lieutenant drops the reports onto the nearest desk before finally noticing Alfred sorting rosters nearby. "You're masters, right?" "Yes, sir." The officer nods once. "Heard you handled intake processing during the last transfer cycle." "Yes, sir." "We're short personnel today. Need another pair of hands at the receiving station." The request arrives casually. No hesitation. No visible recalculation. Only wartime practicality continuing its slow work against older assumptions. Alfred gathers the transport forms while rain drums harder against the roof overhead. Outside, the receiving station sits near the edge of camp where buses unload new arrivals beneath floodlights blurred by weather and mist. The station has changed over the months almost as much as the camp itself. What once felt tense and provisional now operates with the exhausted efficiency of a system processing too many men too quickly to sustain emotional friction at full intensity. The buses arrive shortly after sunrise. Doors fold open beneath the rain while recruits step carefully into mud already churned deep by previous convoys. Duffel bags shift across shoulders. Orders protected beneath jackets against the weather. Some men stare toward the camp with the same uncertainty Alfred once carried during his own arrival. But something is different now. The recruits expect Black Marines to meet them here. The sight no longer produces visible surprise. You notice the shift immediately in the rhythm of interaction. Papers handed over without pause. Names checked. Assignments issued. Questions answered. The machinery moves forward cleanly because the people entering it already understand the shape of the institution they are joining. One young recruit hesitates briefly while adjusting his soaked collar near the processing desk. "This your first winter here?" he asks Alfred while waiting for his assignment papers. "No." The recruit glances toward the camp roads disappearing into rain and fog beyond the station. "What's it like?" The question feels larger than the weather clearly being referenced. Alfred studies the rows of barracks barely visible through the storm. "Busy," he answers calmly, "and getting less temporary every month." The recruit nods slowly, then accepts his papers without further hesitation before disappearing into the rain with the others heading deeper into camp. Outside, trucks continue grinding through mud beneath the storm while floodlights glow pale against the gray morning. Montford Point keeps expanding through repetition, necessity, and ordinary endurance. And somewhere beneath the rain and paperwork and endless movement of wartime administration, the distance between separate worlds has already begun narrowing in ways the Corps can no longer fully control. The rain continues for 3 straight days. Water gathers beneath the barrack steps and fills the drainage ditches until entire sections of camp roads disappear beneath brown moving currents churned constantly by truck tires and marching boots. Canvas coverings sag beneath accumulated rainwater before Marines push the pools loose with broom handles each morning. The air smells permanently of wet earth, soaked lumber, diesel smoke, and damp while drying too slowly beside overheated radiators. Montford Point becomes quieter during storms like this. Not less active. Quieter. The camp turns inward beneath the weather. Conversations shorten. Footsteps soften against mud and standing water. Men move quickly between buildings with collars raised while floodlights glow through mist thick enough to blur the edges of the barracks into pale, uncertain shapes after dark. You begin noticing how weather changes institutional behavior. Rain strips environments down to essentials. Convoys slow. Inspections shorten. Officers stop lingering outdoors unless necessary. Practical concerns rise toward the surface, while symbolic tensions recede slightly beneath exhaustion and inconvenience shared by everyone moving through the same storm. Alfred spends much of the third day helping process delayed transfer records inside the receiving station near the camp entrance. The room hums steadily with administrative noise. Typewriters. Boots crossing wet floorboards. Papers sliding across counters already warped slightly by humidity. A coal stove crackles near the rear wall where several soaked Marines hold their hands briefly toward the heat before returning to work. Outside, another convoy finally pushes through the flooded roads shortly before dusk. The buses arrive coated in mud nearly to the windows. Drivers climb down stiffly into the rain while military police wave the vehicles toward unloading points illuminated by weak floodlights reflected across standing water. Recruits begin stepping out carrying wet duffel bags beneath skies already darkening toward evening. One bus stalls near the edge of the unloading area. The engine coughs twice before dying completely. Several Marines glance toward it instinctively. No one seems surprised anymore. The war has pushed every machine beyond comfortable limits. A sergeant curses softly while climbing through the rain toward the driver's compartment. Another man waves impatiently for the remaining recruits to keep moving despite the blockage now slowing traffic through the entrance road. Alfred steps outside beneath the storm. Rain strikes heavily against his jacket while mud pulls at his boots with each movement toward the stalled bus. The driver sits behind the wheel working the ignition repeatedly without success while exhausted recruits wait silently inside the dim vehicle. Flooded? Alfred asks. Maybe fuel line, the driver mutters. Or maybe she's just done. The rain drums loudly against the roof overhead. Nearby Marines continue unloading the other buses while headlights glow through mist and diesel smoke drifting across the flooded road. The entire receiving station feels suspended inside weather and exhaustion thick enough to flatten rank and symbolism alike into simple necessity. Alfred listens to the engine crank once more, then shakes his head slightly. Let it breathe a minute. The driver studies him briefly through the rain-streaked window before finally leaning back from the ignition with visible frustration. For several moments, both men simply listen to the storm. Water rushing through ditches. Boots splashing across flooded ground. Engines idling somewhere farther down the convoy line. The core continues functioning beneath all of it, held together less by certainty now than by constant adjustment. Finally, Alfred nods toward the ignition again. The driver tries once more. This time the engine catches roughly before settling into heavy vibration beneath the bus frame. The driver exhales sharply through his nose. Well, he mutters, guess she's not dead yet. Neither man smiles fully. But the tension eases anyway. The bus pulls slowly forward through the flooded road while recruits continue unloading beneath the storm. Nearby, one of the military police officers watches the exchange for a few silent seconds before returning immediately to directing traffic. No comment. No reaction. Only another ordinary wartime problem solved through ordinary competence. And perhaps that is precisely what continues narrowing the distance between worlds once kept rigidly apart. Not declarations. Accumulation. Thousands of repeated moments too practical to argue with forever. By nightfall, the rain finally begins weakening. Mist drifts across the camp beneath floodlights glowing pale against the wet darkness, while Marines return gradually toward the barracks through roads transformed into rivers of mud reflecting strips of yellow light. Somewhere beyond the forest surrounding Montford Point, the larger Marine installations continue operating through the storm as well. Depots, barracks, training grounds, offices all connected now through systems that increasingly rely upon men the Corps once insisted did not belong inside it at all. And though the separation still exists physically, emotionally it no longer feels as absolute as it once did. Because repetition has worn pathways through the silence. And once people begin depending upon one another inside ordinary routine, distance becomes harder to preserve in its original form forever. The shape of the future. The war begins arriving at Montford Point through absence as much as through arrival. Empty bunks. Transferred platoons. Names removed quietly from duty rosters after deployment orders move men toward ports farther south. The camp still grows overall. More recruits, more barracks, more supply convoys grinding through the roads each week. Yet beneath the expansion, another rhythm now develops alongside it. Marines trained here are leaving the safety of routine behind and entering the wider machinery of war itself. You notice the emotional change immediately. The camp feels older now. Not in years. In weight. Morning formations still unfold beneath whistles and cold coastal air drifting inland before dawn. Drill instructors still pace the lines correcting posture with clipped precision. Trucks still move endlessly between depots raising dust or mud depending on the weather. Yet the atmosphere surrounding the Marines has shifted subtly away from proving legitimacy and toward preparing for consequence. The Corps no longer questions whether Black Marines can function inside military structure. Now it needs them to function inside war. Alfred senses the transition during transport assignments increasingly connected to outbound movement rather than local training. Entire platoons process through staging areas carrying sea bags packed tighter than before, their conversations quieter while final paperwork moves between offices already overwhelmed by deployment schedules. The rail station near the coastal transfer yard hums continuously now beneath the pressure of wartime movement. Freight cars loaded with equipment stand beside passenger coaches carrying Marines toward embarkation points farther south. Cranes swing cargo nets above the docks beyond the station while naval horns drift inland through morning fog mixed with salt air and coal smoke. Everywhere the war feels closer than before. You stand near the platform watching Marines board another transfer train beneath skies still pale with dawn. Some smoke silently while waiting beside stacked duffels. Others write hurried final notes against cargo crates before folding the pages carefully into envelopes already damp from the coastal air. Military police move through the station checking manifests while loudspeakers crackle overhead with routing changes and transport updates. Alfred helps load supply inventories near the rear freight section where crates marked for Pacific shipment disappear steadily into the rail cars. The labor keeps hands occupied. That matters. Because idle moments invite reflection too easily now. One young Marine pauses beside the loading platform after securing his gear near the train entrance. "You think the Corps changes after this?" he asks quietly. The question arrives without context because none is needed anymore. After the war. After deployment. After enough men return wearing the uniform under conditions impossible to deny or abstract away again. Alfred studies the freight crews moving through steam and early light before answering. "I think wars change things people wanted to keep unchanged." The Marine nods slowly. But they change back too sometimes. Nearby, a locomotive releases pressure with a long metallic hiss that rolls beneath the station roof before fading into the morning. "Yes," Alfred says calmly. "Sometimes they try." The train begins boarding shortly afterward. Conductors call assignments while Marines climb aboard carrying the accumulated exhaustion of years compressed into months of training, transport, waiting, repetition. Some glance back toward the station briefly before disappearing into the cars. Others avoid looking backward at all. The Corps itself seems suspended between versions of its own future now. One path leads toward restoring older silences once the emergency of war eventually fades. The other leads somewhere less certain, an institution permanently altered by the practical realities it had been forced to live beside long enough that denial no longer feels entirely honest. And perhaps that uncertainty explains the atmosphere settling increasingly across Montford Point. Not optimism, not triumph, awareness. The sense that history has already crossed a threshold difficult to uncross completely, even if powerful men eventually attempt it anyway. As the train finally pulls away from the station, steam drifting low across the rails beneath the cold coastal dawn, Alfred watches the departing cars disappear gradually into the forests beyond the camp roads. More Marines leaving now. More evidence carried outward into the wider Corps itself. And every departure narrows the distance between separate worlds a little further than before. By evening, the station has almost emptied again. Only freight crews remain near the loading platforms, moving through fading light beneath clouds of steam drifting low across the rails. Crates still wait beside the warehouses marked for shipment overseas. Fuel drums stand stacked beneath tarps darkened by salt air and rain. Somewhere beyond the docks, ship horns echo through the coastal fog while cranes continue lifting cargo into transports preparing to leave with the next tide. The war never fully pauses anymore. Even silence feels temporary inside it. Alfred remains near the freight platform helping finalize inventory transfers long after the departing train disappears inland. The work stretches into dusk through repetition familiar enough to feel almost automatic now. Manifests checked against cargo lists, damaged crates resealed, routing corrections signed beneath lamps attracting insects that circle endlessly through the warm evening air. You begin noticing how ordinary responsibility changes perception inside institutions. Months earlier, Alfred's presence at places like this would have drawn prolonged attention simply for existing. Now the depot officers mostly notice whether shipments arrive correctly, whether schedules hold, whether the machinery continues functioning beneath wartime strain. The Corps has not transformed morally overnight, but practical dependence has begun reshaping instinct faster than many men inside the institution realize consciously. Near sunset, Alfred carries revised paperwork toward the administrative shed overlooking the rail yard. The office windows glow softly against the darkening evening while clerks continue typing beneath ceiling fans stirring humid air mixed with coal smoke drifting through the open doors. One officer stands near the rear wall studying transport maps covered in colored pins marking deployments spreading steadily across the Pacific. He looks tired. Everyone does now. The officer glances toward Alfred as he enters. "Leave those there," he says quietly, nodding toward the desk. Alfred places the manifests beside several stacks already waiting for review. For a few moments, neither man speaks. Outside, another freight train grinds slowly through the yard while sparks flash briefly beneath steel wheels against the rails. The office vibrates faintly with the movement. Finally, the officer lowers his eyes from the maps. "You know," he says carefully, "a year ago some people said this whole thing wouldn't hold together." Alfred remains still. The officer gestures vaguely toward the maps, the paperwork, the rail yard beyond the windows. Montford Point. The Corps opening up. Said it had caused more problems than it solved. The room hums softly beneath the ceiling fans. Telephones ring somewhere deeper inside the station office. Clerks continue moving papers from desk to desk beneath weak yellow lamps while the war presses outward endlessly through routes and schedules too large for any one person to fully comprehend. "And now?" Alfred asks. The officer exhales slowly through his nose. "Now most days people are too busy trying to win the war to keep pretending you aren't Marines." The sentence hangs quietly in the office afterward. Not revolutionary. Not poetic. Simply honest in a way institutions rarely allow themselves to become openly. The officer studies the transport maps again before speaking once more. Doesn't mean everybody changed their minds. "No," Alfred answers calmly. "Probably not." Outside, rain begins lightly against the station roof. Just a soft coastal drizzle moving inland from the sea while floodlights flicker across the wet rails below. The officer nods once, almost to himself. But things stop being theoretical after enough time. That is the real transformation unfolding now. Not sudden enlightenment. Not dramatic reconciliation. Reality hardening through repetition until denial itself becomes more difficult to maintain operationally. Montford Point had once existed as an exception. Now it exists as infrastructure, as routine, as memory already embedding itself into the core whether the institution fully welcomes that memory or not. Later that night, Alfred boards the returning transport truck heading back toward camp through dark roads lined with pines bending softly beneath the rain. The convoy moves slowly through the coastal darkness while headlights reflect against wet pavement and standing water gathered in the ditches beside the road. Camp Lejeune glows faintly beyond the forests as they pass. Barracks, depots, training grounds. The enormous machinery of the Marine Corps stretching outward beneath wartime skies. And somewhere inside that machinery now, woven through its routines too deeply to fully remove cleanly anymore, Black Marines have become part of the institution's lived reality. Not fully accepted. Not equal. But undeniable. And perhaps institutions fear undeniability more than protest, because protest can be resisted openly. Reality, once repeated long enough, becomes harder to exile back into silence. The return of memory. Years later, the roads around Montford Point look smaller than the men remember them. The war has ended by then. Ships no longer depart continuously from the coastal ports carrying Marines toward distant islands and shattered shorelines across the Pacific. The freight yards quiet gradually. Barracks empty in uneven waves as demobilization spreads through the military like a long exhausted exhale after years spent holding tension too tightly inside the body of the nation. Yet certain places refuse to disappear completely once enough memory settles into them. You stand beside the old camp roads beneath a pale winter sky while wind moves softly through the Carolina pines. Some of the original buildings remain. Others have vanished beneath newer construction or simply collapsed under weather and neglect after the urgency of war faded away. Mud still gathers in the lower stretches of road after rainstorms. Salt air still drifts inland from the coast, carrying the faint smell of marsh water and distant ocean. But the atmosphere has changed. The silence now feels historical rather than temporary. Alfred walks slowly along the edge of what had once been the parade ground. Time has altered the place unevenly. Certain details return immediately: the angle of the floodlights, the shape of the drainage ditches, the way coastal wind crosses the open ground before dawn. Other memories arrive more slowly, buried beneath years spent building ordinary civilian life after military service ended. That is the strange thing about institutions. They often continue living inside people long after the official relationship ends. Nearby, several younger Marines move between newer buildings carrying equipment toward transport vehicles parked near the modernized sections of the base. Some glance briefly toward Alfred without recognition before continuing on. To them, the camp belongs to history already. A place mentioned occasionally in training materials or official commemorations. Something settled safely into the past. But memory rarely feels safe to the people who carried it firsthand. You watch Alfred stop near the remains of one older barracks foundation where only sections of weathered support beams still rise above the ground. Grass pushes through cracks in the concrete now. Pine needles gather where rows of bunks once stood beneath low ceilings filled with the smell of damp wool, shoe polish, and radiator heat struggling against winter cold. The younger Marines nearby cannot fully see those older rooms anymore. But Alfred can. The long nights listening to generators hum beyond the walls. The early formation whistles before sunrise. The pressure of observation settling invisibly over every routine until it became difficult to remember movement without it. And yet memory softens certain edges over time too. Not the separation. Not the exhaustion. But the uncertainty. Because history eventually answered questions the men at Montford Point had once been forced to carry without certainty. The core had changed. Slowly. Unevenly. Imperfectly. But permanently enough that the silence surrounding Black Marines could never fully restore itself afterward to its original form. A museum guide passes nearby leading a small group through the preserved sections of camp. Their voices drift faintly through the winter air. First Black Marines of the modern Corps. Wartime necessity and social pressure. Segregated training facilities. The language sounds careful now. Official. Historical. Institutions prefer polished memory once enough time passes to make honesty safer. Alfred listens quietly without interrupting. Because the lived reality had never felt as clean as museum language eventually makes it sound. It had smelled of wet lumber and diesel smoke. It had sounded like boots moving through mud before dawn and typewriters striking paper in administrative offices, unsure how to process the future arriving through their own doors. And perhaps that is what history struggles hardest to preserve. Not the milestones. The atmosphere. The feeling of existing inside change before anyone knew whether the institutions surrounding it would truly hold. A young Marine separated briefly from the tour group notices Alfred standing near the old foundation. "You serve here?" the man asks politely. Alfred nods once. The younger Marine studies the ground for a moment. What was it like? The question hangs softly in the cold air between them. Beyond the trees, the modern Corps continues moving through ordinary routine. Engines starting, radios crackling, transport trucks crossing roads widened long ago after the war. The institution survived. Expanded. Adapted. Yet traces of the older silence still linger faintly beneath the surface of memory like foundations buried beneath newer construction. Alfred looks across the old parade ground before answering. "It was separate," he says calmly. "But it was still the Corps." The younger Marine nods slowly as though trying to understand something larger hidden inside the sentence. Then the guide calls the group forward again, and the moment passes quietly back into the wind moving through the pines. The afternoon light fades early across the old camp. Winter clouds drift inland from the coast in long grey layers that flatten the sky above Montford Point until shadows dissolve almost completely into the pale cold air. The tour groups thin gradually as the day moves toward evening. Museum staff close doors. Vehicles depart along roads that once carried convoys loaded with recruits, supplies, uncertainty. Silence returns differently now. Not the tense silence of waiting. A reflective one. You walk with Alfred along the outer edge of the preserved grounds where the pine forest begins reclaiming sections of land once stripped bare for wartime construction. Needles cover old pathways. Grass rises through broken concrete. Time continues its quiet work against everything institutions once believed permanent. Yet traces remain. A rusted drainage pipe half buried beneath earth. Faded support posts near the remains of a barracks foundation. The outline of parade grounds still visible if you know how to look across the land carefully enough. Memory survives this way sometimes, not as complete preservation, but as shape. A coastal wind moves through the trees carrying the distant sound of modern traffic from roads expanded decades after the war. The newer Marine Corps exists all around the old camp now, larger and more technologically complex than the institution Alfred first entered through hesitant recruiting offices and unfinished camp roads. Different uniforms, different barracks, different assumptions held by younger generations who inherited changes they never personally fought to force into existence. And perhaps that is how history often works. The people who endure transformation rarely experience it as clarity. Only the generations afterward inherit the cleaner narrative. Alfred pauses near the shoreline path where marsh grass bends beneath the winter wind beyond the old camp perimeter. The Atlantic lies somewhere beyond the low dunes hidden beneath fog and fading light. During the war, transport craft trained near these waters constantly. Engines roaring before dawn. Marines wading through cold surf carrying rifles overhead. The coast had felt temporary then, merely another stage in preparation for larger violence waiting overseas. Now the shoreline feels quieter than memory allows. A historian working with the preservation staff approaches slowly along the path carrying folders beneath one arm. "Mr. Masters." Alfred turns slightly. The historian smiles politely against the cold wind. "We've been trying to verify some records from the early intake rosters. Your name appears on several of the first transport assignments." Alfred nods once. The historian removes several photographs carefully from the folder. Old black and white images softened at the edges with age. Barracks under construction. Formation lines across muddy parade grounds. Young Marines standing beside transport trucks beneath floodlights and unfinished roads. You remember any of these? For a moment Alfred studies the photographs without answering. The younger faces inside the images look impossibly distant now. Yet the atmosphere returns immediately. The smell of wet lumber. Generator noise after dark. Boots drying beside overheated radiators. The exhausting awareness of being observed constantly while simply trying to survive military routine with dignity intact. Finally he points quietly toward one blurred photograph of the early camp roads. "That was after rain," he says softly. "Roads stayed like rivers for days sometimes." The historian smiles faintly while making notes. Most official history searches for milestones, dates, policies, firsts. But the lived memory returns through smaller details instead. Mud, noise, waiting rooms, the shape of floodlights through coastal fog before dawn. You watch the historian carefully place the photographs back into the folder while evening settles fully across the old camp. "We're trying to preserve as much as possible," the man says. Alfred looks once more toward the fading parade grounds beyond the trees. "Preserve the feeling too if you can," he answers quietly. "Not just the facts." The historian pauses at that, then nods slowly. Because facts alone cannot fully explain what Montford Point had truly been. Not merely segregation. Not merely reopening. But the emotional experience of existing inside an institution slowly confronting the return of people it had trained itself for generations not to imagine within its own identity. As darkness gathers over the Carolina coast, lights begin appearing across the modern base beyond the forest. Vehicles move through widened roads. Radios crackle faintly through the cold air. Young Marines continue crossing grounds where earlier generations once stood beneath entirely different assumptions about who belonged inside the uniform. The Corps survived the change, even if it never fully understood the moment while living through it. And perhaps that is the final truth settling quietly across places like Montford Point after enough years pass. History rarely arrives through dramatic revelation. More often, it enters slowly through ordinary routine until one day institutions wake to discover the impossible has already become memory. After the door opened. Long after the war ends, the Marine Corps continues carrying traces of the old silence inside itself. Not openly. Institutions rarely display their older contradictions plainly once history has judged them uncomfortable. Instead, the traces survive indirectly, through archives, through photographs, through buildings preserved more carefully than the emotions once contained inside them. Younger Marines inherit the finished structure without always seeing the pressure required to reshape it in the first place. But pressure leaves marks even after the surface appears settled. You stand beside the old roads of Montford Point beneath early evening light fading softly across the Carolina coast. Wind moves through the pines with the same low sound it carried during the war years, though now the camp feels smaller against the vastness of the modern core surrounding it. New highways cross land once occupied by muddy transport tracks. Permanent buildings stand where temporary barracks once leaned beneath floodlights and rain. Yet memory continues pulling certain places backward through time. Alfred walks slowly near the preserved entrance road while shadows lengthen across the ground. The museum staff have already closed most of the buildings for the evening. Only a few distant lights remain visible near the visitor center where displays and photographs attempt to organize history into something neat enough for future generations to understand comfortably. But lived experience had never felt neat. It had felt unfinished while it was happening. That distinction matters. A cold breeze carries salt air inland from the Atlantic while Alfred pauses near one of the preserved signposts marking the old boundaries of camp. During the war, boundaries had existed everywhere here, some physical, some emotional, many left deliberately unspoken because institutions often prefer silence to clarity when confronting contradictions within themselves. Now tourists walk these same grounds reading historical plaques. The transformation feels strange even decades later. Because once, the Marine Corps had treated Black Marines as administrative uncertainty. Now the institution preserves Montford Point as heritage. You notice the emotional weight of that contradiction settling quietly across the landscape itself. Nearby, a young family crosses the grounds slowly while a father points toward one of the preserved barracks buildings. A small boy wearing a modern Marine sweatshirt asks questions too quietly to fully hear from where Alfred stands. The father kneels briefly beside him explaining something while gesturing toward the old parade ground stretching beyond the museum buildings into fading light. Then they continue walking. Ordinary. Unremarkable. And perhaps that is the most profound change of all. The existence of Black Marines no longer feels institutionally strange to the child crossing the grounds. History has already shifted too deeply for the older silence to fully reconstruct itself inside younger generations the way it once had. Alfred watches the family disappear gradually into the evening. During the war years, many men at Montford Point had not known whether the Corps would truly change once the emergency passed. Some believed the institution would simply close the door again afterward. Others hoped service itself might force permanent transformation through sheer undeniability. The truth became more complicated than either certainty. Progress arrived unevenly. Resistance survived longer than many expected. Yet the reopening could never fully reverse itself afterward because too many men had already crossed through it carrying uniforms, memories, military records, friendships, grief. Reality had accumulated, and institutions struggle to erase accumulated reality once enough people remember it together. The coastal sky darkens gradually toward deep blue beyond the trees, while floodlights begin appearing across the modern base farther inland. Trucks move along distant roads carrying Marines who know Montford Point as history rather than present reality. Radios crackle faintly somewhere beyond the museum grounds. The Corps continues forward. Larger now. Different. Still imperfect. But permanently altered by the generations it once tried not to imagine inside itself at all. Alfred stands quietly beside the old road for a long time without moving. The wind shifts again through the pines. Somewhere far away, a train horn echoes faintly through the Carolina evening before fading back into distance. The same sound that once carried recruits south toward unfinished barracks, muddy roads, floodlights, uncertainty. Toward a door reopening slowly enough that almost no one inside the institution fully understood the future entering with them at the time. Night settles slowly across the Carolina coast. The museum grounds empty completely now except for a few maintenance lights glowing near the preserved barracks and visitor center windows reflecting darkness back against themselves. Beyond the trees, the modern Marine Corps continues moving through ordinary evening routine. Trucks crossing widened roads, radios murmuring through guard stations, young Marines laughing somewhere outside barracks built long after the war that first forced the institution to change. The sound reaches the old camp faintly, distant enough to feel almost like memory itself. You walk beside Alfred through the quiet remains of Montford Point, where cold wind brushes softly across the open parade grounds. Pine needles gather along the edges of old pathways once worn flat beneath thousands of marching boots. Time has softened the outlines of the camp, but not erased them. Certain places resist disappearing completely once enough lives have passed through them carrying pressure, exhaustion, and history together. That may be the final lesson of Montford Point. Not victory. Presence. The Marine Corps had spent generations treating black Marines as absence within its own identity. Then the war forced the institution into negotiation with reality it could no longer comfortably avoid. At first the reopening arrived through hesitation, separate roads, separate barracks, careful administrative distance designed to contain change while still extracting service from the men crossing the threshold. But institutions underestimate routine at their own risk. Because once people work beside one another long enough, once names appear repeatedly on rosters, once uniforms become ordinary sights instead of symbolic disruptions, memory itself begins reorganizing around the new reality. And memory, unlike policy, cannot be fully ordered backward once enough people share it. Alfred stops near the edge of the old parade ground where the wind moves freely across the open space beneath a sky filled with slow winter clouds drifting inland from the sea. During the war, floodlights once burned here before dawn while young Marines stood at attention carrying the invisible weight of representation on top of ordinary military exhaustion. Every inspection had seemed larger than itself. Every mistake potentially symbolic. Every success measured carefully by institutions uncertain what conclusions they wished to draw from it. Now the ground lies quiet beneath moonlight. Grass bends softly in the wind where formation lines once stretched through mud and frost and rain. You realize how strange history becomes after enough time passes. What once felt emotionally unbearable to live through eventually settles into museum displays, educational tours, preserved foundations marked by plaques explaining events in calm, polished language. Future generations inherit conclusions without always inheriting the atmosphere that produced them. But the atmosphere mattered. The waiting rooms. The unfinished roads. The silence after certain names was spoken aloud inside recruiting offices. The long ordinary routines through which the impossible slowly became operational fact. That was the real transformation. Not speeches. Not headlines. Repetition. Across the modern base beyond the forest, headlights move steadily along distant roads while aircraft pass faintly overhead toward larger installations farther inland. The Corps continues adapting to new eras, new wars, new political realities. Institutions survive by changing gradually enough that they can later pretend the transformation had always been inevitable. Yet Montford Point remains here quietly contradicting that illusion. A reminder that certain doors were not opened willingly. They were opened because reality pressed against them long enough that keeping them closed became harder than allowing history to enter. Alfred looks once more across the old camp before turning slowly toward the road leading back toward the visitor center lights. Behind him, the parade grounds remain still beneath the Carolina night. Ahead, the modern Corps moves forward carrying traces of the old silence and the people who interrupted it permanently. And somewhere between those two worlds, between exclusion and memory, between hesitation and ordinary presence, the story of Alfred Masters settles into its final shape. Not as the story of one man conquering an institution, but as the story of an institution slowly discovering it could no longer honestly imagine itself without the people it once refused to see within it at all. The wind moves again through the pines. Then even that sound fades softly into the dark. Years after the war, the photographs remain quieter than the reality had been. Black and white images preserved inside archives show Marines standing beside barracks, transport trucks, parade grounds darkened by rain or dust depending on the season. Uniforms appear sharp. Formation lines orderly. Faces often unreadable beneath the limits of wartime cameras and official documentation. Future generations study these images searching for historical significance inside still frames frozen long after the movement itself ended. But the movement had never felt still while it was happening. It had sounded like boots crossing muddy roads before sunrise. Like typewriters striking paper in offices uncertain how to process the future entering through their own doors. Like engines idling beside unfinished barracks while young Marines learned how to exist inside an institution struggling to redefine itself without openly admitting it was changing at all. You stand once more beside the old roads of Montford Point beneath the last quiet stretch of Carolina night before dawn. The modern base beyond the trees hums faintly with distant generators and passing vehicles. But here the older silence lingers differently now. Not oppressive. Historical. The kind of silence places carry after enough memory settles into the ground beneath them. Pine wind moves softly through the darkness. Somewhere far beyond the coast, waves continue breaking against shorelines that once trained Marines for wars now folded carefully into textbooks and museum displays. Generations have passed through the Corps since Alfred Masters first stepped into recruiting offices where clerks hesitated over paperwork because history itself had arrived before the institution fully understood how to receive it. And yet the traces remain. Not only in archives or preserved buildings. In normalization. In ordinary presence. In younger Marines inheriting a Corps already altered by changes earlier generations once considered impossible. That may be the quietest truth carried forward from Montford Point. The men who entered through those separate gates did not merely endure exclusion. They interrupted permanence. Slowly enough that the institution often failed to recognize the transformation while living through it. Yet deeply enough that the older silence could never fully reconstruct itself afterward in its original form. No single speech accomplished that. No singular moment. Only repetition. Routine. Thousands of ordinary days through which reality accumulated until denial itself became harder to sustain honestly. The sky begins lightening faintly above the pines now. Not sunrise yet. Only the first soft change in darkness before morning fully arrives. You imagine the old camp waking again as it once did, whistles before dawn, boots against wet floorboards, floodlights glowing through coastal fog while young Marines crossed muddy roads carrying exhaustion and uncertainty together into another day beneath observation. Most of them could not know what history would eventually call them. Most were too occupied simply surviving the present tense of military life to imagine how future generations might reinterpret the weight they carried through ordinary routine. But history remembers more than institutions intend sometimes. And places like Montford Point remain because the ground itself refuses complete forgetting. The wind moves once more through the trees. Then gradually the first light reaches the old parade ground where generations earlier Black Marines stood waiting inside a course, slowly learning that once a door has opened long enough for reality to pass through it, silence can never fully close around the absence again. Military organizations depend upon many things. Training, equipment, planning, logistics, and leadership all play visible roles in determining how effectively an institution functions. Yet beneath these practical requirements lies something less tangible but equally important: trust. An army must trust that orders will be followed. Commanders must trust the information reaching them. Individuals must trust the people working beside them. Entire systems depend upon countless assumptions regarding reliability, responsibility, and loyalty. Most of the time, these assumptions remain invisible. People perform their duties. Reports move through established channels. Instructions are carried out. The machinery of a large organization continues operating because participants generally accept one another's roles within it. War, however, has a way of testing such assumptions. As conflicts expand, uncertainty increases. Fear grows. Information becomes more valuable. Rumors travel quickly. Decisions must often be made with incomplete knowledge. Under such conditions, questions of trust can acquire unusual importance. The story we have just left behind explored one path through military service, following men who entered an institution undergoing change while simultaneously preparing for the demands of a global conflict. Daily life revolved around training, discipline, routine, and the gradual process of becoming part of something larger than oneself. Yet military service extends far beyond training grounds. Modern wars require people capable of navigating languages, cultures, documents, conversations, and information that cannot be understood through force alone. A message must be interpreted before it can be acted upon. A document must be translated before its meaning becomes useful. Entire branches of military operations depend upon individuals whose most important tools are often knowledge, patience, and understanding. This work carries its own responsibilities. Unlike the visible routines of a training camp, intelligence and translation often unfold in quieter environments. Offices replace parade grounds. Documents replace equipment. Conversations replace formations. The pace may appear less dramatic, yet the consequences of small decisions can still travel great distances. A single misunderstanding can alter outcomes. A single correctly interpreted phrase can clarify uncertainty. A single piece of information can influence choices affecting people far beyond the room in which it was first examined. Such work requires more than technical ability. It requires confidence. It requires judgment. And perhaps above all, it requires trust. The next story unfolds within that world. It follows individuals whose wartime experiences place them at the intersection of language, identity, and military necessity. Their responsibilities emerged not from physical strength or battlefield position, but from skills that allowed communication across barriers many others could not cross. Like the stories that came before, Their journey begins with ordinary people adapting to extraordinary circumstances. Like the stories that came before, much of their work occurred far from the famous images that often dominate public memory. Yet their contributions formed part of the same immense conflict, shaped by many of the same uncertainties, responsibilities, and demands. The roads through war are rarely identical. Some pass through hospitals, some through training grounds. Others lead through classrooms, offices, archives, and intelligence centers where information becomes its own form of service. The path ahead follows one of those quieter routes. A path where words carried weight, where understanding became a responsibility, and where trust itself became part of the work. Part 3. The language path, the Japanese-American interpreter who spoke for both sides. Rain gathers slowly along the wooden platform outside the station long before dawn. The lamps above the tracks burn with a weak amber glow that barely reaches the wet pavement below, and the air smells faintly of coal smoke drifting across the harbor from somewhere beyond the warehouses. Men stand beneath heavy coats without speaking very much. A suitcase closes with a dull metallic click. Farther down the platform, a soldier folds a newspaper beneath his arm while steam breathes softly from the locomotive waiting in the dark. The war has already crossed the ocean by now, though here the morning still resembles ordinary life closely enough that people continue pretending not to notice the difference. The train windows hold pale reflections instead of faces. Some carry young men toward camps surrounded by fences and guard towers. Others carry them toward military schools hidden deeper inland, where instructors wait beside blackboards covered in Japanese characters written carefully in white chalk. Nothing about the station explains which destination belongs to whom. The uncertainty settles quietly into the cold air between departures. Shoes scrape against wet timber. A whistle sounds somewhere farther down the line. No one raises their voice above the weather. Inside one coat pocket rests a folded photograph already softening at the corners. A mother standing beside a garden fence before the evacuation orders came. Two younger sisters trying not to smile too seriously for the camera. Behind them, laundry hangs beneath California sunlight that now feels impossibly distant from this gray morning station. The photograph remains hidden most of the time. Not because it is forbidden, but because memory has begun changing shape under pressure. Things once simple now require explanation. Even ordinary names move carefully through conversations. You watch the platform disappear slowly behind drifting steam as the train begins moving eastward through the rain. Telephone poles slide past the windows one after another in steady rhythm. Farms emerge briefly from the darkness before dissolving again beneath low cloud and fog. Somewhere ahead waits a country asking young Japanese-American men to prove loyalty through language. The request carries a strange weight. Their parents taught them many of these words quietly at kitchen tables years earlier, never imagining those same syllables would one day travel through interrogation tents, jungle radios, battlefield leaflets, or surrender broadcasts beneath foreign skies. At first the war still feels distant enough to remain abstract. Newspapers describe islands most Americans have never seen. Military officials speak in maps and shipping lanes. But distance begins shrinking inside ordinary routines. Barbershops fall silent when certain customers enter. Grocery clerks avoid eye contact a little too carefully. Neighbors who once exchanged gardening advice now pull curtains closed at night. Fear changes slowly in democratic countries. It rarely arrives all at once. More often it settles gradually into tone of voice, into paperwork, into hesitation. The train rocks gently through the darkness while the passengers drift in and out of exhausted sleep. One young man keeps rehearsing Japanese military ranks beneath his breath almost silently, fingers moving against his knee as though counting invisible beads. Another stares through the glass at telephone wires rising and falling beside the tracks. Across the aisle, an army sergeant snores softly with his cap tilted forward over his eyes. The carriage smells of damp wool, tobacco smoke, and coffee carried aboard hours earlier before the station disappeared behind them. Outside, dawn struggles slowly upward beneath heavy cloud. Fields brighten first, then barns, then narrow rivers carrying pale strips of reflected sky between frozen banks. The country appears calm from this distance. Empty roads, quiet fences, winter trees standing motionless beside the tracks. Yet somewhere beneath that stillness, entire communities are already being rearranged. Families packed into temporary barracks. Businesses abandoned. Names recorded on lists. Loyalty measured through suspicion before service has even begun. The war has not yet reached the beaches where many of these men will eventually work beneath artillery smoke and tropical rain. It has not yet reached the caves where frightened soldiers whisper surrender pleas through trembling voices. It has not yet reached the ruined Japanese cities where interpreters will stand between occupation authorities and civilians searching for missing relatives among the ashes. For now there is only the rhythm of wheels against rails and the uneasy feeling of traveling toward a future that remains undefined even to the men commanding it. The train continues east through the morning fog while the country wakes slowly around it. Small stations appear and vanish. Factory chimneys release smoke into low winter skies. Somewhere beyond the windows, church bells begin ringing faintly across a distant town. The sound fades almost immediately beneath the engine's steady breathing. And still the train moves on. Before the first transport ships carry them westward across the Pacific, before jungle humidity swallows the smell of these classrooms forever, stay here a moment longer in the quiet light beside the windows and take a moment to subscribe. But only if these calm journeys through history help you rest, reflect, and drift more deeply into the forgotten corners of the past. And let us know where you're listening from, or which moment lingers beside you the longest tonight. By the time the train reaches the interior of the country, the weather has hardened into sleet. Ice gathers in pale lines along the corners of the windows, and the farmland beyond the tracks has flattened into long stretches of winter earth interrupted only by telephone poles and dark rows of trees. The passengers speak less now. Morning conversation has given way to fatigue, and fatigue slowly changes the atmosphere inside the carriage. Coffee cups sit empty beside folded newspapers. Boots rest against canvas duffel bags marked with army numbers already beginning to smear beneath moisture and travel. The language school waits beyond a small town surrounded by frozen fields and military fencing. From a distance, the buildings resemble an ordinary college campus abandoned for the winter, but closer inspection reveals sentries beside the gates and blackout curtains hanging behind many of the windows. Snow melt drips steadily from the roofs. Somewhere nearby, a truck engine coughs into life before fading again into silence. Men step down from the train stiffly, shoulders hunched against the cold, while instructors carrying clipboards check names beneath the pale grey sky. Inside the classrooms, the war becomes quieter and more exact. Chalk dust settles over wooden desks scarred by generations of earlier students. Japanese newspapers lie spread beside military manuals already worn soft from handling. The instructors move carefully through dialects, honorifics, naval terminology, artillery phrases, and handwriting styles difficult even for fluent readers to untangle. Certain kanji characters receive entire afternoons of attention. A single mistranslated phrase might someday redirect artillery, misread troop movement, or alter the meaning of surrender instructions shouted through jungle loudspeakers beneath enemy fire. The work repeats itself hour after hour with exhausting patience. Pencil against paper. Erasure. Repetition. Verification. Outside the windows, snow drifts slowly across the parade grounds while army trucks leave dark tracks through slush and ice. At night, lamps continue glowing inside the classrooms long after the barracks have quieted. Some students whisper vocabulary to themselves while shaving in the mornings. Others fall asleep over dictionaries with their glasses still on. The war has not yet become violent here. It has become procedural. You watch the routine settle over the school the way winter settles over the surrounding fields. Morning roll call. Translation drills. Mess hall coffee served in metal cups too hot to hold comfortably. The same boots crossing the same corridors before sunrise each day. Yet beneath the repetition lives a pressure difficult to explain aloud. Many of the men studying here grew up hearing Japanese spoken softly at dinner tables beside American radios broadcasting baseball games and election results. Now those same childhood sounds are being reorganized into military instruments. Some of the instructors understand the contradiction intimately. They correct grammar with calm precision while knowing their own relatives remain behind fences elsewhere in the country. Internment camps stretch across deserts and isolated valleys far from these snow-covered classrooms. Tar paper barracks. Dust storms. Guard towers standing against empty skies. Letters arrive slowly from mothers describing weather, shortages, illnesses, and gardens that could not be brought along. Students read the letters privately before folding them away again beneath blankets or inside lockers beside army-issued wool uniforms. The contradiction is never discussed directly for very long. Military institutions prefer movement over reflection. There are schedules to maintain, tests to administer, documents to process. Yet silence itself becomes part of the atmosphere. A young interpreter may spend the afternoon translating Japanese troop communications before returning to a barracks room where another soldier quietly rereads a letter from family still confined behind wire in Arizona or Wyoming. The emotional distance between service and suspicion begins stretching wider than language can comfortably bridge. Weeks pass, then months. Winter slowly loosens its grip on the roads surrounding the school. Snowbanks collapse into muddy water beneath weak spring sunlight. Birds return to telephone wires beside the training grounds. New shipments of captured documents arrive for translation practice, still carrying stains from Pacific humidity and salt air. The distant war grows gradually more physical through paper alone. Mud pressed into boot prints. Sweat marks on field orders. Crude maps folded and unfolded until the corners tear away. The interpreters begin learning not only vocabulary, but rhythm. How exhausted soldiers shorten phrases beneath pressure. How officers disguise fear beneath formal language. How surrender leaflets must sound persuasive without sounding insulting. Entire nights disappear into discussions over tone. One badly chosen word might convince frightened enemy soldiers that surrender means execution. Another might persuade civilians to emerge safely from caves instead of remaining hidden beneath bombardment. Meaning becomes fragile. Human lives begin attaching themselves to grammar. Outside the classrooms, America continues moving through wartime routines of ration books, factory whistles, blackout drills, and newspaper headlines. But here inside the school the war narrows into smaller observations. Ink drying beneath lamplight. Fingertips stained dark from carbon paper. The soft turning of dictionary pages after midnight. Rain tapping steadily against barracks windows during spring storms while translators memorize military phrases they hope never to hear spoken directly toward them. And slowly, almost without anyone noticing the exact moment it happens, the students stop feeling like civilians temporarily wearing uniforms. The institution reshapes posture first, then routine, then silence, Their labor begins binding them to a war that increasingly depends upon voices, meanings, and interpretation as much as rifles or artillery. The barracks beyond the fence. Spring rain settles softly into the dust roads outside the assembly center, turning the ground dark beneath rows of barracks that seem to stretch farther each morning. Water gathers along shallow drainage ditches beside the fences, reflecting pale strips of cloud drifting slowly overhead. The buildings themselves look temporary in a way that never feels comforting. Thin wooden walls, tar paper roofs, gaps beneath doors where wind carries dust inside during dry afternoons and cold air during the night. Laundry hangs between poles behind the barracks, moving gently in the damp breeze while somewhere beyond the wire a freight train sounds its horn across the valley. The families wake early because privacy has become difficult. Doors open and close constantly along the narrow walkways between buildings. Children carry metal buckets toward communal washrooms while older men stand outside smoking quietly before breakfast. From a distance, the camp resembles a work site more than a prison. That resemblance matters. The government prefers practical appearances. Guard towers remain visible but not dominant. Soldiers patrol slowly without speaking much. Official signs describe relocation and protection. Yet the fences remain fences regardless of the language attached to them. Inside one barracks room, a mother folds blankets carefully over army cots while listening to rain strike the roof above her. The sound changes depending on weather. During light rain, it resembles fingers drumming softly against paper. During storms, the entire structure rattles with hollow vibration strong enough to wake sleeping children after midnight. Small domestic routines survive stubbornly beneath those sounds. Rice steaming over portable hot plates. Shoes lined neatly beside beds. Family photographs pinned against unfinished wood walls that still smell faintly of fresh lumber and desert dust. You watch the camp settle into repetition the way towns settle around factories or harbors. Breakfast lines before sunrise. Medical inspections. Roll calls. Long afternoons interrupted only by wind and announcements echoing through loudspeakers mounted on poles near the administration buildings. Certain habits become automatic with surprising speed. People stop looking toward the fences each time guards pass. Children invent games using scraps of wood or flattened cans. Older residents begin discussing weather more often because weather remains one of the few subjects untouched by politics. But beneath the routine rests a quieter uncertainty difficult to exhaust through familiarity. Nobody knows how long ordinary life will remain suspended here. Rumors move constantly between barracks. Someone heard families may be relocated deeper inland. Someone else heard loyal citizens will soon be released. Another claims military recruiters are searching for Japanese American volunteers willing to serve despite the confinement of their relatives. Each version travels across the camp with slight alterations before dissolving into uncertainty again. The young men hear these rumors differently than their parents do. Many were born in the United States. They attended American schools, memorized American state capitals, played baseball beneath American flags hanging above gymnasiums and assembly halls. Yet after Pearl Harbor, the categories surrounding them shifted abruptly. Citizenship no longer carried the same certainty it once had. Now loyalty exists as something requiring performance. Documentation. Endorsement. Visible proof. At first, the possibility of military service produces confusion more than patriotism. Some reject the idea entirely. Others volunteer immediately, desperate to escape the stagnation of the camps or reclaim a sense of belonging that confinement has damaged. Many remain undecided for weeks. The emotional terrain becomes uneven inside families. Fathers who once encouraged quiet obedience now argue over dinner tables about honor and humiliation. Mothers fold laundry while pretending not to hear the disagreements. Younger sisters listen silently from nearby cots while rain taps against the roofs overhead. One afternoon, notices appear near the mess halls requesting Japanese speakers for specialized military language programs. The papers themselves look ordinary enough. Thin government forms pinned beside announcements about rationing and medical schedules. Yet small crowds gather around them almost immediately. Men stand reading without speaking. Some already know enough Japanese to qualify because their parents insisted on language lessons years earlier. Others understand only fragments. A few deliberately avoided speaking Japanese while growing up, hoping fluency in English alone would make them less vulnerable in America. The irony settles slowly over the camp after the notices appear. A language once treated with suspicion has suddenly acquired military value. Parents who spent years worrying their children would become too American now watch the army reward fragments of Japanese culture the country recently condemned. Certain mothers begin encouraging sons to volunteer because translation work sounds safer than infantry combat. Others distrust the offer entirely. Government priorities change quickly during wars. Fear changes quickly too. Evening arrives gradually beneath thickening cloud. Lamps flicker on inside the barracks one by one while cooking smells drift through damp air between the buildings. Somewhere nearby, a radio broadcasts distant swing music muffled by rain and static. A boy rides a bicycle slowly beside the fence before a guard motions him away from the perimeter with weary impatience. Beyond the wire, farmland stretches outward beneath fading light as though ordinary America still waits patiently just beyond reach. Inside many barracks, conversations continue late into the night after children fall asleep. Some families discuss enlistment quietly beside dim lamps while wind presses against the thin walls. Others avoid the subject entirely. Certain fathers insist that serving the country may restore dignity stolen by confinement. Others argue that loyalty should not require sacrifice from citizens already imprisoned without trial. No resolution arrives before sleep. Only exhaustion. Farther away, beyond the camps and inland valleys, the language schools continue expanding quietly beneath military authority. More classrooms. More instructors. More intercepted documents arriving from the Pacific. The war is growing larger than the institutions built to manage it. Somewhere inside Washington offices, intelligence officers realize that victory may depend partly upon young men currently sleeping tonight inside American detention camps beneath rain-soaked roofs. And still the rain continues falling across the barracks through the dark. Morning arrives beneath low fog that settles against the fences and guard towers until the entire camp seems suspended inside a pale gray haze. The mountains beyond the valley disappear completely for several hours after sunrise, leaving only wet earth, dripping roofs, and rows of identical barracks fading softly into mist. Water slides from the corners of the buildings in steady rhythm. Somewhere near the mess hall, a generator hums unevenly before catching properly with a rough metallic cough. The camp always feels smaller during weather like this. Sound does not travel as far through fog. Conversations remain close to the ground. Footsteps emerge suddenly from whiteness and disappear again almost immediately. Men walk toward administrative buildings carrying folders of paperwork beneath their coats while soldiers at the gates stamp their boots against the cold mud. Nothing dramatic occurs. That is part of the pressure. The days rarely announce themselves through spectacle. More often they accumulate through repetition until entire months seem constructed from weather, waiting, and uncertainty layered carefully together. The recruitment process advances slowly enough to feel almost accidental. Interviews first. then language evaluations. Then forms measuring loyalty through questions written in careful bureaucratic phrasing. Certain questions spread through the camp faster than official announcements themselves. Would you swear unqualified allegiance to the United States? Would you forswear loyalty to the Japanese emperor? The wording unsettles many families immediately. Issei parents, barred by law from becoming American citizens for most of their lives, cannot fully answer questions built upon citizenship they were never allowed to possess. Inside the barracks, people begin discussing language differently now. Not poetry or childhood memory, but utility. Mothers correct pronunciation at dinner tables. Fathers reopen forgotten schoolbooks stored at the bottoms of trunks since before the war. Some young men sit outside after evening meals repeating military vocabulary beneath their breath while dust drifts across the walkways in the dry spring wind. The camp itself begins producing interpreters almost unconsciously, reshaping private inheritance into military preparation. You watch the transformation occur through small details long before official departure orders arrive. Army-issued notebooks appear beside family photographs. Haircuts become shorter. Posture changes slightly during morning inspections. Men who once wandered the camp aimlessly after lunch now spend hours practicing written characters inside crowded recreation halls converted into temporary study rooms. One room smells constantly of damp wool uniforms and pencil shavings. Another carries the dry scent of overheated radiators and old paper. The atmosphere resembles examination season at a university more than preparation for war. Yet the fences remain visible through every classroom window. That contradiction settles heavily into ordinary routine. Young men preparing to serve the United States still return each evening to barracks guarded by American soldiers. Mothers sewing name tags onto military clothing still stand in ration lines beneath watchtowers. The emotional strain rarely erupts openly because the camp has already trained people into restraint. Anger consumes too much energy in places built around waiting. Instead, the pressure moves inward, becoming quieter and more enduring. Certain evenings bring dust storms rolling across the valley without warning. Fine grit enters through cracks in the barracks walls and settles across blankets, dishes, books, and skin. During those storms, the camp sounds different. Wind presses against the roofs with a long dry roar while doors rattle violently in their frames. Families stuff towels beneath thresholds to keep sand from covering the floors. Children cough through the night. Lamps flicker behind curtains glowing dimly through airborne dust. On one such evening, a young man sits beside a small table copying Japanese characters repeatedly onto lined paper while his younger sister sleeps nearby beneath extra blankets against the cold. His father smokes silently near the door, listening to the storm scrape against the walls. Neither speaks for a long time. Finally, the father asks him to repeat a phrase aloud from the notebook. The son hesitates slightly before answering in careful Japanese, his accent carrying traces of California classrooms beneath the older rhythms of his parents' speech. The father nods once and says nothing more. Outside, the storm continues crossing the valley beneath guard tower lights that glow faintly through blowing dust. Somewhere beyond the camp perimeter, freight trains carry military supplies westward toward Pacific ports. Fuel, ammunition, medical equipment. The scale of the war expands constantly, swallowing ships, islands, factories, and entire coastlines into its machinery. But here inside the camp, the war still expresses itself through paperwork, fences, vocabulary drills, and the quiet shame of needing permission to prove loyalty. Weeks later, the first departure orders finally arrive. The atmosphere changes immediately, though almost nothing visible changes at first. Barracks remain standing beneath the same weathered roofs. Breakfast lines still form before sunrise. Guards continue pacing beside the fences with practiced boredom. Yet underneath the routine, a new tension begins moving through the camp. Suitcases reappear beneath bunks. Families discuss train schedules after dark. Certain mothers begin cooking favorite meals whenever ingredients can be obtained through ration systems already stretched thin by war. The departures themselves happen quietly. No marching bands. No speeches large enough to transform the mood. Usually only buses waiting near administrative buildings before dawn while families gather nearby carrying blankets, thermoses, and parcels wrapped carefully in cloth. The men boarding those buses do not yet resemble heroes or veterans. Most still look like students interrupted midway through ordinary life. You watch mothers straighten coat collars one final time before stepping back into the cold morning air. Fathers shake hands because prolonged emotion feels dangerous in public places. Younger brothers stare silently at army boots climbing bus steps slick with rainwater. The engine starts slowly, coughing exhaust into the pale light while military police checklists beside the road. Then the buses pull away from the camp. And for several moments afterward, nobody moves very much at all. Rooms filled with paper. The buses arrive at the language school before sunrise beneath skies still carrying the last grey weight of winter. Frost clings to the edges of the parade grounds, and the buildings stand motionless in the cold like empty administrative offices waiting for occupants who have not yet fully arrived in their own lives. Steam drifts upward from vents along the rooftops. Somewhere behind the classrooms, a truck reverses slowly through slush while chains rattle faintly against frozen pavement. The men step down carrying duffel bags damp from travel and pause instinctively to study the place that will now reshape them. Nothing about the school appears dramatic from the outside. Long rectangular buildings. Barracks painted in dull military colors already beginning to fade beneath weather. Utility poles carrying wires across muddy roads between classrooms and administration offices. Yet inside these ordinary structures the Pacific War has begun condensing into documents, maps, intercepted transmissions, and fragments of language gathered from battlefields thousands of kilometers away. The war arrives here first through paper. The classrooms smell of chalk dust, wet wool, and overheated radiators. Rows of desks face blackboards crowded with Japanese characters written in rapid strokes that seem almost alive beneath the white chalk. Instructors move through the rooms with the restrained urgency of men aware that the war is advancing faster than their students can realistically be prepared for it. There are never enough translators, never enough interpreters, never enough hours to teach what the Pacific will soon demand. Morning lessons begin before the frost fully disappears from the windows. Naval terminology first. Then military abbreviations. Then regional dialects difficult even for fluent speakers to follow clearly under stress. Some students understand formal Japanese but struggle with handwritten field notes recovered from dead soldiers in jungle positions. Others speak conversationally with ease yet falter when translating artillery reports or coded logistics messages. Entire afternoons disappear into the interpretation of single pages. You watch the instructors work patiently through confusion that no dictionary can fully resolve. A phrase may change meaning depending upon rank, region, exhaustion, or fear. One intercepted message from a retreating officer carries formal language collapsing gradually into fragmented shorthand near the end, as though the writer abandoned discipline while shells fell nearby. Another document appears straightforward until an instructor explains that certain expressions conceal references understood only inside particular military units. Meaning hides itself constantly inside culture. Outside, spring rain returns again and again throughout the weeks that follow. Water darkens the parade grounds and pools beside the barracks while students hurry between buildings carrying stacks of notebooks beneath their coats. The weather becomes part of the routine. Damp uniforms hanging beside heaters after evening drills. Mud drying on boots outside classroom doors. The smell of rain mixing with cigarette smoke during short breaks between lectures. The war remains distant geographically, but physically the school begins absorbing its atmosphere through exhaustion alone. At night the classrooms glow long after sunset. Lamps burn above translation tables covered in captured diaries, field maps, and military manuals spread open beneath rulers and pencils. Certain pages still carry stains from tropical rainwater or dirt pressed into the folds. Some documents smell faintly of mildew from months spent inside jungle packs before being recovered by American patrols. Students handle these papers carefully because the objects themselves feel strangely intimate. Someone carried this notebook through fear, hunger, retreat, or boredom before abandoning it in mud beside a battlefield river or cave entrance. The work changes the students slowly. At first many still speak like civilians temporarily passing through military life. They joke during meals. They complain about schedules and weather. They write long letters home describing instructors, food, and sleeping conditions. But repetition begins sanding away parts of ordinary identity. Days narrow into translation drills, intelligence reports, memorization, and testing. Certain men start dreaming in fragmented combinations of Japanese and English military phrases. Others wake suddenly at night, convinced they have mistranslated something important during evening exercises. Some instructors encourage relentless precision almost to the point of cruelty. A single mistaken character may trigger an hour-long correction session before the entire class. Yet even the harshest instructors understand the pressure shaping the school. News from the Pacific grows steadily worse during these months. Island campaigns expand across maps pinned inside briefing rooms. Casualty reports arrive faster than replacement personnel can be trained. Intelligence failures cost ships, airfields, and lives. Every corrected mistake inside these classrooms carries invisible urgency behind it. You begin noticing how silence functions differently here than it did inside the camps. There, silence protected dignity. Here, silence concentrates attention. Men sit beneath weak electric lights turning pages slowly while rain taps against the windows after midnight. Occasionally, someone mutters a translation aloud before crossing it out again. The atmosphere feels less like a military academy than a monastery devoted entirely to interpretation. Yet beneath the discipline, another tension remains alive. Some students still receive letters from families living behind fences farther west. Mothers describing dust storms inside camp barracks. Fathers writing briefly about illness or shortages without complaint. Younger siblings asking when the war will finally end so everyone can go home again. The contrast becomes difficult to escape. During the day, these men study Japanese military communication for the United States Army. At night, they unfold letters stamped by censorship offices and read about American detention camps holding their families indefinitely. The contradiction rarely receives direct discussion inside the classrooms. Military institutions survive by compartmentalization. One room teaches loyalty through service. Another processes reports from camps guarded by American soldiers. The students learn quickly that emotional complexity slows instruction. So most continue working quietly beneath the lamps while spring storms move across the parade grounds outside. And still the stacks of intercepted paper continue growing higher. By early summer, the school no longer feels temporary to the men living inside it. The routines have settled too deeply into the body. Boots strike the corridors before sunrise with automatic rhythm. Hands reach for notebooks before full wakefulness arrives. Even the smell of the buildings, damp paper, floor polish, radiator heat, cigarette smoke trapped inside wall fabric, begins carrying the strange familiarity of home. The institution reshapes people gradually through repetition rather than command. Morning fog drifts low across the training grounds while bugles echo faintly between the barracks. Trucks arrive carrying new bundles of captured material wrapped in canvas and tied with military cord. Some come from islands whose names the students only recently learned to pronounce correctly. Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Saipan. The Pacific advances through the school not as geography, but as accumulation. More documents, more urgency, more dead soldiers leaving handwriting behind them. Inside one classroom, an instructor unfolds a map recovered from a ruined Japanese command post. Mud still clings to the corners despite careful cleaning. Tiny handwritten notes crowd the margins in hurried pencil strokes almost erased by rainwater and handling. The students lean forward instinctively as the instructor begins translating sections aloud, explaining how troop movement, supply shortages, and artillery placement can be reconstructed through fragments that once appeared meaningless. Intelligence work often resembles archaeology more than espionage. Meaning survives in traces. The students learn to study not only words, but pressure, exhausted handwriting, abrupt sentence endings, formal language collapsing into panic. Certain reports from isolated island garrisons become shorter over time, stripped gradually of ceremony as starvation and bombardment intensify. Others maintain rigid politeness even while describing hopeless conditions. The interpreters begin understanding that military language reveals emotional states unintentionally. Fear leaves marks on syntax. Isolation changes rhythm. Hunger alters tone. You watch the men absorb these realizations slowly while summer heat settles over the school buildings. Windows remain open during afternoon classes, allowing warm air and distant engine noise to drift through the corridors. Ceiling fans turn lazily above rows of desks while sweat darkens collars beneath uniforms worn too long between washings. The atmosphere becomes heavier now. Less academic. More operational. Rumors spread that some graduates may soon deploy directly into combat zones rather than remain inside intelligence offices far from the front. The possibility changes conversations almost immediately. At night, the barracks remain louder than before. Men debate assignments while sitting beside open windows, smoking into the humid darkness. Some hope for field work because it promises escape from endless classroom repetition. Others quietly fear deployment but avoid admitting it openly. Many still imagine translator duties as distant from direct violence, though instructors increasingly warn otherwise. Interpreters often move near front lines. Captured documents must be translated quickly. Prisoners interrogated immediately. Surrender attempts negotiated before artillery resumes. The war presses closer each week. One evening, a senior instructor gathers several students around a table scattered with Japanese surrender leaflets printed by American psychological warfare units. The pages are thin and cheaply made, designed for mass distribution across islands where exhausted soldiers hide inside caves or jungle fortifications. The instructor explains that translation alone is insufficient. Tone matters more. The language must sound authoritative without humiliation, compassionate without weakness. Too formal, and frightened soldiers may distrust it. Too aggressive, and they may choose death instead. The room falls quiet while the students study the leaflets beneath yellow lamplight. Many of them understand instinctively why the problem is difficult. Honor occupies language differently depending upon culture, upbringing, and circumstance. A phrase acceptable in California may sound insulting in Okinawa. A direct order from an American officer may fail entirely where an appeal to family obligation succeeds. The interpreters are being trained not merely to translate words, but to navigate emotional terrain shaped by fear, nationalism, shame, and survival. Outside, thunderstorms move across the plains surrounding the school. Rain strikes the roofs heavily enough to interrupt lectures until instructors raise their voices over the noise. Water leaks through old window frames onto classroom floors. The students continue working through the storms almost mechanically now, pencils moving across paper while thunder rolls somewhere beyond the barracks. Entire days disappear beneath translation exercises and weather. Fatigue begins changing the atmosphere in quieter ways as well. Some students develop nervous habits, constantly rubbing ink stains from fingertips, rechecking translations long after completion, whispering unfamiliar terms repeatedly while walking between buildings. Sleep becomes shallow for many of them. The mind struggles to release language after 12 or 14 hours of concentration. Japanese military phrases echo beneath dreams alongside train whistles, classroom bells, and fragments of home remembered imperfectly through exhaustion. Letters from the camps continue arriving. A mother writes about unbearable heat inside the barracks during summer afternoons. Another describes elderly residents collapsing during dust storms. One father includes careful instructions for tending tomato plants once the family eventually returns home, as though ordinary gardening advice might preserve continuity against the pressure of war. The students read these letters privately before returning to classrooms where American officers lecture them on loyalty, duty, and national necessity. No one resolves the contradiction because resolution is impossible inside the moment itself. Instead, the men continue working. Translation after translation. Page after page. Rainfall giving way to heat. Then heat giving way to evening storms rolling across the dark parade grounds outside. And gradually the school stops feeling like preparation. It begins feeling like the edge of something already underway. Islands of humidity and paper. The transport ship moves westward beneath low Pacific cloud while salt wind drifts across the deck before sunrise. The ocean appears almost colorless at this hour, stretching outward in long gray folds broken only by the slow rise and fall of escort vessels pacing the convoy nearby. Somewhere below deck, engines vibrate steadily through steel corridors smelling of fuel oil, wet canvas, and machine heat. Men sleep lightly inside crowded compartments where hammocks sway gently with the motion of the sea and ventilation fans struggle against the tropical air already thickening around them. For many of the interpreters, the Pacific reveals itself first through weather rather than combat. Humidity settles into uniforms before land even appears. Paper softens at the edges. Ink smears more easily. Skin remains damp constantly beneath collars and sleeves. The air itself feels heavier than the classrooms left behind inland, as though the ocean carries pressure along with heat. At night, condensation gathers along pipes overhead and drips steadily into metal pans placed beneath leaks that no one bothers repairing anymore. The ships travel for days through alternating fog, rain squalls, and sudden bursts of harsh sunlight reflecting violently from the water. Men gather near railings smoking in silence while staring toward horizons that never seem to move closer. Rumors spread between decks about upcoming assignments. Some interpreters may join Marine intelligence sections. Others may work beside Army interrogators or naval officers. Certain units specialize in captured documents. Others accompany patrols directly into recently secured territory. The uncertainty follows them across the ocean just as it followed them through the camps and language schools. You watch the routines aboard ship narrow gradually into repetition. Breakfast lines swaying with the movement of the sea. Card games interrupted by sudden rain. Boots drying beside ventilation grates after tropical storms sweep across the convoy. The interpreters continue studying whenever possible, carrying notebooks onto the decks during calm weather or reviewing military phrases inside dim compartments lit by weak yellow bulbs after midnight. The institution still clings to them. Translation remains a discipline even while the ocean stretches endlessly around them. Eventually land emerges through rain haze almost imperceptibly at first. Dark shapes beneath low cloud. Then ridge lines. Then dense jungle climbing steep volcanic slopes toward mist-covered peaks. The islands appear beautiful from a distance in ways that feel deeply unsettling once the men understand what waits beneath the trees. Beaches churned apart by shellfire. Airfields carved from mud and coral. Caves holding wounded soldiers too frightened to surrender. Entire landscapes reorganized around survival. The interpreters disembark into heat that seems to rise directly from the ground itself. Humidity presses against the lungs while trucks carry men inland along roads lined with palm trees shredded by artillery blasts and storms. Rainwater fills shell craters beside the road. Abandoned equipment rusts almost immediately beneath the climate. Somewhere beyond the jungle, artillery sounds intermittently like distant doors slamming shut one after another beneath the clouds. The camps established behind the front lines resemble temporary cities assembled from canvas, mud, and exhaustion. Tents sag beneath rainwater. Supply crates lie stacked beside radio equipment protected under tarps already stained dark with mildew. Generators hum continuously through the night while insects gather around exposed lamps in enormous drifting clouds. Nothing remains dry for very long. Maps curl at the edges. Clothing rots slowly beneath sweat and rain. Even cigarettes soften inside unopened packs. The interpreters quickly discover that battlefield language differs sharply from classroom language. Captured diaries contain slang, abbreviations, regional expressions, and hurried shorthand almost impossible to decipher cleanly. Prisoners speak through fear, dehydration, confusion, or shock. Some refuse entirely. Others alternate unpredictably between defiance and collapse. Translation becomes slower here because survival surrounds every conversation. One young interpreter spends an entire afternoon crouched inside a tent translating notebooks recovered from dead Japanese officers after a failed counterattack in the hills nearby. Rain strikes the canvas roof heavily enough to drown out nearby conversation while the air smells of damp paper, sweat, and iodine drifting from a medical station farther down the muddy path. The notebooks contain inventory lists at first. Ammunition counts. Rice shortages, fuel requests. Then gradually the entries become more fragmented, shorter, hungrier. Certain pages contain only names. Outside the tent, stretcher bearers move carefully through the mud carrying wounded Marines toward field hospitals hidden beneath camouflage netting. Helicopters do not yet dominate wars in this period. Movement still depends largely upon trucks, ships, boots, and exhaustion. Men disappear into jungle valleys for days at a time before returning hollow-eyed and silent beside patrols carrying captured maps, radios, and prisoners needing immediate interrogation. The interpreters occupy a strange position within all of this movement. Essential, yet not fully trusted. Some officers rely heavily upon them within hours. Others continue watching them cautiously despite the uniforms, despite the service, despite the work already performed. Certain interpreters notice conversations lowering in volume when they enter briefing tents. Others hear slurs muttered casually by exhausted soldiers who no longer bother concealing resentment beneath wartime fatigue. Yet the work continues regardless. Captured documents arrive constantly now. Orders recovered from caves. Letters taken from abandoned packs. codes scribbled hastily onto scraps of waterproof paper. Every fragment might contain troop locations, supply conditions, or defensive plans capable of saving lives if translated quickly enough. Intelligence officers hover impatiently beside translation tables, waiting for meaning to emerge from soaked pages laid carefully beneath lamps while rainwater drips from tent seams overhead. Night falls early beneath tropical cloud cover. Darkness settles heavily over the camps while distant artillery flickers occasionally beyond the jungle ridges like heat lightning trapped inside the earth itself. Generators continue humming. Radios crackle through static. Somewhere nearby, an exhausted interpreter leans over another stack of captured papers while insects strike repeatedly against the lamp above his head. And still more documents keep arriving from the rain. By the middle of the campaign season, the camps behind the front lines begin feeling less temporary than exhausted. Mud paths deepen into trenches beneath constant rain and boot traffic. Canvas rots slowly along the seams. Empty ration tins collect beside supply tents waiting for disposal that rarely comes quickly enough. The interpreters stop noticing certain discomforts entirely. Damp clothing. Mosquitoes gathering around lanterns. The permanent smell of mildew settling into blankets, notebooks, and skin. Fatigue simplifies the body's expectations. The work expands faster than the units processing it. Every offensive produces new material. Captured maps rolled inside waterproof tubes. Operational orders recovered from shattered command posts. Diaries taken from bodies lying for days beneath jungle foliage before patrols reach them. Sometimes the documents arrive neatly organized inside officer satchels. More often they come bundled carelessly in mud-stained cloth sacks beside weapons and broken field equipment. The interpreters spread the pages across rough wooden tables while ceiling fans push warm air uselessly around the tents. You watch them develop habits shaped entirely by pressure. One man translates fastest late at night after the generators quiet slightly and the camp settles into exhausted silence. Another mutters difficult phrases aloud repeatedly before committing them to paper. A third keeps small stones beside his desk, arranging and rearranging them unconsciously while studying damaged field reports whose ink has blurred almost beyond recovery. The work resembles restoration as much as translation. Meaning must be rescued from weather. Certain documents carry unsettling intimacy. A diary from a starving conscript describes dreams of rice and winter rivers back home. Another notebook contains detailed artillery coordinates beside careful sketches of cherry blossoms copied from memory during quiet hours between bombardments. One interpreter pauses for a long moment after discovering a grocery list tucked between military dispatches, written in handwriting almost identical to his mother's. Soy sauce. Pickled vegetables. Soap. Ordinary domestic life surviving absurdly close to annihilation. The interpreters rarely discuss these moments openly. The camps do not encourage prolonged emotional reflection. There are always more documents waiting. More prisoners arriving. More operations moving forward through valleys and ridgelines where humidity hangs motionless beneath the trees. Yet privately many begin feeling the strange emotional compression produced by proximity to familiar language emerging from enemy hands. The war becomes difficult to maintain at safe psychological distance when even casual handwriting evokes childhood memory. Interrogations intensify as American forces push deeper across the islands. Some occur inside proper intelligence tents equipped with tables, translators, and military police standing guard nearby. Others happen hastily beside roads, inside damaged bunkers, or beneath tarps stretched against rain during active operations. Conditions vary constantly. The pressure does not. Captured soldiers arrive exhausted, wounded, frightened, dehydrated, or fiercely silent. The interpreters sit between worlds neither side fully trusts. One afternoon rain falls so heavily that water runs beneath the tent walls while an interpreter questions a wounded Japanese radio operator captured near a ridge still burning from artillery strikes. The prisoner keeps glancing toward the storm outside rather than toward the Americans surrounding him. His uniform hangs in torn strips darkened by mud and blood. Each answer emerges slowly through exhaustion. Unit locations. Supply conditions. Retreat routes. The interpreter repeats the information calmly in English while officers scribble notes beneath flickering lantern light. Then suddenly the prisoner asks where the interpreter learned Japanese. The question hangs briefly inside the tent above the sound of rain. For several seconds, nobody moves very much at all. The interpreter eventually answers quietly that his parents came from California farming communities where Japanese remained spoken at home. The prisoner stares at him with visible confusion, as though the war itself has momentarily become incomprehensible. An American soldier speaking Japanese with the rhythms of ordinary family life unsettles assumptions carefully built through propaganda and isolation. The prisoner says nothing more afterward. Neither does the interpreter once the questioning ends. Outside, the rain continues hammering the jungle. These moments accumulate gradually inside the interpreters even when they try ignoring them. A familiar accent overheard from a cave entrance before surrender negotiations begin. A song hummed softly by wounded prisoners awaiting transport. The respectful phrasing older Japanese officers sometimes use automatically when addressing younger men they assume share cultural upbringing. Language bypasses distance too easily. It carries fragments of recognition through environments constructed entirely around dehumanization. Yet the interpreters cannot afford emotional hesitation for long. Military operations move quickly now. Entire nights disappear into translation work supporting planned assaults against increasingly desperate defensive positions. Surrender leaflets must be rewritten for local conditions. Captured maps cross-referenced against aerial reconnaissance. Prisoners questioned before units relocate again. Sleep becomes irregular and shallow. Some interpreters work 18 or 20 hours during major offensives before collapsing briefly onto cots still wearing mud-stained uniforms. The jungle itself begins affecting perception after enough weeks pass. Rainfall replaces clocks as the measure of time. Morning storms. Afternoon heat. Evening mist rising through shattered trees beside abandoned fortifications. Certain camps smell permanently of wet earth and diesel fuel. Others carry the sweet rot of tropical vegetation growing rapidly over battlefields almost before the dead are removed. Nature absorbs war here with frightening efficiency. Grass returns through shell craters. Vines swallow rusting equipment. Insects gather over abandoned trenches until entire positions disappear beneath green silence. At night, the interpreters sometimes sit outside the tents after finishing their shifts, smoking beside lantern light while distant artillery flashes beyond the mountains. Exhaustion strips conversation down to fragments. Weather observations. Supply rumors. Speculation about future deployments. Nobody speaks much about fear directly. The Pacific discourages theatrical emotion. The climate itself consumes too much energy already. Farther uphill, another convoy arrives carrying fresh stacks of captured documents wrapped beneath waterproof canvas. And before dawn fully returns, the lamps inside the intelligence tents begin glowing once more. Voices beneath the hills. The caves begin appearing long before the interpreters actually enter them. Dark openings cut into volcanic hillsides. Camouflage netting hanging in strips from shattered trees nearby. Smoke drifting faintly through dense vegetation after bombardments roll across the ridges. Entire sections of the island seem hollowed from within, transformed into underground worlds where soldiers survive for weeks or months beneath stone, heat, and darkness. From a distance, the entrances resemble natural shadows beneath the jungle canopy. Up close they smell of damp earth, burned powder, illness, and fear. By now the war has changed character again. The early campaigns carried movement, landings, rapid offensives, expanding airfields. But the closer American forces move toward Japan itself, the more the fighting hardens into endurance. Defensive systems deepen underground. Civilians become trapped beside military positions. Surrender grows psychologically more difficult. Entire units disappear into tunnel networks where artillery and naval bombardment cannot fully reach them. The interpreters follow the armies into these altered conditions because language has become inseparable from survival. You watch the routines surrounding the caves repeat themselves day after day beneath unbearable humidity. Loudspeakers carried uphill through mud by exhausted Marines. Leaflets scattered across ravines after airstrikes. Interpreters crouched beside officers drafting surrender appeals while mortar fire sounds intermittently from hidden positions farther inside the hills. The same phrases return constantly, refined through repetition. Lay down your weapons. Medical treatment will be provided. Civilians may emerge safely. Resistance is hopeless. Yet every cave system changes the emotional terrain slightly. Some remain silent for days despite bombardment. Others answer surrender calls with rifle fire almost immediately. Occasionally voices emerge from the darkness asking cautious questions about food, wounded relatives, or treatment of prisoners. Those moments carry strange intimacy. The interpreters speak into darkness toward people they cannot see, using respectful language taught at family dinner tables years earlier in California or Washington farming towns. Their words travel through smoke, dust, and fear into hidden chambers where starving soldiers and civilians wait uncertainly beneath the earth. One interpreter spends 3 consecutive nights near a limestone ridge where civilians remain trapped inside a cave complex alongside retreating Japanese troops. Rain falls heavily every evening, turning the slopes into rivers of mud while American patrols hold positions among shattered trees outside the entrances. During daylight hours, artillery strikes nearby defensive positions farther uphill. At night, the interpreters speak through loudspeakers while insects gather around the lamps and rainwater drips steadily from the jungle canopy overhead. The work becomes emotionally exhausting because progress occurs slowly, if at all. A child cries somewhere deep inside the cave one evening after the loudspeaker broadcasts pause. Another night, an elderly civilian calls out asking whether the Americans truly have doctors. Sometimes surrender groups emerge cautiously carrying white cloths tied to sticks. Other times silence returns completely for hours while officers debate renewed bombardment. The interpreters remain suspended between military necessity and human desperation. Inside the camps below the ridges, the atmosphere grows heavier with each passing month of the war. Casualty reports arrive constantly now. Medical tents overflow during major operations. Rain rots supplies before replacement shipments arrive. Men develop jungle sores that refuse healing beneath the climate. Exhaustion settles visibly into posture and speech. Even the interpreters, once considered somewhat removed from direct combat, now move regularly through frontline conditions where sniper fire, artillery fragments, and sudden ambushes remain constant risks. One afternoon, an interpreter accompanies a patrol clearing bunker positions above a valley still covered in smoke from naval bombardment earlier that morning. The ground trembles occasionally beneath distant artillery while heat rises from black volcanic rock slick with recent rain. The patrol discovers a wounded Japanese officer inside a partially collapsed bunker beside stacks of field documents already soaked through by groundwater leaking from the walls. The officer attempts formal resistance at first, reciting rank and unit information with rigid precision despite obvious injury. Then the interpreter addresses him in careful Japanese. The atmosphere inside the bunker changes almost immediately. Not peacefully, not sentimentally, but recognizably. The officer pauses for several seconds before answering again, this time less formally, as though hearing familiar language inside the ruins has disturbed the emotional machinery keeping him composed. Outside, Marines continue securing the hillside while smoke drifts across the entrance. Inside the bunker, the interpreter translates questions calmly regarding nearby defensive positions, supply conditions, and troop strength. The officer eventually answers some, refuses others. Neither man fully meets the other's eyes. Afterward, while intelligence officers study the recovered documents outside beneath camouflage tarps, the interpreter sits briefly alone beside the bunker entrance, smoking with trembling hands he carefully hides inside the folds of his uniform. No one comments on it. Everyone nearby carries exhaustion differently now. Some through anger, others through silence. The interpreters through accumulation. The caves continue changing them because the caves compress war into human proximity impossible to ignore. Translation no longer happens safely inside rear tents beside stacks of paper. Now it occurs face to face with wounded soldiers, terrified civilians, and starving survivors emerging slowly from darkness beneath the hills. Language acquires physical weight in these moments. Tone influences surrender. Hesitation alters trust. A single phrase may determine whether frightened civilians step into daylight or remain underground while bombardment resumes. At night, the interpreters sometimes dream about voices without faces. Questions echoing from tunnel entrances. Children crying somewhere beyond visible light. The soft static hum of loudspeakers before broadcasts begin again. Sleep becomes fragmented beneath operational pressure and tropical heat. Men wake uncertain whether certain conversations actually occurred or merely replayed themselves through exhaustion inside memory. Still the work expands. More islands. More caves. More hidden civilians and isolated soldiers refusing surrender long after strategic defeat becomes inevitable. The Pacific itself seems to harden psychologically as the war advances westward. Resistance deepens. Fear deepens with it. And always the interpreters remain beside the entrances, speaking carefully into the dark. By late summer, the hills themselves seem exhausted. Entire ridgelines have been broken apart by shellfire until the earth resembles something dug open repeatedly and never allowed to heal. Trees stand stripped bare above black volcanic slopes where rainwater carries ashen loose soil downward into valleys crowded with tents, supply dumps, and aid stations. The interpreters move constantly now between intelligence sections, medical units, and frontline positions where surrender attempts continue unfolding cave by cave beneath oppressive heat. The war no longer advances cleanly across maps. It seeps slowly through stone. The loudspeaker teams become familiar figures along the forward areas. Generators strapped onto trailers. Coils of cable dragged through mud. Amplifiers wrapped carefully beneath tarps during storms. Marines joke bitterly that the interpreters spend half the war speaking into mountains and the other half translating what comes back out. Yet the work matters too much to dismiss entirely. Certain caves surrender after hours of negotiation that might otherwise have required flamethrowers, demolitions, or prolonged bombardment. Civilians emerge carrying children wrapped in blankets darkened by soot and rainwater. Wounded soldiers stagger into daylight blinking against the brightness after weeks underground. You watch the interpreters develop a particular rhythm during these operations. Calm voice first. Formal address. Reassurance repeated patiently. Warnings delivered without threat whenever possible. The broadcasts continue through rainstorms, sniper fire, generator failures, and exhaustion because consistency itself becomes persuasive. Fear listens differently than reason. Terrified people inside caves measure tone before they trust meaning. One evening near a shattered ridge overlooking the sea, an interpreter spends hours speaking toward a tunnel network where several civilians remain trapped alongside isolated Japanese troops. The sun disappears early beneath storm cloud, leaving the entire hillside washed in weak gray light while waves break far below against volcanic cliffs. Smoke from earlier bombardments still drifts through the ravines. Somewhere behind the interpreter, Marines crouch beside machine gun positions, waiting silently for movement. The interpreter continues speaking anyway. He describes medical treatment, food, water, protection for civilians. His voice carries through the loudspeaker across broken rock and tangled roots still burning faintly from artillery strikes earlier that afternoon. At first nothing answers except wind moving through damaged trees. Then eventually a woman's voice emerges from somewhere inside the darkness asking whether children will truly be allowed to leave safely. The question changes the atmosphere immediately. For several seconds, even the Marines nearby remain motionless, listening. The interpreter answers carefully that children may come out first if necessary. The woman says nothing more afterward. Night settles gradually over the ridge while rain begins falling again in soft uneven drops against helmets, leaves, and equipment cases. Hours later, just before midnight, the first civilians emerge carrying cloth bundles and improvised white flags cut from shirts and bedding. They walk slowly down the muddy slope blinking beneath flashlight beams while corpsmen move forward cautiously to guide them toward waiting medical tents farther downhill. Moments like these travel through the interpreter units quickly afterward, repeated quietly beside mess tables or inside tents late at night while men smoke through exhaustion. Not triumph exactly. More a temporary interruption of catastrophe. The Pacific rarely offers clean emotional resolution. Too much suffering surrounds even successful outcomes. Yet the interpreters cling to such moments because they provide fragile evidence that language can occasionally reduce destruction rather than merely document it afterward. Still, the moral strain deepens. Not every negotiation succeeds. Some cave systems remain silent until assaults begin again. Others produce civilians only after military commanders authorize renewed bombardment. The interpreters often hear fear directly before violence resumes. Pleading voices. Confused questions. Elderly civilians asking whether surrender means execution. Young soldiers repeating propaganda they barely seem to believe anymore. The emotional residue of these conversations lingers long after operations conclude. One interpreter begins smoking constantly between assignments despite previously disliking cigarettes entirely. Another develops insomnia severe enough that corpsmen quietly recommend sedatives whenever rest becomes possible. A third stops volunteering for loudspeaker duty after witnessing civilians killed during crossfire while attempting to surrender from a hillside position. None of these reactions are considered unusual by now. The Pacific has begun wearing down everyone differently. The environment itself contributes to the exhaustion. Heat trapped beneath jungle canopy. Rainfall arriving with almost theatrical violence before vanishing again into suffocating humidity. Rot spreading through clothing, boots, and paper alike. Certain camps smell permanently of mold, sweat, antiseptic, and burned fuel. Others carry the faint sweetness of decomposing vegetation mixed with smoke drifting continuously from nearby combat zones. The interpreters absorb these atmospheres day after day until memory itself begins smelling like the islands. And still the war continues moving westward. The closer American forces advance toward Japan, the heavier the psychological resistance becomes. Captured soldiers increasingly speak of death before surrender as though discussing weather. Civilians hide inside caves for weeks even when starving. Entire villages empty themselves into tunnel systems beneath bombardment. The interpreters understand part of the fear because they understand the language shaping it. Honor, shame, obligation, sacrifice. The concepts repeat endlessly through interrogations, leaflets, diaries, and loudspeaker appeals until the words themselves begin losing stable meaning through overuse. At night, the interpreters sometimes gather quietly outside intelligence tents after their shifts end. Rainwater drips steadily from camouflage netting overhead while distant naval guns flash faintly along the horizon beyond the hills. Nobody speaks very loudly anymore. Fatigue has narrowed conversation into fragments once again. Supply rumors, weather, speculation about future invasions still being planned farther north. Someone eventually mentions Japan itself. Not strategically, personally. Parents still living there. Cousins never met. Villages remembered only through stories told before the war. The conversation fades quickly afterward because no one knows what future awaits beyond the next operation. Yet the silence that follows feels heavier than ordinary exhaustion. Far uphill, another loudspeaker team prepares to move before dawn toward newly secured tunnel systems hidden inside the mountains. And somewhere within those dark passages, frightened voices still wait beneath the earth listening for what the interpreters will say next. The voices that remained. By the final year of the war, exhaustion settles over the Pacific like weather that no longer passes. The maps inside command tents continue changing. Arrows move steadily closer toward the Japanese home islands. Airfields expand. Naval routes thicken with supply convoys. Yet among the interpreters the emotional atmosphere becomes slower, heavier, and more inward. The early urgency of deployment has faded into accumulated fatigue. Too many interrogations. Too many caves. Too many notebooks recovered from dead men whose handwriting still resembles ordinary life. The camps behind the lines grow larger and more permanent with each new operation. Roads once carved quickly through jungle mud are now reinforced with planks, crushed coral, and steel matting. Warehouses rise beside landing strips crowded with transport aircraft. Entire administrative systems spread across the islands. Medical stations, signal corps offices, intelligence compounds, prisoner processing centers. The war has become industrial in scale. Yet the interpreters still spend most of their days inside rooms no larger than classrooms, leaning over paper beneath weak electric light. Yet within those fragments lives a strange quietness. A soldier describing moonlight over flooded grass. Another worrying about whether his younger brother has been conscripted yet. A third apologizing repeatedly to his parents for not writing sooner despite knowing the letters will probably never be sent. The interpreter reads the pages slowly beneath a lantern while rain taps against the roof overhead. Outside the tent, mechanics repair damaged vehicles beneath tarps illuminated by weak work lights. Farther downhill, wounded men arrive continuously from operations still unfolding near the ridges. The war remains violent everywhere around him. Yet inside the diary another atmosphere survives briefly. Homesickness. Shame. Memory. Human beings trying to remain recognizable to themselves while history crushes structure around them. The interpreters rarely discuss how much these documents affect them because the work still demands efficiency above introspection. Intelligence officers require summaries, coordinates, troop estimates, defensive plans. Emotional texture has little operational value. So most interpreters learn to compartmentalize instinctively. One part of the mind translates military necessity. Another quietly absorbs grief. At times the emotional boundaries blur unexpectedly. A young interpreter from Washington State hears an elderly prisoner speaking in a rural dialect nearly identical to the accent his grandparents used during childhood visits. Meanwhile, the Pacific continues deteriorating physically. The climate consumes everything eventually. Metal rusts within weeks. Uniforms bleach beneath tropical sun before rotting apart in rain. Paper curls, softens, and disintegrates. Men lose weight steadily during prolonged campaigns. Skin infections spread through camps despite constant medical efforts. Entire units begin carrying the dull posture of overextended machinery barely maintaining motion. Even victory feels exhausted now. One evening a tropical storm cuts power across several sections of an intelligence compound while interpreters are processing newly captured documents from defensive positions farther north. Lanterns replace electric light. They have spent too long translating fear, surrender, injury, and death to return easily to innocence. The Pacific has entered them gradually through repetition more than trauma alone. Outside, thunder rolls continuously across the island while supply trucks struggle through flooded roads toward the beaches. And still more documents continue arriving through the storm. The closer the war moves toward its conclusion, the stranger time begins feeling inside the Pacific camps. Days no longer separate themselves clearly. Rainstorms blur into artillery reports. Sleepless nights dissolve into brief humid mornings where the same trucks carry the same crates past the same rows of tents before disappearing again beneath jungle roads slick with mud. Entire weeks vanish beneath paperwork, interrogations, and operational briefings without anyone fully noticing where the hours went. The interpreters continue working because stopping would force reflection, and reflection has become increasingly difficult to contain. Rumors spread constantly now about the coming invasion of Japan. Maps pinned inside intelligence offices grow more detailed each month. Coastal defenses, civilian population centers, railway networks, tunnel systems. Translators receive additional briefings regarding civilian communication, evacuation procedures, and psychological warfare planning. The distinction between soldier and civilian has become increasingly unstable as the war advances. Entire villages now exist inside the operational language of military planning. One interpreter spends several weeks attached to a prisoner processing center established near a recently secured harbor. The facility occupies a cluster of weathered buildings reinforced with sandbags and barbed wire overlooking dark volcanic beaches where landing craft continue arriving through rough surf. Rainwater gathers beneath the floorboards during storms, leaving the room smelling permanently of mildew, salt, and disinfectant. Prisoners pass through constantly now. Some wounded, some starving, some too exhausted even to maintain hostility. The interpreter begins noticing how surrender alters people physically. Certain prisoners continue sitting rigidly upright long after capture, preserving fragments of military formality despite obvious collapse. Others seem to age visibly within days once fear and adrenaline recede. Many ask first about food, water, medical treatment, family, not strategy or politics. Human needs reassert themselves quickly after prolonged survival pressure loosens. One elderly reservist captured during fighting farther inland speaks almost continuously during interrogation, not because he wishes to provide intelligence, but because silence frightens him after weeks underground inside cave systems cut off from reliable communication. He describes rainfall patterns back home near Osaka, fishing boats, school festivals before the war, rice shortages during his childhood. The interpreter translates patiently while intelligence officers wait for military relevance that rarely arrives. Eventually, the prisoner apologizes for wasting everyone's time. The interpreter hesitates before translating that sentence fully. Moments like this accumulate quietly inside him afterward. The war has trained everyone to categorize efficiently. Prisoner, civilian, officer, enemy, asset. Yet prolonged exposure to language disrupts categories constantly because speech carries personality faster than institutions can suppress it. Fear sounds human in every dialect. So does loneliness. Outside the processing center, the Pacific continues moving with indifferent rhythm. Waves striking volcanic rock beneath cloudy skies. Rain sweeping across the harbor before clearing briefly into violent tropical sunlight. Cargo nets swinging above crowded docks where fuel drums, ammunition crates, and medical supplies disappear inland toward operations still underway. The machinery of war never fully pauses even when individual men collapse from exhaustion within it. At night, the interpreters sometimes receive temporary moments of stillness rare enough to feel unreal. One evening, several sit outside the processing buildings after midnight while the rain finally pauses for the first time in days. The sea beyond the harbor glows faintly beneath broken cloud cover. Ships drift at anchor with navigation lights reflected across black water moving almost invisibly in the dark. Nobody speaks for a long while. The silence feels fragile rather than peaceful. Eventually, one interpreter mentions that he no longer remembers the exact sound of the train station near his childhood neighborhood in California. Another says he can still remember the smell of orange groves after rain. The conversation fades again almost immediately afterward. Memory has become dangerous terrain now because the Pacific compresses emotional life towards survival and routine. Too much reflection threatens operational focus. Yet the memories continue surfacing unexpectedly anyway. During interrogations, during storms, while translating letters recovered from dead soldiers. The interpreters exist between languages, between loyalties imposed from outside, between versions of themselves that no longer align comfortably. Then suddenly the war changes. At first only fragments of information spread through the camps. A new weapon. Extraordinary destruction. Entire cities damaged beyond comprehension. Rumors travel unevenly across the Pacific through radio traffic, briefing summaries, and exhausted speculation repeated beside mess tables after midnight. Few fully understand what has happened yet. The scale resists immediate comprehension. But the interpreters begin noticing another shift almost at once. The tone inside captured communications changes. Confusion replaces certainty. Orders become fragmented. Some officers still demand resistance, while others discuss impossible shortages and collapsed command structures. Civilians appear increasingly within operational messages. Entire sections of military communication begin sounding stunned, as though language itself has not yet adapted to the reality unfolding around it. Inside the camps, officers move faster now. Maps replaced. Briefings revised. Discussions of invasion balanced suddenly against discussions of surrender procedures and occupation planning. The emotional atmosphere becomes unstable. Relief struggles against disbelief. Nobody fully trusts the possibility of ending yet because the Pacific has trained everyone into expecting continuation. The interpreters continue working through the uncertainty beneath lamps burning late into the night. Outside, Warm rain begins falling again across the harbor while ships rock gently against their moorings in the dark. And somewhere far across the ocean, voices are already beginning to speak the language of surrender. The language of surrender. The first surrender broadcasts arrive through static. Voices emerge unevenly from radios crowded inside signal tents where exhausted operators lean close to receivers glowing faintly beneath dim electric light. Certain broadcasts appear formal almost to the point of unreality, as though the speakers themselves cannot fully believe the words they are transmitting. Surrender occupies language awkwardly after years devoted entirely to sacrifice and endurance. Entire institutions must suddenly speak in a vocabulary they spent years condemning. You watch the interpreters work with almost painful concentration now. Every sentence matters enormously. Ambiguity could prolong fighting accidentally. Mistranslation could alter military decisions affecting thousands of lives. Men who once translated diaries and prisoner interrogations now sit at the center of history unfolding through exhausted radio transmissions carried across oceans by static and weather. The interpreters spend entire nights drafting documents intended not for isolated cave systems anymore, but for an entire collapsing empire struggling to reorganize itself around defeat. One afternoon, an interpreter accompanies a delegation meeting Japanese naval officers aboard a damaged vessel anchored offshore beneath low gray cloud. The sea moves gently against the hull while rainwater drips from cables overhead. The Japanese officers stand rigidly formal despite visible exhaustion. Uniforms carefully maintained. Shoes polished despite shortages and bombardment. Ritual dignity surviving collapse. The interpreter moves between both sides quietly, translating discussions regarding disarmament schedules and harbor security. Yet beneath the procedural language, another emotional current remains constantly present. Shame, relief, suspicion, grief. The war has lasted too long for surrender to feel simple. Every sentence seems balanced precariously between exhaustion and disbelief. Even silence carries political weight now. At one point, the senior Japanese officer pauses before asking the interpreter where he learned such precise formal Japanese. The question arrives softly enough that several Americans nearby almost miss it entirely. The interpreter answers calmly that his parents spoke Japanese at home in California before the war. The interpreters have become living contradictions moving through the ruins of imperial collapse. Meanwhile, the Pacific itself grows strangely quiet. Not entirely. Engines still move through the harbors. Aircraft continue overhead. Supply operations remain enormous. But the emotional pressure of imminent death has loosened slightly across many camps. Men sleep longer when possible. Some shave carefully again after months of neglect. Others write letters home describing weather, food, and silence because silence itself has become noteworthy. At night, ships anchored offshore glow softly beneath blackout-reduced lighting while interpreters continue working inside administration buildings crowded with surrender paperwork. And somewhere beyond the ocean horizon, Japan itself waits in stunned silence for the Americans now preparing to arrive. The occupation begins first through paperwork. Before large numbers of troops move ashore, before civilians fully emerge into streets shaped by air raids and shortages, entire systems of language must already exist waiting beneath the surface. Instructions for transport authorities, food distribution notices, curfew regulations, medical directives, harbor protocols. Interpreters sit for endless hours inside crowded offices translating the administrative architecture of surrender while ceiling fans push warm air through rooms smelling of damp uniforms, stale coffee, and carbon paper. Outside the windows, the Pacific shifts gradually toward autumn. Typhoon clouds gather far offshore while harbor water darkens beneath longer evenings and lower sun. The ships anchored across the bays no longer resemble invasion fleets entirely. They look tired now. Rust streaks spreading along hulls weathered by years of salt and war. Deck crews moving with slower rhythm. Searchlights sweeping less frequently across the water after nightfall. Even the machinery of conflict appears exhausted. You watch the interpreters adapt uneasily to the altered atmosphere. For years, every translation carried immediate tactical urgency. Coordinates, interrogations, surrender negotiations beside cave entrances. Now the work stretches into bureaucracy and reconstruction. The emotional tempo slows, but the psychological strain does not disappear with it. In some ways, the quieter environment allows accumulated fatigue to surface more clearly than before. One interpreter arrives in Yokohama aboard a transport vessel during grey morning rain that blurs the harbor cranes and warehouse roofs into pale silhouettes against the shoreline. Civilians stand watching silently from the docks while occupation personnel move cargo down wet gangways slick with seawater and oil. The city smells faintly of smoke even now. Not fresh fire, but old burning soaked permanently into timber, brick dust, and ruined earth. The interpreter pauses briefly before stepping onto the dock. For several seconds, he simply watches the harbor workers moving through the rain. Some wear patched civilian clothing. Others still carry fragments of military uniforms stripped of insignia. Most avoid direct eye contact with the Americans disembarking around them. Hunger and uncertainty have changed posture everywhere. Shoulders lowered slightly inward. Movements careful and economical. The interpreters move constantly through these environments now. Government offices. Schools converted into occupation headquarters. Police stations. Hospitals. Refugee centers. Warehouses distributing food supplies. They translate regulations, disputes, medical concerns, ration systems, and endless administrative meetings attempting to stabilize a defeated country before winter deepens. The work becomes less theatrical than wartime intelligence, but no less emotionally demanding. One afternoon, an interpreter accompanies medical officers inspecting temporary shelters established inside a damaged school building near Tokyo. Rainwater leaks steadily through sections of the roof into buckets placed along the corridors. Families sleep behind blankets hung from classroom walls for privacy. Children study arithmetic beside broken windows patched with cardboard and paper. The smell inside the building combines disinfectant, damp clothing, cooked rice, and smoke from improvised heating stoves. An elderly woman asks the interpreter quietly whether the Americans intend to remain forever. The question lingers afterward because no one in the room can truly answer it. Outside the schoolyard, autumn wind carries leaves across cracked pavement while occupation trucks move steadily through streets still crowded with rubble. The war has ended militarily, but emotionally the country remains suspended between collapse and continuation. The interpreters stand directly inside that unstable space, translating not merely language anymore, but coexistence. At times the emotional contradictions become almost unbearable in their subtlety. A Japanese civilian thanks an interpreter for helping secure medicine for a sick child, then pauses awkwardly after noticing the American uniform. A former naval officer bows respectfully before requesting additional food rations for displaced families living near the harbor. Children practice hesitant English phrases learned from occupation soldiers, while elderly civilians watch from doorways carrying expressions too exhausted for resentment. The interpreters themselves no longer fully belong anywhere emotionally simple. In America, many still have families recovering from internment camps only recently beginning to close. In Japan, they encounter people who speak with familiar rhythms inherited from grandparents and childhood kitchens. Yet the devastation surrounding them also carries undeniable historical responsibility. Entire cities flattened. Infrastructure shattered. Hunger spreading through neighborhoods once dense with ordinary civilian life. The emotional terrain resists clean loyalty or condemnation. You begin noticing how frequently the interpreters seek moments of solitude now. Smoking beside rivers after long administrative shifts. Standing quietly on harbor piers watching fog move across anchored ships at dawn. Walking through damaged neighborhoods without speaking. The occupation requires constant mediation between worlds already exhausted by years of conflict. Silence becomes restorative in ways sleep often no longer is. At night, many of the occupation offices remain brightly lit while translators continue processing endless streams of directives and reports. Typewriters echo through corridors late into the evening. Rain taps against broken roof tiles. Somewhere in the distance, trains begin operating regularly again through districts still scarred by firebombing. The sound travels softly across the cities after dark like proof that movement itself has survived. One interpreter receives a letter from California informing him that his family has finally left the camp where they spent most of the war years. The letter contains ordinary details. His mother planting vegetables again. His younger sister searching for work. Neighbors returning slowly. A church reopening services. The normality of the details unsettles him more than dramatic news might have. After years spent translating surrender, fear, hunger, and collapse, ordinary life now feels strangely distant, almost theoretical. Outside his office window, cold rain falls steadily across the occupation city while bicycles move through puddled streets below. And for the first time since the train departed west years earlier, the war begins loosening its grip slowly enough to be felt. Returning through quiet streets. Winter arrives slowly across the occupation zones. Cold rain replaces the heavy tropical storms of the southern islands, and the cities settle beneath long gray skies carrying smoke from coal fires burning in barrels, damaged furnaces, and temporary stoves assembled from salvaged metal. Outside, snow begins falling lightly across the rail yard, settling briefly against twisted steel before melting into black water along the tracks. The interpreters increasingly find themselves trapped inside such moments. Simple conversations suddenly revealing distances too large for politics alone to explain. Entire populations lived through completely different versions of the same war. American abundance beside Japanese collapse. Internment camps beside occupation authority. Service medals beside confiscated family property. The contradictions never resolve neatly because history rarely organizes itself according to emotional fairness. At night, many of the occupation buildings grow quieter now. Offices close earlier. Fewer emergency briefings interrupt sleep. Interpreters sometimes walk alone through districts where reconstruction continues beneath dim street lamps and drifting snow. Vendors sell roasted sweet potatoes beside damaged storefronts repaired just enough to reopen. Small restaurants operate again behind curtains glowing warmly against the cold. Somewhere farther away, temple bells travel softly across winter air, already carrying traces of another ordinary year beginning. You watch the interpreters noticing details they once ignored entirely during wartime urgency. Laundry hanging behind apartment windows. Couples crossing bridges together after work. School children practicing songs inside reopened classrooms. Tiny fragments of continuity returning almost invisibly through repetition. Civilian life rebuilding itself one routine at a time. Yet emotionally, many of the interpreters remain suspended. The war has shaped them too thoroughly for immediate reintegration into peace. Certain habits continue automatically. Studying exits upon entering rooms. Sleeping lightly. Translating overheard Japanese phrases unconsciously while walking crowded streets. Measuring silence for hidden tension, even where none exists anymore. The body remembers institutions long after official duties end. One evening, an interpreter receives permission to visit a rural district outside the city where distant relatives of his grandparents once lived before immigration carried parts of the family toward America decades earlier. Snow covers the roads and fields surrounding the village, while smoke rises from low rooftops gathered beneath dark hillsides. The houses are smaller than he imagined from childhood stories. The river narrower. The winter air sharper. An elderly woman welcomes him cautiously after learning his family name. Inside the house, coal heat drifts through rooms lit softly by paper lanterns and weak electric bulbs. Tea steams gently beside frost-covered windows while the woman studies the American uniform with visible uncertainty. Eventually, she asks whether his parents are healthy. Then whether California truly contains orange groves large enough to stretch beyond sight. The interpreter answers quietly while snow continues falling outside the house. For several hours, the war recedes almost completely. Conversation moves through family stories, weather, harvests, aging relatives, and missing cousins whose locations remain uncertain after years of conflict and displacement. Yet even this fragile peace carries emotional instability beneath it. The interpreter belongs to the room through ancestry and language. He also remains unmistakably foreign within it. When he leaves later that night, the elderly woman bows deeply at the doorway while snow gathers along the shoulders of his military coat. The train carrying him back toward the occupation city moves slowly through darkness beneath frozen telephone wires and empty winter fields. And somewhere between the village and the station, he realizes the war has permanently divided memory itself into separate countries that may never fully reconnect again. The ships carrying occupation personnel back across the Pacific depart quietly. No crowds gather along the docks with banners or military bands. Some shave carefully each morning as though preparing themselves gradually for civilian visibility again. Others sleep for extraordinary lengths of time once operational pressure finally loosens enough for exhaustion to surface fully. You watch the interpreters struggle quietly with the transition already underway. The routines that sustain them through years of military structure begin dissolving aboard ship. No urgent interrogations. No late-night intelligence briefings. No surrender negotiations beside radios crackling through static. The absence creates strange emotional space many no longer know how to occupy comfortably. Some begin writing long letters home they repeatedly revise before mailing. Others drift through card games, smoking areas, and mess halls carrying a detached silence that resembles shock more than rest. One interpreter spends hours each evening standing near the stern watching the wake spread outward behind the ship beneath fading daylight. The Pacific appears calmer now than during the wartime crossings years earlier, though perhaps only because the danger has receded psychologically. Flying fish occasionally break the surface beside the hull. Storm fronts move across the horizon without threatening convoy alerts or blackout procedures. Yet the ocean still carries memory. Certain engine vibrations resemble troop transports from earlier campaigns closely enough to tighten the chest unexpectedly before reason intervenes. At night, the ships darken gradually while sailors secure equipment against weather moving in from the north. The interpreters sit inside crowded lounges where cigarette smoke drifts beneath dim ceiling lamps and conversations rise and fall uncertainly around them. Men speak about jobs waiting back home. Universities accepting veterans. Families reopening businesses lost during the war years. But beneath those conversations lingers another quieter fear rarely expressed directly. Whether home still exists in recognizable form. He reads descriptions of ordinary routines now long vanished, gardening attempts beside tar paper walls, church services inside converted recreation halls, younger children organizing baseball games beyond the watchtowers during evenings filled with blowing dust. The emotional distance between those letters and the occupation cities he has just left feels almost impossible to reconcile. Outside, the ship rolls heavily through dark water while engines pulse steadily beneath the floor. Days later, the American coastline finally emerges through fog before dawn. The sight produces less celebration than silence. Men gather along the rails wearing heavy coats against the cold while harbor lights flicker faintly across grey morning water. Tugboats move slowly between anchored ships. Factory chimneys release smoke into winter air. Everything appears ordinary in ways that feel almost surreal after years spent inside jungle camps, bombed cities, and military compounds spread across the Pacific. The interpreters disembark carrying duffel bags that now contain entire emotional geographies compressed into objects. Japanese dictionaries swollen by humidity. Occupation passes. Photographs. Letters from home and from overseas. Military documents stamped by commands already beginning to dissolve into post-war bureaucracy. The war survives materially in small things first. You watch them move through train stations crowded with civilians who no longer resemble the populations frozen inside memory from before deployment. Fashion has shifted slightly. Speech patterns too. Advertisements fill walls once stripped bare during wartime rationing. Children run carelessly through terminals without understanding why certain veterans pause instinctively at sudden loud noises or search rooms automatically for exits before sitting down. Some interpreters receive warm welcomes from relatives waiting on the platforms. Mothers crying openly despite years of restraint. Fathers shaking hands too firmly because emotion still feels dangerous when expressed directly. Others arrive to quieter reunions shaped by displacement, financial loss, or emotional fatigue accumulated during internment and separation. The country has continued moving while they remain suspended inside war. One interpreter travels by train back toward California farmland his family lost during confinement. Winter fields pass outside the windows beneath pale sunlight while telephone poles rise and fall beside the tracks in familiar rhythm almost identical to the journey that carried him east years earlier toward the language school. Yet the emotional landscape has changed completely. Then the future narrowed toward uncertainty. Now it widens again, though unevenly. At one small station, the train pauses beside rows of orange groves darkened by recent rain. The interpreter stares through the window longer than necessary. The smell of citrus drifts faintly into the carriage when the doors open briefly at the platform. Suddenly memory returns with painful clarity. Childhood afternoons before the war, his mother hanging laundry behind the house. Baseball games played beneath dry California sunlight untouched by military urgency or political suspicion. The simplicity of the memory feels almost unbearable after everything that followed it. The train continues northward through quiet agricultural towns where ordinary American life carries on beneath winter sky. And slowly, without announcement or ceremony, the interpreters begin disappearing back into the country they once had to prove belonged to them. The quiet weight of translation. The years after the war settle unevenly across the interpreters. Some move quickly into civilian professions shaped partly by military language work. Teaching, government service, international business, diplomacy. One former interpreter rents a small apartment above a grocery store in Los Angeles while attending classes during the day under the GI Bill. Streetcars rattle past the building each morning beneath pale coastal sunlight, while shop owners sweep sidewalks below before opening their doors. The city smells of engine exhaust, ocean air, coffee drifting from diners, and citrus unloaded from trucks arriving before dawn. Civilian life surrounds him everywhere now. Students discussing examinations. Couples arguing softly beside bus stops. Children carrying school books through neighborhoods rebuilding themselves after wartime absence. Yet emotionally, he often remains elsewhere. The emotional transition from war to peace proves difficult partly because peace contains too much unstructured quiet. During the Pacific campaigns, every hour possessed operational direction. Translate this document. Interrogate this prisoner. Broadcast this surrender appeal. Movement itself protected the mind from deeper reflection. Civilian life allows memory more room to circulate. Many interpreters discover that language itself has changed emotionally for them. Japanese no longer belongs solely to childhood kitchens, grandparents, or community festivals. It now carries battlefield associations layered permanently beside earlier memory. Certain phrases immediately recall caves filled with civilians. Business correspondence. Yet even here the emotional undercurrents remain present. Japanese sailors speak cautiously around American officials. Older immigrants discuss relatives still missing after the war. News from overseas arrives through newspapers describing reconstruction, shortages, political reforms, and war crime tribunals unfolding across cities the interpreter once walked through wearing occupation uniforms. Sometimes the interpreter stands alone beside the harbor after work watching evening fog absorb the outlines of ships anchored offshore. The Pacific lies beyond them all. Invisible now beyond distance and weather, yet emotionally still very near. Somewhere across that ocean remain the islands where voices once emerged from caves beneath artillery smoke. The harbors where surrender documents changed the structure of history. The classrooms where language first transformed from family inheritance into military necessity. The war exists geographically far away now, but memory does not obey geography very well. You begin noticing how frequently the interpreters avoid dramatic storytelling about their service, even among other veterans. Infantrymen describe battles. Pilots discuss missions. Sailors remember storms and convoys. The interpreters often remain quieter because their war unfolded through ambiguity rather than straightforward heroism. Translation resists simplification. They carried conversations between enemies. They persuaded civilians to emerge from caves. They translated surrender while their own families remained confined behind American fences. The emotional architecture lacks clean triumph. One evening, several former interpreters gather inside a modest community hall after a Veterans Association meeting in San Jose. Folding chairs scrape softly across wooden floors while rain taps against the windows outside. Coffee cools untouched beside stacks of pamphlets discussing resettlement assistance and employment programs for returning Japanese American veterans. The men speak quietly at first about ordinary matters: jobs, marriages, aging parents, school applications. Eventually conversation drifts toward the Pacific. Not battles exactly. Atmospheres. The smell of damp paper inside intelligence tents. Tropical rain striking loudspeaker equipment during surrender broadcasts. The strange quiet inside occupation train stations after curfew. For a few hours, the room fills with details no one else nearby would fully understand. Not because the experiences were secret, but because they occupied emotional territory too complicated for most public narratives about the war. Outside, rainwater gathers beneath the street lamps while the city settles gradually toward midnight. Inside the hall, The interpreters continue speaking softly as though careful not to wake something still sleeping beneath memory. The decades pass quietly around them. Not silently. America after the war grows louder each year through highways, televisions, factories, protests, suburbs, airports, and expanding cities pushing steadily outward across farmland once interrupted only by rail lines and orchards. Yet the interpreters themselves often move through these decades with restrained visibility. They marry, raise children, open businesses, teach classes. You watch old habits survive beneath ordinary civilian routines even after 20 or 30 years pass. One former interpreter still folds official letters with precise military neatness before placing them inside envelopes. Another keeps dictionaries arranged carefully beside his desk long after retirement. A third continues waking before dawn automatically because wartime schedules permanently altered the body's relationship with sleep. Their children sometimes notice the habits without understanding their origins. History survives domestically through gestures before stories. Meanwhile, recognition arrives slowly. Military historians begin publishing studies emphasizing how crucial Japanese-American interpreters became during the Pacific campaigns. Intelligence officers openly acknowledge that translated documents, interrogations, and surrender negotiations saved lives and shortened operations. Ceremonies expand. Medals are reconsidered. Community organizations gather oral histories before aging veterans disappear entirely. Yet even recognition carries complicated emotional texture for many interpreters. Praise cannot fully untangle contradiction. The same country now honoring service once imprisoned their families behind wire fences beneath armed guard. Occupation trains crowded with civilians. Intelligence tents lit dimly against tropical darkness. Family portraits taken before internment changed everything. His granddaughter asks quietly whether he was frightened during the war. The question hangs in the room beside the soft ticking of the kitchen clock. For several moments he studies one photograph without answering immediately. Then he says that fear eventually became ordinary enough that people stopped naming it directly. The statement confuses the child slightly because children expect emotion to arrive dramatically. But the interpreters learn something different during the Pacific campaigns. Fear often accumulates through repetition rather than shock. Rain every night. Harbor fog drifting across post-war America. The landscapes overlap now beyond separation. As the years continue passing, many interpreters begin speaking more openly at schools, museums, and community events. Not because memory has become easier, but because silence risks erasure. Younger generations grow up inside an America increasingly distant from the emotional reality of the war years. The interpreters understand that history simplified too aggressively eventually loses moral texture. One former interpreter stands before a small audience inside a local library during the 1980s while autumn rain taps softly against the windows outside. He speaks calmly about translation work during the Pacific campaigns. Captured diaries. Surrender broadcasts. Occupation offices. His voice remains measured almost to the point of gentleness. Then someone asks what he remembers most clearly. He pauses for a long moment before answering. Not victory. Not defeat. Voices. The frightened voice of a civilian mother calling from inside a cave. The exhausted voice of prisoners asking for water after weeks underground. The formal voices of surrender negotiations carried through static-filled radios. The quiet voices of American-born interpreters translating a war against the language of their own childhood homes. History remained human for him because language prevented distance from fully hardening. The room falls silent afterward except for rain against the glass. Yet never entirely gone. After the voices. Rain falls softly across the harbor long after midnight. The docks are quieter now than they once were during the war years. No blackout orders. No crowded troop transports waiting beneath camouflage netting and weak signal lamps. Cargo cranes stand motionless against low cloud while seawater moves gently along the pilings below, carrying reflections of scattered lights drifting across the dark surface. Somewhere farther inland, a train horn sounds briefly before fading into the wet air beyond the city. The Pacific remains where it has always been. Wide. Indifferent. Patient. Ships still cross it carrying containers, passengers, machinery, and ordinary commercial life between countries once bound together through violence and surrender. Most travelers moving across the ocean now never think about the interpreters who once sat beneath leaking canvas roofs translating fear by lantern light while rain struck the jungle outside. History rarely preserves the emotional texture of quiet labor for very long. It remembers battles more easily than voices. Yet the voices endured. Inside caves where civilians waited beneath bombardment believing death inevitable. Inside interrogation tents heavy with tropical heat and exhaustion. Inside occupation offices where defeated cities attempted to speak themselves slowly back toward ordinary life. The interpreters moved through all those worlds carrying language between people trained to distrust one another completely. Not heroes in the simple shape nations prefer. Something more difficult. Witnesses positioned too close to every side. You can still imagine them sometimes. A young man standing beside a loudspeaker on a rain-soaked ridge while fog moves through shattered trees around him. Another leaning over captured notebooks deep into the night while generators hum outside the tent. Another translating harbor regulations inside a damaged occupation office where winter light falls across broken station platforms and civilians line quietly for food permits. Their war unfolded through tone, hesitation, memory, and careful phrasing as much as through gunfire. And perhaps that is why their story lingers differently after the noise fades. Because translation resists easy separation between human beings. The interpreters learned this slowly across years of war. Language carried fear too clearly. Hunger too clearly. Homesickness too clearly. Even enemies remained recognizable once their voices passed through familiar words shaped by mothers, grandparents, weather, food, childhood streets, and ordinary longing. In the careful way certain words were spoken or avoided entirely. Some rarely discussed the war until old age. Others never fully did. Yet even unspoken memory leaves shape behind it. Children notice pauses. Grandchildren inherit photographs. Archives preserve voices once carried through static across entire oceans. And still the rain continues falling softly across the harbor tonight. A train moves somewhere beyond the warehouses. Windows glow briefly inside distant apartment buildings before darkening one by one. Ordinary life settles into sleep across the city while the water keeps shifting beneath the docks exactly as it did during the years when troop ships crossed west carrying young interpreters toward a war that would divide memory permanently into before and after. Perhaps that is the quiet truth left behind by their story. Not that war transforms people suddenly, but that repetition does. Rain after rain. Translation after translation. Voice after voice emerging from darkness until human beings begin carrying entire histories internally without fully realizing when the weight became permanent. Every war eventually reaches a moment when movement begins to slow. Orders that once arrived with urgency become less frequent. Trains that carried recruits begin carrying veterans. Facilities built for expansion begin preparing for reduction. The vast machinery that spent years growing larger gradually turns toward the complicated task of becoming smaller again. For the individuals who served within these institutions, the transition was rarely dramatic. There was no single morning when history announced that one chapter had ended and another had begun. More often, change arrived through ordinary details. A final assignment, a completed report, equipment returned to storage, a uniform folded for what might be the last time. The routines that had once structured daily life slowly loosened their hold. Hospital wards that had operated at relentless pace became quieter. Training grounds that had processed wave after wave of personnel no longer echoed with the same urgency. Offices that handled information flowing across continents found their workloads changing as the war receded into memory. For years, many people had lived within systems designed around conflict. The schedules, expectations, responsibilities, and relationships of everyday life had all been shaped by a global event larger than any individual could fully understand. Then, gradually, the event began to pass. What remained was the task of returning to ordinary life. This transition often appears simple in retrospect. History books may devote hundreds of pages to campaigns and battles while summarizing demobilization in only a few paragraphs. Yet for those living through it, the adjustment could be profound. The routines of war had become familiar. The routines of peace had to be rediscovered. A nurse who had spent years working within military hospitals returned to a world that seemed both familiar and different. A Marine accustomed to military structure encountered civilian rhythms once again. An interpreter whose daily work had revolved around documents, reports, and information found those responsibilities gradually disappearing. The future stretched outward in uncertain directions. Many returned to jobs. Many pursued education. Many started families. Many rarely spoke about their wartime experiences at all. Not because those experiences lacked importance, but because life continued moving forward. Children were born. Communities changed. New concerns replaced old ones. The years accumulated quietly, as they do for everyone. And so the war that had once dominated daily existence slowly became part of personal memory. A collection of experiences carried privately. A chapter completed but never entirely left behind. The individuals whose stories we have followed tonight eventually resumed lives that extended far beyond their wartime service. Their identities could not be reduced to a single role, a single assignment, or a single period of history. The war shaped them, certainly, but it did not contain the entirety of who they were. That reality is easy to forget. Historical narratives naturally compress lives into recognizable chapters. A person becomes a soldier, a nurse, a marine, an interpreter. Yet real lives continue beyond such labels. The uniforms are eventually stored away. The paperwork is filed. The responsibilities end. What remains are people carrying memories that become part of the larger story of their lives. And as decades pass, those memories begin a journey of their own. Memory rarely preserves history in perfect form. Details fade. Dates become uncertain. Small moments disappear altogether. Even significant experiences can soften around the edges as years become decades. Yet certain fragments often remain. A photograph, a letter, a military identification card tucked inside a drawer, a name written on the back of an old picture, a uniform carefully preserved long after it ceased to be necessary. Across countless homes, such objects survived the passing years. Most were never intended to become historical artifacts. They were simply personal belongings. pieces of individual lives carried forward into the future. A visitor opening a box decades later might find little more than a few photographs and several aging documents. At first glance, the contents may appear ordinary. Yet behind every image stands an entire world that once existed. The hospital ward, the training camp, the intelligence office, the conversations, the routines, the responsibilities, the uncertainty of living through events whose ultimate outcome remained unknown. History often reaches us through such fragments. The larger picture survives because countless smaller pieces survive alongside it. An archive preserves a report. A family preserves a photograph. A library preserves a collection of letters. Together they form a record far richer than any single source could provide. This process unfolds quietly. No grand ceremony accompanies the preservation of memory. Most of the time, people simply choose not to throw something away. A photograph remains in a drawer. A document remains inside a folder. A story is told at a family gathering. A name is remembered. Then another generation inherits those fragments and decides what should be carried forward. In this way, history passes from one set of hands to another. The stories featured in this compilation survived through such processes. Not because anyone could predict their future significance. Not because someone knew that decades later historians would examine these experiences more closely. But because people preserved pieces of the past without fully knowing where those pieces might eventually lead. The result is a richer understanding of the war itself. The Second World War was never composed solely of major operations and famous leaders. It was also composed of individuals performing necessary work in places that rarely appeared in headlines. Hospitals, training facilities, administrative offices, classrooms, and intelligence centers all formed part of the same immense system. The paths we have followed tonight moved through those environments. Different people, different responsibilities, different experiences, yet all connected to the same conflict. Their stories remind us that history expands whenever we look beyond the most familiar narratives. The war becomes larger, more complex, and more human. Not because the famous events become less important, but because additional voices enter the conversation. Additional experiences become visible. Additional paths emerge from the background. And through those paths, the historical landscape grows richer than it first appeared. Perhaps that is one of the quiet lessons left behind by time. Large historical events are often remembered through a relatively small number of images. A battlefield, a flag, a speech, a victory, a surrender. Such moments deserve remembrance. They help define the shape of the past. Yet beneath those familiar images existed millions of individual journeys, each unfolding according to its own circumstances, responsibilities, and uncertainties. Most never became widely known. Most were never expected to become widely known. They simply formed part of the immense human landscape through which history moved. Tonight we have followed three such paths. One led through hospital wards where care and discipline became forms of service. Another moved through military training grounds where routine, preparation, and perseverance shaped daily life. A third passed through the world of language, information, and understanding, where words carried responsibilities of their own. Different paths, different environments, different experiences, yet all ultimately connected by the same war. And perhaps that connection matters more than any individual difference. Because history is not built solely from extraordinary people performing extraordinary acts. More often, It is built from ordinary people responding to extraordinary circumstances. Individuals accepting responsibilities they did not originally anticipate. Individuals adapting to realities they did not create. Individuals finding a place within events larger than themselves. The years continue moving forward. The generations who lived through the war grow more distant. Buildings change. Cities change. Entire landscapes change. Yet the traces remain. A photograph in an archive. A name in a record. A story preserved within a family. A document waiting quietly inside a box. These fragments continue carrying echoes of lives once lived. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Simply persistently. As if reminding us that the past never disappears entirely. It settles into the background and waits. And when we choose to look more closely, forgotten paths become visible once again. The nurse closes a patient file. The Marine hangs a uniform in a closet. The interpreter places documents back into storage. Outside, the war is ending. Ahead lies the long, uncertain work of returning to ordinary life. None of them can know how future generations will remember the conflict. None can know which stories will become famous and which will remain quietly hidden within archives and family collections. They know only the responsibilities that carried them through their own path. And for a time, those paths became part of something much larger than themselves. The years pass. The records remain. The photographs remain. The memories remain. And somewhere among them, these journeys continue onward, still connected to the vast history that once brought them together. You've been part of Echoes of War, where stories rise on quiet wings, and the past still circles above us, refusing to land.